Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Half Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
With the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Western United States were first opened to settlers, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the new territory. The local sheriffs gave him very little help, but he did have one trusted friend, the Indian scout Tonto. Tonto was only second to the Lone Ranger in courage and daring, and the stories of his devotion and loyalty have been told and retold until the faithful Indian has become the symbol of true friendship. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young and adventure lay at the end of every trail. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting for us on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Familiar to quite a number of people in the early West, and known especially because of his association with the Lone Ranger. Next to the Indian friend of the masked mystery rider, Cactus Pete knew him better than anyone else. As we find the wandering musician, we learn that he has joined a group of cowmen on the open range, and
sure is downright entertaining to have a little music on the prairie. Gets sort of tiresome doing the same thing all the time without nothing to break the monotony.
Just so. Give us another tune on the guitar, Cactus Pete.
Doggone it, boys. My fingers is plumb wore out from strumming that old guitar.
Bob there's doing all right on the harmonica. Besides, about time to turn in anyhow, ain't it?
Shucks, we can always turn in.
Say, Pete,
Yeah?
seems to me I've heard a plenty stories about you and this Lone Ranger.
Oh, shucks. I never done nothing except strum the guitar.
You met up with the Lone Ranger frequent, ain't you?
Yeah, I reckon so.
You know, there's something I've always wondered about him, Pete.
Well, don't ask me no questions. I don't know no more about him than you fellers do.
Well, there's one thing I've always wondered about.
Yeah?
This Injun friend of his.
Tonto?
Yeah, Tonto. How'd him and the Lone Ranger meet up anyhow?
Well, it's sort of a longy story.
Well, come on, tell it to us, Pete.
Oh, I ain't no hand at telling stories.
Do the best you can, then.
Well, you see, gents, there's been a lot of stories about how the Lone Ranger and Tonto come to be friends. I don't know when it really happened. Some say it was even before the Lone Ranger found his horse Silver, and others don't.
I heard that Tonto saved his life one time when him and all his partners was shot up by outlaws.
Yep, Tonto saved his life plenty times.
And this one time, the Lone Ranger was the only one to survive the attack of the outlaws.
Yep, that was down Texas way.
Yeah.
Two of them met up before that, though.
Well, tell us.
Oh, the way I heard it, it was in the mining region.
Mining region, huh?
Yep, up around Washoe County. There was a fellow there by the name of Dan Slade. He had half interest in the claim with a young fellow named Bob Reed. Seems that Bob was sort of hoping the claim would pan out good for, for a lot of reasons. Fact is, he was so busy hoping and working that he didn't take the time to notice what an ornery coyote Dan Slade was. The two of them was digging, getting ready to fire a blast one hot afternoon. When the sun was blistering down from the sky, they hadn't showed a rain cloud for more than a month.
It's sure a hot day for working, Dan. I'll be glad when we get this blasting powder ready to fire.
Won't be long now. Tamp that ground down a little harder, Bob.
Maybe this'll be the time we strike the mother load, huh?
Won't be long. I've seen enough to satisfy me that she's there all right.
I reckon the $50 cash you give me for half interest will prove to be a pretty good investment, huh?
Don't get the idea I was fool enough to give you $50 cash money for nothing. I knew what I was buying.
Sure you did. You ain't a fool. Oh, there. I guess we're ready to light the fuse now, ain't we?
Yep, I'll do it. Get out of the way.
All right, Dan.
There. Now run.
We got a powerful big charge in there. It ought to fit something.
Keep running. We can't be too far away when that blast lets go.
I'm running. Oh, gosh, Dan. Wouldn't it be swell if this would be the blast that brought home the bacon?
Yep, there. I guess we can watch from behind this rock.
There she goes. Come on, Dan. Let's hurry back and see what happened. I just got a hunch maybe that done the trick.
You and your hunches make me sick.
Well, ain't no harm in hoping, Dan. That's what kept me going all this time. Hoping.
Dry up.
Dan, what's the matter with you anyway? Ain't you satisfied with the partnership?
I've got to be satisfied, ain't I?
Gosh. Look at the hole that blast ripped up, will you?
Ain't nothing strange about it. It'd be twice as strange if a charge that size went off without making a big hole.
Dan, look. Give me that shovel, quick.
I'll handle it. My gosh, that looks like gold, Bob.
Oh, hustle up. Shovel some out. Let's have a look.
I am. Don't get so excited, though.
Oh, gosh, Dan, I can't help it. What does it look like?
It's a real thing, all right. Seems to me we found the big vein. Look there.
Dan, we sure did. That's it.
Shut up. You're acting like a fool kid.
Dan, I am a fool kid. I ain't acting. Oh, gosh, Dan, if you only knowed what this means to Sally and the kids. New clothes, school, and a new house.
Sure, spend it all on them. What are you going to get out of it?
Me? Well, I don't want nothing for myself. But, gosh, Dan, just look at that gold. Look at it.
Shut up a minute. I heard something.
So did I. Seemed like someone groaning.
White man, help.
Dan, look. Look there. That fellow was caught in the blast.
Serves him right. What's he doing around here?
Here, help me dig him out. The poor devil's half buried.
You, help.
He's nothing but a redskin. I'll fix
No,
him.
Dan, no. Put your gun down.
The dead Injun is the good Injun. I'll fix him so's he won't need help.
Dan, put that gun down. Don't shoot the poor devil.
You dig here, and Tonto be free.
I'll dig you out. He's hurt bad, Dan.
Get out of the way, Bob. We ain't saving no Injun to have him scalp us someday. Just a minute. I wouldn't shoot if I were you.
Say, who are you?
He's got a mask on, Dan.
I wasn't going to shoot the engine. I was just going to...
Oh, help, Tonto.
Tonto? Is that your name?
Dig him out.
All right, that's how you feel? Here, Bob, give me a hand. Maybe he's hurt pretty bad. We'll get him out and take him over to my shack. Well, gents, there was something about the way that masked man talked that made Dan Slade doggone willing to do what he said, especially when he seen two big guns leveled at him.
That was a Lone Ranger, huh, Pete?
That was him, all right. He'd heard the blast and left his horse a little distant and come to see what it meant. After he seen that Dan and Bob were taking care of the redskin, he went to where his horse was waiting and swung into the saddle. He didn't know, the masked man didn't, that right then there was a scheme forming in Dan Slade's brain. Dan nursed the engine all right, took him to his shack, fixed him so the busted bone in his ankle was healing, and took first-rate care of him. In the meantime, the mine became the talk of the whole county. Money rolled in fast to both Bob and Dan done his best to spend it as fast as it come in. Dan was in the cafe one night talking to a critter called Slim.
Say, Dan, you sure are a swell spender now you're rich.
Sure thing, fellas. Easy come, easy go. That's my motto. Step right up, boys. The next is on me. Windy, set him up and give me the bill.
Doggone, Dan, you sure are spending it.
Reckon I can afford it, eh?
Hey there, stranger. Here's your drink. Dan Slade's treating.
Thanks, but I don't drink. Shucks, stranger, that's the way to get acquainted. I ain't squeamish about spending for a fellow just 'cause he's new in town.
Say, Dan, how's that engine you got up to your shack?
Oh, him. I'm fixing him up to work for me.
At the mine?
Nope, at the shack. It's easier to patch up an engine to do the work around there and get meals and sweep floors and such than it would be to get tied down with a wife, ain't it?
He's getting better, is he?
Yep. Who is he? I don't know. He was sticking his nose around when the mine was being blasted and got broke up a bit. Says his name is Tonto.
Indian?
Yeah. Well, drink her up, boys.
Here's to Dan Slade.
Thanks, boys. I gotta be going now. If anybody needs some advice on buying in on a mine, just call on Dan Slade.
All right, Dan.
It's a funny thing, this man Slade taking care of an Indian.
Lame funny. Ain't like him. I'd give $50 to know what's on his mind. He's a deep one, Dan Slade is.
Yes, I can see that.
He ain't taking care of a redskin for nothing. He's got a scheme working, and I'd like to know what it is.
Dan seems to be popular.
Sure he is. Who wouldn't be, spending money like he does?
There's a lot to what you say.
Stranger, men is funny critters. They walk all over a fella trying to keep him down, and then when he gets to the top, they'll yelp their fool heads off, telling how they helped put him there.
Who's Dan Slade's partner?
Name's Bob Reed. Now, there's a fella that's liked by most of the fellas here, but he got a dirty deal from Slade when he needed a little cash bad.
He did?
Yep. Slade made him give half interest in his mine afore he give him the cash. Bob don't complain none, though. Thinks it was right fine of Slade to do it. Yes, sir, stranger. Men sure are funny critters.
Slim didn't know when he talked to the stranger in the cafe that it was the Lone Ranger, disguised and not wearing his mask. Well, the mine went along in good shape, and there wasn't no doubt that it'd make both Bob and Dan a couple of the richest men in the whole county. But Dan was greedy. Half the claim wasn't enough for him. One evening, he decided to call on Bob, went to his house, and rapped on the door. Bob was kind of surprised to see Dan there.
Dan, gosh, come on in. You're sort of a stranger these days.
I come on business, Bob.
Sally, come in here a minute.
Well, good evening, Dan.
Evening.
What business brought you here, Dan?
I've been thinking. Now that the mine's going good, we ought to come to some kind of understanding.
Why, sure thing. But there's nothing ain't already understood. You get half and I get half.
But what if one of us dies? Then what?
That ain't gonna happen, Dan.
You never can tell. blasting the way we are and all that. Never can tell when you or me'll get hurt some.
Oh, Bob, you didn't tell me it was so dangerous.
It ain't, Sally. There ain't no danger at all. Now, suppose you go and make up a lunch. Me and Dan will have a talk.
Well, all right. Just a minute.
That's what you missed, Dan, not having a wife yourself.
Maybe so, but I'm satisfied. Now, I brought along a paper for you to sign, Bob.
Well, what kind of paper?
Just an agreement between the two of us, that's all.
Let me see it.
Sure. Now, you see, if you die, then of course I get the mine and agree to see that so much is paid to your wife and kids regular. But if I die, you get the mine.
But, Dan, it says here you agree to pay my wife only $20 a month.
That's more than fair, Bob. If I die, you get the whole thing. You don't have to pay out none of it. But I'm willing to help your wife out, you see.
Oh, shucks, Dan. We don't need no agreement like this.
Just the same, it's the best way. Why, I even had a lawyer over to town draw it up so it's all legal and binding.
Well, all right, then. I'll sign if you want me to.
Make me feel a heap better. I'll get a couple of witnesses to make it legal.
Where can you get them?
I brought them along. They're outside. I'll just call them in. Come on in, fellas.
Hey, howdy, Bob. Glad to see you.
Oh, howdy, Slim. Hello, Wendy.
Howdy.
Now, Bob, you sign right here, and I'll sign here. We both sign each copy of this, and then we each keep a copy.
And there. That all?
Yep, most all. Now, you two fellas sign right down here. Should be all fixed according to form. I feel much better this way, Bob.
All right, Dan, whatever you say. You know lots more about law and such than I do.
There you are, Dan.
All right.
There's my signature.
Well, Bob, we'll be going now, and thanks.
Hold on, don't be in a hurry. Sally's fixing up a lunch for us.
Sorry, I'm pretty busy, Bob. Lots of work to do over at the shack.
But I thought you had Tonto working over
He ain't
there.
able to get around much. Still uses crutches to walk. You fellas ready to go?
Yeah, ready.
Oh, but wait a minute. My wife's fixing
Sorry,
up something.
Bob. We've got to be going. Evening.
Evening, Bob.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
And now back to Cactus Pete as he relates the story of the beginning of the friendship between the Lone Ranger and Tonto.
Well, now, let's see. Bob Reed signed the paper Dan had fixed up, and a couple of witnesses made it all legal. Then Dan left before Sally got back into the room.
His little supper, Bob. What was Dan gone to?
He just left, Sally.
But didn't he know I was fixing something to eat? He wasn't mad or nothing, was he?
I don't know. He just said he couldn't wait.
There's something wrong with him lately, Bob.
I'm beginning to think maybe there is. He's been acting awful funny.
Funny?
I can't figure it. Sometimes it looks like he almost hates me.
Oh, but that's silly, Bob. No one hates you. Besides, aren't you the one made him rich?
Yeah, but it's just the way he looks at me. Sometimes I feel mighty strange when he does it.
Well, I never liked Dan Slade much myself. But he seems to be popular enough in town, so I reckon he must be all right.
He spends a lot of money on the boys. That's why he's so popular, Sally.
Bob, what's this paper here?
Oh, that's what him and me just signed. It gives me the mine if Dan dies, and him the mine if I die.
Is that the way things is done?
Well, I reckon so. Dan even brought along two fellows from town to sign this here paper with him and me. Witnesses there was.
I guess Dan's a good businessman, Bob.
Yeah, I'll admit I don't know much about such things. Well, anyway, Dan's getting the mine along in great shape. Running like a real business. With him there part of the time and me there part of the time.
Well, I suppose Dan was all right. Look how he's taking care of that poor engine that is hurt.
I can't forget, though, Sally, that at first Dan was aiming to shoot the engine.
Dan wouldn't have done that.
He sure would have, if that Lone Ranger hadn't come along when he did and made Dan save Tonto.
Gosh, I'd like to see the Lone Ranger sometime, Bob. You never seen him after that day, did you?
Nope, never did. Fact is, I didn't know it was a Lone Ranger then. Wasn't till after he rode away and I heard him call his horse Silver that I realized who it was.
It's mighty curious how Dan Slade's nature changed after being talked to by that masked man.
It sure is, Sally. I've been puzzling it over ever since.
Slim and Wendy went with Dan after he left Bob Reed's, and Slim was mighty curious about the paper he'd signed. The two of them was in the saddle, moving slow, when Slim brought the matter up.
Listen, Dan, what was that paper we put our names to back at Bob Reed?
It wasn't nothing, Slim. Just a law form, that's all.
But you said that Wendy here and me was witnesses.
Sure, that's in case sometime if I should die and some relation of mine would try to claim the mine, and that is my half of it. Well, Bob could say it was his, and you fellas could swear you seen me sign the paper, see?
Shucks, Dan, I can swear without that. Gosh, if he buys me all I wants to drink for signing that paper, it'll be the cheapest jag I ever got. Hey, Wendy? Ain't that so?
Hold up there a minute. Hey, what's this?
A man on a white horse.
I want to talk to you, man. I know that voice.
Where'd you come from?
What is this, anyhow? Hold up there. What is this, a hold-up? Something like that. Let me see that paper you had Bob Reed sign. See here, that ain't no business of yours. Let me see it.
Show it to him, Dan. He's got a mask on, and them guns look tolerable big.
Quickly. Here it is. Ain't nothing but an agreement, that's all. Just an agreement of two business partners. Strike a match, Slim. I can't read in the dark.
You know me. What?
Quick, a light.
Here you are, stranger.
Thanks. Now, let me see. Mister, there ain't nothing there that ain't regular and according to law in that paper. No, I see that there isn't. But be careful, Dan. Here's your paper. Come on, Silver. He's a robber. He wore a mask. I'm going to plug him.
Dan,
I'll show him.
You missed him.
I'll Silver, away!
Well, the Lone Ranger rode off into the night. I suppose you're wondering why he wanted to look at that paper that was signed by Bob, huh?
Yeah, Pete. What was there to it?
We'll get back to that later. But after Dan saw the masked man ride away, he left Slim and Wendy and got back to his own shack as quick as he could. He noted that for the next few days, Tonto kept looking at him, watching every move he made, and it began to get on Dan Slade's nerves. Finally, he got plumb fed up with the way Tonto watched him.
What are you looking at me that way for?
Tonto didn't make any reply for a minute. Just kept staring out of them deep, dark eyes of his.
Blast you! Can't you answer me? I ask you a question. What are you watching me for?
Come to know what you think.
What do you mean you know what I think?
You think murder.
What's that?
You make murder plans.
Why, you can't...
Soon maybe Tonto walk. Then him leave here.
Leave me after the way I fixed you up, huh? Not by a darn sight. You ain't gonna leave me till you repaid me for all the time and bother I went to fix that busted ankle of yours.
You drink too much firewater.
That ain't none of your business. I'm a rich man now. I don't need to listen to no talk like that, especially not from an ornery redskin. Stop staring at me, do you hear? I tell you to stop staring at me. There. That'll learn you. Next time I catch you staring at me like you've been doing, I'll sling lead.
It was getting on Dan Slade's nerves the way Tonto kept close watch of him. Tonto was still hobbling around on some crutches he'd made. Couldn't travel fast or far. Just managed to hobble about the shack a little bit, but it was enough for what Dan Slade had in mind.
Reckon tomorrow's the day for carrying out my plans. I'll just see that Bob's laid up at home.
He was thinking, making plans all night long. He went over them again and again.
I can let a beam fall on his head in the morning. That'll do it. Good heavy beam hit him on the head. Tonight, soon as the Redskin's asleep, I'll borrow his crutches and fix things up.
Well, that ornery coyote, Dan Slade, slipped on the moccasins that belonged to Tonto, who seemed to be sound asleep in the corner. Then he left the house, taking with him the crutches that Tonto had been using. He made sure to walk through plenty of mud to Bob Reed's house. There he fixed a few things, then crept back to his own shack with his murder plans all fixed. The next afternoon, Dan came into the cafe. There was quite a bunch bunch of fellas gathered there.
Well, there he is, old Dan himself.
How are you, Slim?
Howdy.
Howdy, Windy. Hello there, stranger. I need a drink. Good stiff one. Kind of worried.
Worried? Why, what's wrong, Dan?
It's about Bob. He had a bad break this morning.
No.
Yep, a rafter in a mine fell on his head. Knocked him clean out. I lugged him home. Was he badly hurt? Oh, not so bad. Sally will fix him up. But it ain't that bothers me. It's that ungrateful Injun.
Tonto?
Uh-huh.
What's ailing him?
Well, Slim, I ain't give it much thought. But you know, the day that the redskin got hurt, Bob was for shooting him. Same as you do a horse with a busted leg. If I hadn't had my way, he'd have shot him right then.
Gosh, that was bad. Indians don't forget things like that.
I know it. I'm kind of afeard that when Tonto gets to walking without his crutches, he may try and get revenge on Bob.
Is that so, Dan?
Yep, and I don't like the look in that critter's eyes. What would he do to Bob? I don't know. He might try to scalp him and his family. He might set the house on fire or blow it up. Blow it up? Yep. Might swipe some blasting powder and fuse from my own supply to home and then set it under Bob's house.
Suffering sagebrush.
That's the engine. He stole my horse. Shoot him down, somebody. Get him. Wait, I'll go after him. I'll take your horse, Slim.
Go right ahead, stranger. I ain't aiming to chase a drunken Indian with a six-gun.
I'll try to catch him. I know that engine was bad. How'd he get my horse?
There ain't no more horses here. Well, just let that fella go after him. We ain't got nothing to worry about. Ain't no skin off our nose.
I reckon I better get over and see if Bob's all right, eh?
Sure. I'll go with you, Dan.
You see, boys, the Lone Ranger had already talked to Tonto and made plans to trap Dan Slade. Tonto carried out his part of the plans in first-rate style, acting like he was licking up and riding away while the Lone Ranger, disguised as a stranger, was around the town. When the Lone Ranger rode away on Slim's horse, he overtook Tonto.
Good work, Tonto. Quickly now. Tell me where you put the mask. Over here, under rock. But where's my own horse? Where's Silver? You call him. Here, Silver. Here, boy. You go fast now. Candle all fixed. What time will the candle burn down far enough to reach the fuse? 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, huh? It's almost 4 now. Slade's going to pin this murder on you? That's right. Made the tracks with your crutches, didn't he? That's right. Him leave Tonto knife near candle. Steady there, Silver. You wait here, Tonto, and I'll be back. All ready, Silver. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
While the Lone Ranger, riding his own horse and with his face mask, headed back toward Bob's home, Dan and Slim headed for the same place. Dan figured on walking slow enough so they'd see the explosion from a short distance.
Well, I reckon Bob's all right, Slim. Don't see no signs of trouble around the house from here.
That engine was just plumb loco, that's all, Dan. Say, hold on. This here looks like crutch tracks from your shack to Bob's.
Huh?
Look on the ground.
By gosh, it does, don't it? I wonder if that low-down redskin's been over there. What time is it, Slim?
About 4 o'clock, I reckon. Why?
I was just wondering, that's all.
I wish that fella'd come back with my horse. I'll bet he stole it, that's what.
I wouldn't be surprised. Hey, Slim, look. What's that in the ground next to Bob's place?
Smoke. And it's moving along the ground. Look.
It's a fuse, that's what. I bet it's a fuse. That ninja must have swiped some of my blasting powder just like I was afraid he would.
Get back! Back!
But Bob will be killed, stole his whole family.
Get back, I say. You can't do nothing anyways. It's too late.
Who's that?
Look at that white horse come. Gosh, how he can travel.
Slim, it's that fellow that held us up the other night. The masked fella.
The Lone Ranger.
He's shooting at us.
No, he ain't. Look, he shot that fuse. Cut it with a bullet and him riding full speed.
Why, he... Silver! The next shot should be for you, Dan Slade. If you don't want to, stand right where you are.
Don't shoot, don't.
You set that fuse to blow your partner into eternity.
Dan, you done that?
No, it's you thought no one saw you last night when you took the crutches, made tracks that would pin this murder on the Indian. Slim, if you want proof that Slade's the man who planned to murder Bob Reed,
I'll turn you, Dan Slade. You look, you lazy, make him right now.
No, don't listen to the masked fella. I tell you, I didn't.
But I think you did. I knowed all the time there was some reason why you kept that engine. You were just planning to make him the goat. To make him take the blame for what you did.
No, Slim, listen to me. I can explain everything.
You can't explain nothing to me, Slade. Now I see it all as plain as day. And that's why I had Bob sign that paper, too.
Slim, if you need further proof...
I don't.
You can't prove it with me. Dan Slade, you were seen last night. What?
Put your guns away, Mr. Masked Man. There's something that's got to be done for this community, but I aims to be the one to do it.
No, Slim. Don't draw your gun. Don't shoot me, Slim.
Well, you yellow-livered polecat. I wouldn't waste good bullets on you. I figured it was a lie when you said Bob wanted to shoot the engine. In fact, I knowed it was a lie. And I thought it was blame funny you'd keep powder in your shack so you can start hiking for the sheriff's office. Get going. I reckon I know who it was that seen you last night.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Lone Ranger.
On the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. Morning, Doc. Chester.
Hello, Matt. Hey, we've been waiting for you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, is there something wrong?
Yes, sir, it's Mr. Dobie. He's at the desk in the hotel there. He's real upset about something. He wants to see you.
All right. You both wait here for me, huh? I'll be right out.
Yes, sir. All right.
Marshal Dillon, I've sure been wanting to see you.
Oh, what's the trouble, Mr. Dobie? You got a riot in here or something?
There'll be a riot if you don't get them people out of here, Marshal.
What people?
The Daggets, that's who.
Well, who are the Daggets?
Big Dan Daggett, he calls himself. And he is big, too, Marshal.
I never heard of him.
He's only been in Dodge since yesterday. He's one of them mountain men from on west. He's a hunter or something, one of them real hairy fellas. Shouldn't be allowed around other white men.
Oh, why not? What's he doing?
He's setting in my hotel. I let him in before he told me.
Before he told you what?
It's better you see for yourself, Marshal. Room's right at the top of the stairs there.
Well, okay, Dobie, let's go.
It's true, ain't it, Marshal, that I don't have to let nobody stay in my hotel I don't want.
I guess so, if you got a good reason.
I got plenty of reason. 3 men have moved out already.
Well, that sounds to me like he must have a box of rattlesnakes with him or something.
Worse than that. This is room here.
This is a double room, isn't it?
He needs it. Needs a whole doggone prairie. And that's where he's going. Now, you tell him, Marshal.
Hello?
I got the U.S. Marshal with me this time, Daggett.
Oh? I'm Marshal Dillon, Daggett. Dobie wanted me to come over here and meet you. Come on in. Well, you were right about his being big, Dobie. Man can't help being big. It's no offense. It's all right. There've been times I wished I was smaller. Not that I can't move as fast as any man. I'm easier to see is the only bad part.
Tell me, Daggett, what's the trouble between you and Dobie here?
It ain't my trouble, Marshal.
All right, Dobie, I guess you better explain. There's nothing wrong here that I can see.
It ain't him. It's his wife.
What?
He don't like my wife 'cause she's an Indian, Marshal.
That's a lie. What I care if she's an Indian.
I don't understand.
Where is she, Daggett?
In the other room?
We'll bring her in here.
Dobie, you know what I could do to you with the fingers of this one hand? Just the fingers.
Don't forget I got the marshal with me.
I use the other hand on him. He starts ordering me around, too.
Now, wait a minute. This kind of talk isn't doing any good.
You're probably pretty good with that gun, Marshal. But I've killed mountain lion with this knife. I ain't afraid of anything alive and not many ghosts.
Ghosts. You even talk like a savage.
All right, that's enough, Dobie. Daggett, I didn't come here for a fight. I came to see what all the trouble's about. Now, if it's something that has to do with your wife, tell me.
It has to do with Dobie, not with my wife.
That's a lie.
Dan?
There she is. Look, Marshal.
If it is me they are talking about, Dan, why didn't you call me?
It's nothing to do with you. He was trying to order me around. At least he was, Dobie there.
I only told you to get her in here so the marshal could see her.
Well, now he's seen her. Now, what's all the fuss about?
You're playing dumb, ain't you, Daggett?
Wait a minute. I don't think he is. Tell me something. Where did you and Miss Daggett meet?
Near Denver.
Near Denver?
I'm a mountain man, Marshal. Never been on the prairie before.
What were you doing near Denver, Miss Daggett?
I was sent there 4 years ago to complete my education. My father was a chief, Marshal.
A chief? What chief?
His name was Yellow Horse.
Yellow Horse?
That's worse. That's the worst yet.
I don't understand either of you men. What are you talking about?
Well, Dobie could tell that your wife was a Kiowa by the way she dressed.
Well, she got to come from some tribe, don't she?
Yeah, but being the daughter of Yellow Horse makes it even worse.
Why?
2 years ago, the Kiowas killed some 18 settlers on raids through the country near here. Yellow Horse led them until he was killed.
You never told me that. Is that true?
I only heard my father was dead. He told me nothing else.
Well, what difference does it make anyway? You wasn't on them raids.
The feeling's still high against Kiowas around here, Daggett, but you're right. She had nothing to do with them.
A Kiowa's a Kiowa, and we won't stand for him in Dodge.
Oh, don't be a fool, Dobie. How can you blame her for what somebody else did?
I blame that whole tribe, and especially her father. And I won't stand for her being here. She's probably as murdering as he was.
Dobie.
All right, hold it, Daggett. I'd like to apologize to Miss Daggett for bothering her.
Apologize?
Let's get out of here, Dobie. Now.
No. You come here to throw him out, and you're going to do it.
Dobie, I guess I'm a little like Dan Daggett here. I don't like taking orders very well either.
All right, Marshal. If the law won't help me...
The law won't help you. And don't you try anything else. Now, come on, we're getting out of here.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip.
L&M's got everything.
It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Well, would you mind stopping in Mr. Jonas's store here? It won't take but a minute or two.
Oh? You're going to spend your betting money on clothes again?
Oh, no, sir. I mean, well, you see, Mr. Dillon, I need a little string tie. For Sundays, kind of.
Oh.
They don't cost more than a quarter.
All right, in that case, I'll go with you.
There's Miss Kitty. Hi, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
The ties is hanging back over there, Mr. Dillon. I won't be long.
All right, Chester. Well, you're as bad as Chester, Kitty. Always buying clothes.
As Chester? Matt, if Chester's always buying clothes, how come ever since I've known him he's worn that same pair of striped pants?
Well, he's careful with them, I guess. He never gets them torn.
You'd have to go to bed if he ever did.
Where's Mr. Jonas?
Out back. He's showing Dan Daggett and his wife something.
Oh, are they here?
Sure. He introduced me to him. Big Dan Daggett. Like you said last night, Matt, he earned the name. He's a buffalo, that man.
Yeah, he sure is.
His wife's name's Rose. Said you couldn't pronounce it in Indian, so he made it English. She's a beautiful little thing.
Ah, she's prettier than most women around here.
Thanks.
Oh, no, Kitty.
No, you're right. She really is. I guess Dan Daggett can't be all brute, or a girl like that would never have married him.
Yeah, it's too bad Dobie over at the Dodge House can't see it your way, Kitty.
No, Dopey's just not thinking very straight.
Where's Jonas?
Oh, he's out back, Roden.
Oh, hello, Marshal. I didn't recognize you. Oh, here he comes.
How you like it, Rose?
Who's that, Matt?
His name's Roden. He works over at one of the stables.
Oh, that explains why he's too poor ever to come into the Long Branch.
Jonas! Hey, Jonas!
I'll be right with you, Roden.
Well, I'm in a hurry.
Won't be but a minute.
Well, I ain't waiting while you sell beads to her. Hey, wait a minute. What's she doing in here anyway?
You stay here, Kitty.
Yeah.
She's got as much right to be here as you have, Roden.
Kiowa woman, you gone crazy?
Well, no.
Then throw her out of here, or I will.
The woman is my wife, mister.
Your wife? Your wife?
You'll have to throw me out, too.
What? Now, look here, I didn't mean nothing.
If you don't mean nothing, then don't talk.
Sure. What do I care? It's your business. I don't care.
And even if you do care, you shouldn't say nothing about it out loud.
I ain't saying nothing. I gotta go now. I gotta go.
Well, it looks like you handled that pretty well, Daggett.
Can't fight every man in the world.
No, I guess you can't.
And I don't aim to. Long as they don't push me too far.
Is Dobie leaving you alone?
Oh, he's doing a lot of talking around. He's trying to stir up trouble. But before it comes, we'll probably be gone. Back to Colorado in the mountains.
Oh?
But Marshal...
Yeah?
You come and see us sometime the next day or so. Rose would kind of like that.
Well, thank you, Daggett. It'll be a pleasure.
Where's Doc at this morning, Mr. Dillon? I've been up to his office twice, and he ain't there.
Well, he was called out to the Duke place last night, Chester.
Oh, somebody sick?
Well, Doc doesn't get many social calls, you know.
I was calling on him social.
Huh? Oh, well, he'll appreciate that, I'm sure. Well, I think I'll go up to the Dodge House and make a call on Jim Dobie.
Oh. More trouble, Mr. Dillon?
Well, there will be if somebody doesn't stop him. He's been talking to everybody who'll listen about Rose Daggett being Yellow Horse's daughter. How they ought to run her out of town.
It's like he's looking for help, ain't it?
Yeah.
You ought to know better than that, a man like Dobie.
Well, that's what I'm going to try to explain to him, Chester.
Marshal?
Hello, Daggett.
Marshal, I'm kind of worried.
Why, what's the matter?
It's Rose. I can't find her nowhere.
You can't find her?
No. Well, maybe you and Chester will help look for her. I've been everywhere.
Of course we'll help you. Now, where did you see her last?
Oh, right in our room. Let me tell you, I woke up real early. Couldn't get back to sleep. I didn't want to bother Rose, so I got dressed. I went out in the street and I walked around. I wasn't gone more than 1 hour, Marshal. Shouldn't never have left her.
Well, did you ask him at the hotel? Did anybody see her leave?
There wasn't nobody at the hotel. Not when I went out, not when I come back. Nobody could have seen her.
Well, where could she have gone to that hour in the morning?
She wouldn't have gone nowheres, Chester, not Rose. What I can't understand.
Well, all right, let's start looking for her. Oh, come on. I guess we'll start with the hotel.
Sure do want to thank you for this, Marshal. You too, Chester.
Oh, we'll find her, don't you worry. Hey, there.
Yeah, it sure is.
Look, he's got somebody with him.
That's Rose. That's Rose in that buggy. Rose? Rose, what are you doing there?
Hello, Dan.
Well, get down. Here, I'll take you.
You will have to carry me, Dan.
Where you been? What happened to your feet?
Chester.
What, Doc?
Do me a favor. Take this buggy, will you?
Sure will.
Let me get down here. And you. You must be Daggett.
Yeah.
Take Rose into the marshal's office. She shouldn't be on the street out here.
We'll go.
She told me about her husband, Matt, but she didn't tell me that he was that big. Come on, let's follow him.
Yeah. Tell me, Doc, what was Rose doing with you?
I found her out in the prairie, about 10 miles east of here.
Well, what was she doing out there?
I'll let her tell you that.
Just you stay and sit right there, Rose.
I'm all right there. Oh, Doctor, this is my husband, Dan.
Well, I kind of gathered that, Rose. Glad to know you, Dan.
Yeah. Good thing you come along, Doc.
You feel up to telling the whole story, Rose?
Mm-hmm.
I expect the marshal here will be interested, too.
Yes, all right.
Good. And then I want you to come up to my office with me.
Yes, Doctor.
Has she been hurt, Doc?
Go ahead, Rose. Tell me.
Well, early this morning, I woke up when somebody tied a bandana over my face.
Never should have left you alone.
Oh, that is foolish talk, Dan. It was not your fault.
Go on, Rose.
Well, it was 2 men. They never said a word the whole time. They never talked once. But they carried me out the back way. And then they tied me onto a horse and led it way out into the prairie. They finally stopped and took me off and untied me. And then they took my shoes away. They rode off. Finally got the blindfold off, and I walked and walked till I saw the doctor's buggy coming. I could not have walked much farther.
Rose. Rose?
Now, wait a minute, Dan. Rose, you never saw these men.
No.
And you never heard their voices.
No, but I heard them walk. Everybody has a different walk.
Or did you recognize either of them from hearing them walk?
No. It was not Dobie or that man in the store.
We'll find them, Rose. We'll sit on the street. We'll listen until we find them. When we do, I'll cut them. I'll cut them awful before I kill them.
No, Daggett. You let Rose find them if she can, and then I'll take them.
They're mine, Marshal. They're just as much mine as Rose is mine. I wouldn't let nobody else in the world touch them but me.
That'd be murder.
Is that what you call it? Rose, Doc wants you in his office. You go along now. And then we'll start listening. It's as good a way to hunt as any.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
They've got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
For the next few days, the Daggets took up their post on the boardwalk halfway down Front Street. Rose would sit there for hours, her head down, her eyes half closed, listening to the footsteps of hundreds of men as they passed. And Daggett would stand at her side, his bowie knife in his belt, waiting with animal patience for a sign from his wife. But it didn't come. And I began to hope that for his sake the kidnappers had left the country and nothing had happened. And then the morning of the third day, Chester and I were loafing around on the porch of the general store.
Oh. Where's the Daggets this morning, Mr. Dillon? They ain't over there where they usually are.
Well, I guess they haven't started yet, Chester.
I swear every man in Dodge must have walked past there by now.
All but two, maybe.
Morning, Marshal. Chester.
Hello, Mr. Doby.
Doby?
I'm looking for the Daggets, Marshal. You seen them?
No, I haven't, Doby. But Dan Daggett isn't taking things as easy as he was. If I were you, I'd stop looking right now.
Doc told me what happened, Marshal.
Doc did, huh?
Well, he knew nobody else would, so he took it on himself.
What for?
For my own good, the way he put it.
Well, did it do you any good?
Made me mad. Mad at myself, mostly. Marshal, I've been a fool.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, there's Rose now.
What?
In the street there. She's got a shotgun. Hey, what's she doing?
Looks like she's following those two men.
Well, she sure is.
Come on.
She stopped them. She's got them turned around. But see, she's going to shoot them. Oh, they ain't making any move.
How do you know it was us? What if it was? Guess you ain't learned nothing. Maybe we'll have to do it again.
Don't shoot, Rose. I'll take him. All right. Give me the shotgun, Rose.
It is empty, Marshal.
Why did you do it? I'd have arrested him.
Dan would have found a way to kill them, even if you had.
They're dead, Mr. Dillon. Both of them.
Who are they, Chester?
I never saw them before in my life. A couple of strangers, I guess.
Rose!
I'll go get somebody to give me a hand.
Rose! Was that them? Why didn't you tell me? What'd you run away for? Why'd you kill them?
They are the ones, Dan.
How'd you know? Where did you spot them?
They walked past our table while we were eating breakfast.
You said you was going up to our room.
I did go. Long enough to get the shotgun.
Why didn't you tell me? Why'd you have to kill him?
I could not see you hang for what happened to me, Dan.
I'd have gladly hung for it. Anything's better than your going to jail.
I will not mind, Dan.
It'll kill you. I won't let it happen. It ain't right. Don't try to take her, Marshal. Don't you try.
I know how you feel, Daggett. But I've got to arrest her. Rose has got to stand trial.
What'll they do to her?
Well, I don't think there's a judge in Kansas who'd convict Rose for what she did under the circumstances.
Marshal Dillon.
Yes, what, Dobie?
I gotta say something, Marshal.
All right, say it.
Them 2 men she killed. I just looked at them, and I don't know who they are. But I've seen them.
So?
I seen them the other day when I was talking the way I was. They heard me. They was listening.
Go ahead.
Well, I just had to tell you that. I don't feel very proud.
You're the one that ought to go to jail, Dobie.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, Marshal. It's mostly my fault. What happened to her and this killing and all.
Well, you've learned something now, anyway.
Only there's nothing I can do about it. Too late. I feel like hiding.
Mr. Dobie,
Yes, ma'am.
would you walk back to the hotel with me and my husband?
Thank you. I'd be proud to.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Today, there's one filter cigarette that stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobacco. L&M's got everything. That's what makes it America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M's king size or regular. I know you'll go for 'em.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Lillian Bayef, Clayton Post, and Joe Duval. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop! Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember this. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like Chesterfield.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian.
Remember this, Jim. Nobody has a right to a gun unless he knows how to think when he handles it.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Paladin? Oh, you get ready to go away again?
Yes, hey, boy, I have to make a trip out to Nebraska. What's on your mind?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, hey, boy, have exceptional good fortune.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, yes, you know guest in hotel, Colonel Seymour Van Courtney?
That slick-looking gent who took the suite on the third floor?
Yes, sir. Well, Colonel Van Courtney think, hey, boy, very nice fella.
I'll go along with that.
Oh, yes, thank you. So Colonel Van Courtney, with utmost generosity, permit hey, boy to buy mining stock.
Mining stock? Stock that con artist is floating?
Oh, yes, sir. And hey, boy, now have investment in Gold on West Consolidated Mine Company, Limited.
Oh, hey, boy, won't you ever learn?
Too bad you must go away, Mr. Paladin. Maybe, hey, boy, could talk to Colonel Van Courtney when he come back. Hey, boy, would say, you good friend. Maybe he permit you to buy stock, too.
Where's Colonel Van Courtney now?
He checked out a hotel this morning. Must look after vast business enterprise.
Yes, I see. Oh, hey, boy. You worked hard for your money, and it seems time you started thinking about your future. Well, when I get back, we're going to have a long talk.
Oh, yes, now maybe by that time, he boy can fix so you can make splendid investment, too.
Never mind, hey, boy. I was following a rutted trail through the Nebraska plains, dry, desolate land, parched by drought. I was still a good many miles from the nearest town when my horse stepped into a prairie dog hole and went down, breaking his leg. It's a bad thing to have to shoot a horse. The sun was already low in the west when I shouldered my gear and started walking toward a wisp of chimney smoke in the distance, and it was dark by the time As I started through the yard, a dog let out a howl, and the chickens began to squawk. The farmhouse door opened, and a boy stepped out on the porch. He looked in my direction, then raised a rifle to his shoulder. Hello there.
It's a man.
What were you shooting at, boy?
Pa, come here. It's a man. I shot a man out here.
Jim? Mister? Thank the good Lord he ain't dead.
I thought it was them coyotes after our chickens again, Pa.
Don't try to say nothing there, stranger. That slug's in a tickler spot. We got to take care of how we handle him. Jim, go tell your ma to get some water boiling, then come back here and give me a hand. Well, stranger, looking at you today, I'd say you're going to make it.
Well,
now, you just lie back there quiet. You still got a long way to go. I don't mind telling you now. It looked pretty touchy there for a while. But we can thank the good Lord you're alive.
And I guess we can thank you, too.
There ain't going to be a man's blood on my son's hands. Not if I can help it.
Mister, when I let go of that shot, I thought it was them coyotes out there. Figured to scare them off.
I've been trying to teach a boy to be dang sure when he sends a bullet off.
A gun is only as dangerous as the hand that holds it.
Guns, I hate 'em.
Boy, he's got some strong notions.
I wasn't much older than Jim here when they took me off my farm back in Illinois, put a soldier suit on me, shoved a gun in my hand, and sent me out to kill. I wasn't a soldier, I was a farmer. But there's men might be living today, except I shot 'em with that gun they gave me.
Were you in the war, mister?
Yes, but I trained to be a soldier. That's different. I understand how your father feels.
I don't. I guess I ain't like Pa. Wish I could have been in the war.
You can say that, boy. Now it's over and done with. Stranger, you ain't gonna be able to travel for a while yet. And we want to make you comfortable.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I'm James Buford, and this here is my son, Jim.
My name is Paladin.
You're Paladin?
Paladin.
The gunfighter?
Well, I don't consider myself a gunfighter.
Is that true? That you live by your gun?
Well, yes, I guess that's right.
He who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword. Paladin, it might cross your mind once in a while how you was nearly killed for a sneaking coyote.
Indeed it might.
Jim's going to bring up the wagon. He'll drive you into town. You'll be able to pick yourself up a horse. You're sure now you feel up to traveling?
I'm sure. I've got to be on my way. Thanks.
Well, Paladin, I don't approve of the way you make your living, but I got to admit, it's been awful nice knowing you.
Well, I've enjoyed our talks, Buford. And I hope you get that rain soon.
Oh, sure, it'll come. But I can just forget this crap. Corn all stunted and shriveled on the stalks. Might still be time for some winter wheat, though. Oh, say, you can do something for me in town.
Sure.
This letter here. It goes to Mr. Kyle at the bank. It's about a loan we talked about.
You really have to put up a fight for this land, don't you, Buford?
Yeah. And it's been fighting me back. Every inch of the way. But I'll beat it yet.
You ever feel like giving up?
Lots of times. I'm hanging on for Jim there. When he's ready to take over, he's going to have a farm he can be mighty proud to own.
All set, Paladin.
Yeah. Oh, so long, Buford. Good luck.
So long.
Bye, Pa.
You'll be back before sundown, Jim.
Seems too bad.
What seems too bad?
Won't be a very good time when we get into town.
Oh? Good time for what?
Well, town will be kind of empty. I was hoping there'd be a lot of folks around. See me drive up with a gunfighter.
No, what kind of nonsense is that? And I'm not a gunfighter.
Well, however you call it. I've been sort of telling around how Paladin's been out at our place.
I see.
You know, Mr. Paladin, Pa, you don't understand. All he thinks about is farm. I never did have a chance to talk to you much. I've been practicing with a gun I got. Wish I could have showed you. I think I can do pretty good.
Don't you like farming, Jim?
No, I don't want to be a farmer. I want to do something that takes nerve, takes gizzard. I want to be like you.
Pull up here, Jim. I might as well deliver this letter to the bank for your father.
Oh! Oh, yeah! Oh! Hey, Mr. Paladin, look. Those men.
Quick, Jim. Out. Duck down the other side of the wagon. Come on.
They're hold-up men, Mr. Paladin. They've been holding up the bank.
quiet.
You want to be smart? Don't nobody in there move. We got rifles.
Look, all those sacks they're carrying. That's the bank money.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, aren't you going to do something?
I'm going to stay right here behind this wagon.
But they'll get away. They're riding off. Paladin, go after them.
Nope.
You got your gun.
5 men with rifles? You don't go up against odds like that.
You're scared.
Sure. Well, let's go talk to the sheriff.
I never saw nothing like it, Sheriff Brady. Right there in broad daylight. Those men really got gizzard to do a thing like that.
I'm not sure that's what it took, Jim. It figured their odds pretty well.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't take much studying of this town to learn that there aren't many people on the street, and the bank's nearly always empty at that time of day. But now, we got to do a little figuring.
Well, they can't be planning to ride far during the daylight in this open country.
They can't be very far away now. You could spot them anywhere out there. Why don't you just go out after them?
They're desperate men. All criminals are if the law catches up with them. If we'd face them out there in the open, it'd mean just violent warfare. Somebody'd get hurt bad.
You're scared.
Sure. No, we'll have to figure to get them cornered someplace where we'll have the odds on our side.
Well, from the forks on, the roads are so dry and hard-packed, it's impossible to pick up a trail.
It's my hunch they're headed toward Wheatville.
Wheatville?
Yeah, it's about 10 miles north of here. It's been a ghost town since the grasshopper invasion wiped out the crops in 74.
Oh, that sounds like a fair hunch.
I'll get a posse together. We'll ride up that way.
Well, I'd be happy to ride with you.
Glad to have you.
Could I go along?
Jim, your pa said you were to be home before sundown.
Oh.
Jim?
Yeah. Yeah, all right.
Have you ever been exasperated by a child who's reached the why stage? Why is the sky blue? Why do birds fly? Why do I have to go to bed? The questions are endless. But through questions like these, a young child learns. Encountering an inquisitive child, be grateful that here is a youngster whose mind has the capacity and the urge to grow. There are some without this capacity for mental growth. They are our mentally retarded children. 120,000 are born every year. That's 3 out of every 100 babies. Naturally, we want to help these retarded children to develop into normal, responsible members of the community. And we can. But the process is a long, slow one that requires many special services, expensive services, and continuing research into the causes and cures of mental retardation. Funds for education and research come from the National Association for Retarded Children. Won't you give now to your local unit in order that more children may be helped?
Sheriff, those tracks in that draw back there, your hunch was right. This is where they're headed.
Yeah, but as you can see, Wheatville was a pretty spread out little community. Where they're holed up's another thing. Hold it, fellas, hold it.
Yeah, this was quite a town. What's that tall tower up ahead there?
Grain elevator, built by some eastern outfit when wheat was booming.
Might be a likely hideout.
Not a very healthy one. It's loaded with grain dust.
Wouldn't take much to cause an explosion, huh?
The tiniest spark and that thing would go right up.
As dry as this country is, that could be bad.
I hate to think about it. A fire that could start from an explosion in that elevator could wipe out the country for miles around.
Well, if they are in there, it's a cinch we can't smoke them out.
Wherever they are, when we corner them, they'll give up when they see how they're outnumbered. Let's ride up the elevator and have a look-see.
Hey, wait a minute. Look.
Hmm?
Look back there, that horse. Isn't that Jim Buford?
It sure is.
Oh, Paladin.
Jim, what are you doing here?
I went home, got my gun, and cut across.
Now, what's the idea?
I want to be in on the excitement.
You're acting like a fool, kid. But there's nothing to do about it now. You get back there and behave yourself.
Yes, sir.
All right, men, let's ride to the grain elevator.
Well, Sheriff?
It's their horses, all right. Get away in that lean-to.
Then they are in this grain elevator.
No question about it.
Well, how do we go about getting them out?
They got the men stationed all around the place. I don't think they'll give us any argument when they know they're surrounded.
None of your men are apt to go for their guns, are they?
They know better. They all know what a shot into that grain dust would do.
I guess the hold-up men do, too.
Why, sure. Being jailed for bank robbery is better than being blown to kingdom come. Come on.
Well, I'll be... Hey, look up there.
Huh?
On that ladder going up the side of the tower.
That's Jim Buford. What's that crazy kid up to now? What's he doing climbing up there?
He's heading for the cupola on the top of the elevator.
He's got that gun, Paladin. You suppose he's figuring to get in there from the top and face those hold-up men?
That's probably it.
I'll lay odds there's one ain't got sense enough not to fire that grain dust.
I think you're right. He's got to be stopped. Jim, come down here.
Paladin! I know a way to get in from the top here.
Jim, climb down here.
I know what I'm doing.
You're a fool. All right, Jim, stay where you are.
You coming with me? We'll take together, huh?
Just stay where you are. Now, give me that gun.
No, Paladin. I know a way to get in from the top here. Come on, we'll face those guys. Smoke them out.
Give me that gun.
No, I'm going in there.
Jim, I said give me that gun.
Look out. Look out, we'll fall.
Give me it. Now, you little fool, climb down from here. Go on, climb down.
Oh, all right. What's the matter with you, Paladin? You scared? Afraid to face up to those men in there? They got too much gizzard for you?
I'll show you how much gizzard they have. Come on.
What's the idea, boy?
You were right, Sheriff. He was going in there to smoke them out.
You want to set fire to the whole of Nebraska, boy?
No,
Come on, Paladin. Let's take him. All right. We know you're in there. You know we're out here. There's 5 of you. There's 20 of us. We got you surrounded. Let's have your rifles. Throw them out. Now, come on out. Your hands behind your heads.
We don't aim to give you no trouble, Sheriff.
I didn't think so. Come on, let's move.
Why? Well, they just give up without any fight at all.
Sure. The odds were against them.
Well, I got them all locked up. Guess I'd better get back to the farm.
I guess you better. You'll never make it before sundown.
You gonna give me back my gun?
Well, I suppose I'll have to. It's yours. I've got no right to it. But you haven't either.
What do you mean?
Nobody. Nobody has got a right to a gun unless he knows how to think when he handles it. Jim, you nearly killed me because you took a wild shot at a sound in the dark. You didn't think. Back there in Wheatville, you might have caused a disaster like this country has never known by firing into that grain dust because you didn't think.
Well,
How old are you?
14.
Yeah. Well, it seems to me it's about time you started thinking. Like a man. Instead of a crazy kid.
Yes, sir. I guess so.
Jim, there's something else.
Yes?
You were disappointed in me when I wouldn't stand up to 5 men with rifles, weren't you now?
Well,
Sure you were. And you were let down when those hold-up men wouldn't fight it out with a posse of 20.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, this past week, I've known a man who will stand up to any odds and fight.
Who?
Your father.
Pa?
Mm-hmm. When your father homesteaded his land, the government was betting that 160 acres, that he couldn't stick it out 6 months. But your pa won the bet. But that didn't end the struggle. There was the spring blizzard in 73 that wiped him out. But he came back fighting. There was the grasshopper invasion in 74. His crops just leveled to the ground, but he stood up to it. Now there's the drought. But he's not about to give up. He's negotiating alone right now so that he can keep up the fight. A fight against real odds. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jim?
Yes, sir. I guess so.
Your pa. Now, there's a man doing a job that takes gizzard.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Miss Wong.
Oh, Isa.
Just give the room a lick and a promise. I'm going to lie down and rest a while.
Oh, Isa. You have a hard trip, Mr. Paladin?
Yes. I'm tired.
Oh, my. Too bad.
What's too bad?
You work so hard for your money, Mr. Paladin. Too bad you can't make splendid investment like Hey Boy.
What's that?
Oh, Hey Boy buy mining stock. Then he sell mining stock and make lots of money.
What?
What?
You mean Hey Boy was able to sell that stock he bought in the Golden West, whatever it was?
Oh, Isa. Make lots of money. Now Hey Boy have investment in laundry business with his cousin leasing.
He has, huh?
Isa. Laundry business very good.
Wow.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes?
Excuse, please. But since it's time you started thinking about your future, maybe you and Hey Boy should have a long talk. He'd tell you how to invest the money.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, and Richard Beals. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, presents Wild Bill Hickok!
Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and gallop along with Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from the world's only talking cereal, Snap, Crackle, and Pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies!
Today, Kellogg's Rice Krispies brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story, The Mayor of Mule Mesa. Next time Mom asks you what you'd like to have her get you for breakfast, you know what to tell her. Now, you just ask her to pick up a package of Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. It's easy to get Rice Krispies to talk. Just pour some milk or cream over them, and they'll start to snap, crackle, pop. Start tomorrow morning with a bowl of fresh, crisp, delicious Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Out where the pine-studded rim country drops down into the shimmering heat of the desert is a great shelf of grassland called Mule Mesa. This is the ranch of the kindly old man called the Mayor. And this is where United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and his big deputy Jingles found one of their most dangerous adventures when they set out to visit the Mayor of Mule Mesa.
Mayor, I've been worried lately. I'm afraid that little mining claim of mine may be on your land.
Hey, don't fret about that, Jim. You staked your claim all legal, and I got plenty of land for my cattle without worrying about your little piece.
Well, now that I hit a pocket of gold, I am worried, though. Well, what if my claim turns out to be illegal?
Jim, I'm glad you found gold after all your years of prospecting. And if it turns out your claim is on my land, well, I'll sell it back to you for $1 cash. How's that?
Oh, doggone it. No wonder everybody calls you the Mayor of Mule Mesa. I'll bet there ain't another man in the West as fair and square as you are.
Oh, I just like people. And I figure this land is rich enough for all of us. Now, stop worrying, Jim, and head for the county seat and get your claim all straightened out.
I sure will. One more thing, Mayor.
What's that, Jim?
I got a good-sized bag of dust here that I took out of the claim. Suppose you could lock it up in your safe for a while?
Why, sure I can. But it'd be just as safe with you.
Well, I don't know. Down there in town, there's a bunch of rannies that'd think nothing of murdering a feller for a bag of gold half as big as this one.
Bill, if we don't get to a town pretty soon, I'm going to drop right out of this saddle and take me a siesta wherever I happen to hit the ground.
You won't find any towns for a while yet. We can stop at the mayor's house and maybe spend the night there.
What kind of talk is that? How can you have a mayor without having a town for him to be mayor of? I mean, well, how come there's a mayor when there ain't no... Oh, I don't know what I mean.
This man's called the mayor because he takes care of everybody's troubles in this part of the country, Jingles. I just wish we had more like him in the West.
Well, I got a few troubles I wish you'd take care of. I'm hungry and I'm tired and I'm sleepy and saddle sore and dusty and sunburned. Oh, and I'm broke, too.
Sounds like you have too many troubles even for the mayor. Pull up. Who, Buckshot?
Oh, Joker. Were them shots meant for us, Bill?
I don't think so. I didn't hear any slugs coming our way.
Well, the shots are right behind those trees.
Tie the horses. Let's sneak up and have a look.
Here we go again. Always somebody has to start something.
Don't make too much noise. I haven't heard a sound since the shots. No telling where he is.
Bill, I hear voices.
Yeah. Wait.
Now, don't shoot me again. I haven't done it.
Come on, stop stalling, you old coot.
You left your plane with a bag of the stuff.
No.
You did too. I've been watching you for days. Now, where's the gold?
Come on, Jingles.
Yeah, that ornery old farmer will kill the old man.
Come through with the gold or I'll leave you for the buzzards.
I haven't got it.
Let's hurry.
Not so fast.
Bill. Oh!
Jingles.
What's that?
Get up, Jingles.
Yeah, I tripped, Bill.
He ducked into those trees. He's running for his horse.
Let's get him. Bill, I'm hit. I'm shot.
Jingles.
Hey, Charlie, come over here. I got a little problem.
Well, what's the matter now, Slim? Somebody steal your Kellogg's Rice Krispies?
Heck no, it ain't as bad as all that. What I've been trying to figure out is which one of the little rascals are going to snap and which ones are going to go pop and which one of them's are saying crackle. Thought maybe you could help me.
Now, Slim, I'm afraid I can't help you any there, but I can tell you why they go snap, crackle, pop. The answer to that is that they want to let everybody know how fresh and crisp they are. Once you taste Kellogg's Rice Krispies, you'll see that they aren't just a kiddin' either. Yes, sir, Wranglers, those Kellogg's Rice Krispies are sure a treat. Now, if you've got a favorite kind of fruit or berry, try it on top of a bowl of Rice Krispies. Then I'll just bet you'll be saying it never tasted so good. Try that tomorrow morning. Be sure Mom gets you a package of Rice Krispies when she shops. Now let's sing our song. Are you ready?
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. Let's march right up to the table now. Rice Krispies taste the best, and how? Snap, crackle, pop. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Remember to ask Mom real nice to get you a package of the world's only talking cereal, Kellogg's Rice Krispies. When Bill and Jingles stumbled onto what looked like a holdup, they determined to take a hand. But when Jingles tripped and fell down with a crash, the frightened bandit threw a storm of lead at them. During the shooting, Jingles shouted,
Bill! I'm hit! He got me!
Where'd he hit you, partner?
Oh, all over. Oh, what's he doing with his shotgun?
That was no shotgun. Here, let me have a look at you.
Oh, I'm full of buckshot, Bill. I can feel those hot little spots all over me.
You're not shot.
I'm not?
No, you're full of cactus thorns. Now climb out of that prickly pear bush and let's go.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. I thought I was really shot.
Looks like our bandit got away from us. He jumped his horse and took off through the trees.
Ouch! Oh, these thorns hurt. Let's get the horses and go after him, Bill.
Let's go see the old man he was after first. Here, down this way.
Oh, more cactus. I think I'd rather have the buckshot.
Watch where you're going. I don't get stuck.
But you can get between the bushes. I sort of kind of overlap on both sides.
We're down the trail now. Here, over this way.
There you be. Oh, over here, stranger.
Bill, he's been shot.
Yeah.
You fellers come along just in time.
I guess we did it that, old-timer. You hurt very bad?
I got a crease across my ribs. But if he'd pulled that trigger again, I'd have had one plumb center. He was getting pretty mad.
Any idea who he was?
Well, I've seen him before. Drifter. Come through here a couple of days ago. A real thieving polecat if I ever seen one.
What did he want from you?
He wanted my... Hey, now, wait a minute. I don't know who you fellas are. You helped me out all right, but for all I know, you could be after something, too.
Well, right now, we're after the sidewinder that held you up, Pa.
Maybe I'd better introduce myself. Hickok's the name.
Hickok?
That's right, Wild Bill Hickok. And I'm Jingle.
Well, Dad, burn it, this is wonderful. I've heard the mayor speak of you many times.
You know the mayor, do you?
Well, sure do. Don't know what the folks around here do if it weren't for that fine old gentleman. Why, he's the one who's been taking care of my gold.
Your gold?
Yep, I struck it rich. Mayor's keeping a fortune in dust in his safe for me. That's what that polecat was after when he gunned me.
You're lucky we came along, too.
Hold it. That isn't one of our horses.
Up, you crowbait! Get up!
Who's that?
It's that Robin gunslinger again. He doubled back.
Let's go get him, Bill.
Okay, Jingles. Can you ride, mister?
Sure. And my name's Jackson. Jim Jackson. But I ain't got no horse. Just got my two burros.
Why don't you round them up and meet us at the mayor's ranch?
Sure. We'll get our horses and see if we can catch that snake. I'm getting a little tired of dodging his lad.
Okay, you go ahead. But if you catch him, save him for me, will you?
be the place, all right. Slow down, you jughead. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There, look who's out in front. Mighty pretty little sage hen. Oh, I didn't know the mayor had a daughter. Whoa there. Whoa, I said, whoa. Yeah, howdy, ma'am. I'm looking for the man they call the mayor hereabouts.
That's my father, Ed Martin. I'm Sally.
My name's Daniels, Miss Martin. Duke Daniels. I sort of got some business to take up with your father.
Won't you come in? Lots of folks come here with business for father to take care of. I guess that's why he's called the mayor.
Yeah, you just lead the way, ma'am.
Right through here.
My business with your dad won't take very long, I don't think.
You know my father, Mr. Daniels?
No, I've just heard about him.
I'm sure he'll be glad to help you. Here's his study. Dad?
Yes, Sally?
This is Mr. Daniels. He says he has some business to take up with you.
Well, come right in, Mr. Daniels. Glad to help if I can.
Yeah, you can, all right. I won't waste no words. You got some gold that belongs to an old prospector I met down the trail. I want it.
Jim Jackson?
Yeah, that's him.
He asked you to get it and give you a paper or something?
Nope. Just told me you had it. Now, he wouldn't have done that if he didn't want me to have it, would he?
He might.
I'm in a hurry, Mayor. Just hand over the gold.
Sorry, I've got to have some legal proof. That gold belongs to Jim Jackson.
It belongs to me now.
Dad, he's got a gun.
This is legal enough for me.
Watch him, Dad.
I'm watching him. Get out of the way, Sally.
Stay where you are. I want you both in front of this gun.
Run, Sally!
Blast you! Trip me, will you, so she can go for help, huh? I'll fix you.
Not without a fight, you won't.
Don't try that with me again.
Pistol whipping me. Why don't you fight fair?
Because I like to win, that's why. Now, where's the gold?
You horse thief. You're not gonna get any gold that's in this house.
Stop yapping, Pop. Get the stuff for me. Never mind. But it's in that little safe over there.
This safe's locked, and I'm not gonna open it.
Oh, I think maybe you will.
Oh, I know I won't open it. Not if you kill me.
Mr. Mayor, maybe you just signed your death warrant.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna get a little action, Mayor, by pulling the trigger.
How much farther to the mayor's house, Bill?
Not too far, Jingles. I just hope we get there before that road agent does.
Oh, I think you're worrying too much. How do we know he's headed there?
When Jim Jackson was telling us about the gold, this bushwhacker was hiding in the trees not 50 feet away. You can hear a long way when it's quiet out here.
Well, we'll find out pretty soon.
Look, Jingles, here comes a rider.
Yeah, he's sure lathering his horse, too.
You're wrong, Jingles. He isn't. She is.
You mean that's a girl?
Sure is, and from the looks of that long yellow hair, I'd say it was Sally Martin.
Well, who's Sally Martin?
Ed Martin's daughter. He's the mayor. Rein up there. Ho, Buckshot.
Ho, ho, Joker, ho.
Whoa, Barney, whoa! Hello, come quick and help me, Bill! Well, Bill Hickok.
Hello, Sally.
I'm Jingles.
You never met my deputy, Sally.
Hello, Jingles. Bill, come quick. Dad's in trouble.
I thought so. Let's go, Buckshot.
Get along, Joker. Get along. You heard what Bill said. Ha, ha, ha!
You sure start in a hurry when somebody asks for help, Bill. You don't even know what's wrong.
Now, I've got a good hunch. A stranger came to your house and tried to get some gold that your dad's keeping for Jim Jackson.
How'd you know that?
We ran into the same stranger just after he'd finished working Jim over.
Oh, was Jim hurt?
Well, not too much, ma'am. He's got a little bullet crease in his side, but he's coming along on his burro.
This stranger seemed all right until he suddenly pulled a gun. Dad tripped him and I ran to get help. I'm afraid of what he might have done to Dad, Bill.
What did he look like?
He was tall and dark. Said his name was Duke Daniels.
Duke Daniels?
Yeah, that's the man we came out here to get, ain't it, Bill?
Sure is. If he's after that gold, your dad's in real trouble. Let's go. Faster, Buckshot. Come on.
Move out, Joker. Go, boy. Bill smells trouble. Ha, ha, ha!
Here we are, Bill. I hope we're not too late.
I don't see a horse around. Maybe Daniels has left.
Probably has. But I'm worrying about the mayor first. Move, Buckshot.
Whoa, whoa.
They were in Dad's study. just inside the door.
Take it easy, Sally. We'll soon know what's happened.
Doggone, I'm having trouble keeping up.
It's right through here. Dad?
Steady now. He's been pistol whipped.
Well, now, what kind of a skunk would do that to a nice old man?
Is he dead, Phil?
I don't think so. I thought Daniels might have shot him.
Well, I smell powder smoke, though. There's been some shooting in here.
Look, the safe.
That's it. Daniel shot the lock clear off of it and cleaned it out.
We're too late. But I'm worried about Dad more than the gold right now.
He's breathing all right, Sally. Get some water and a clean cloth. We'll fix him up.
All right, Bill. I'll be right back.
She sure is a good, steady gal, ain't she?
One of the best, Jingles.
Yeah, pretty, too.
Jingles, while I'm working on the mayor, take a look around outside and see if you can find which way that snake headed.
Sure, Bill. We going after him?
As soon as we can. You might water the horses, too. We may be riding for quite a while.
Okay, I won't be long.
I've got the things for Bill, Jingles. You going out?
Oh, just going to take care of the horses and have a look around.
Well, the watering trough's right out by the barn.
Thank you, Sally. Yeah, it's nice and peaceful out here. You'd never know all this stuff had been happening. Hi there, Joker. I'll just take you and Buckshot out and get you a drink. Might have some riding to do. You two don't know what's going on, do you? Oh, you do, huh? Well, I guess you should. You've carried Bill and me after varmints just as mean as this Daniels critter. You get tired and thirsty just like we do, and you get shot at like we do, and when we catch him, Bill and me get all the credit. Seems like there ought to be something for horses like you two. Oh, is that right? You don't want the credit. All you want is a drink and some hay. Well, here's a watering trough. You just help yourself, and I'll step into the barn and see if I can rustle you some alfalfa. It sure is a big barn. Great big hayloft up there. Hey!
Freeze, fat boy, and get those hands up.
Oh, so you're still here?
Shut up and come on inside where I can keep a good bead on you.
And what if I don't?
I'll fill you full of lead. Then I'll gun down that partner of yours and the girl when they come running out to see what happened to you.
Well, now maybe we can just spoil that little plan.
Try it, and you're a big, fat corpse.
Now, you stop calling me fat. Bill! Bill!
Shut up!
Bill!
Down here on the ranch, Wranglers, most all of the cowpokes have a nickname of some sort or other. Names like Tex, Utah, Curly, or Slim. And say, Slim, how long have you had that nickname?
Why, Charlie, I've been called Slim for so long that I can't even hardly remember what my real name is. Down at the bunkhouse, we got a nickname for most everything.
Yeah, so they told me. I hear you fellas have got a nickname for Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
Yep. When we cowboys get gabbing about Kellogg's Rice Krispies, it goes by the name of Snap, Crackle, Pop. Take, for instance, when the fellows head out for some breakfast, it's always, let's go grab us a bowl of Snap, Crackle, Pop. And, Charlie, there ain't a soul down in the bunkhouse that don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Slim, I guess when people talk about Kellogg's Rice Krispies, they just naturally think about Snap, Crackle, Pop. Why, it's just as natural to think about Rice Krispies that way as it is for Rice Krispies to start sounding off with Snap, Crackle, Pop when you pour a little milk or cream on them. And if you sprinkle a few berries or put a few slices of banana over them, you've got yourself a feast fit for a king. Now, why don't all you Wranglers start tomorrow morning with a bowl of Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal? Just make sure you got a box on hand. When Jingles stepped into the barn of the mayor's ranch, he found the outlaw Duke Daniels hiding in the hayloft, gun in hand. As Jingles yelled for Bill and ducked, Daniels fired. And back in the house, Bill heard the shots.
Bill, that's Jingles. He yelled for help.
Not for help, Sally. When Jingles hollers like that, it's to warn me. You stay here and keep out of the way.
Be careful, Bill.
I will.
Look out for him, Bill. He's in the hayloft.
Cover me, Jingles. I'll get to that tree.
I'll make him keep his head in. He won't don't stick his head out now. How are we going to get up there and get him, Bill?
I don't know. Take a look in the door and see where he is.
All right. Hey, that one went right through my hat. You trying to get my ears shot off?
I didn't expect you to really look in. I just wanted him to think you were going to do so I could run across to you.
Yeah, well, next time, say what you want. Now that you're here, what's next?
Well, we've got all this baled hay to protect us. We should be able to find some way to get to him.
I can hear you, Hickok. Try coming up here after me, and it'll be the last thing you'll ever do.
We'll get you eventually, Daniels. We've got more ammunition, and we got more time than you have. You ducked right into a trap.
I've gotten out of tighter traps than this one.
How you gonna do it?
I'll show you how.
Billy's shooting at our horses.
Yeah. They're tied to the trap. They can't get away.
You yellow coyote, cut that out.
Both of you go back in the house and give me a chance to make a break, or I'll kill them 2 nags of yours.
Jingles, grab that rope and start pulling me up to that hayloft.
You mean with that pulley thing that lifts up the hay?
Yeah, and keep talking to him.
Well, how about it? I didn't hear an answer.
We'll give you an answer in a minute.
I want an answer right now, or it's 2 dead horses.
All right, you'll win.
How do we know you'll let us get to the house?
You'll have to take your chances, Hickok.
I've got my foot in the hook, Jingles. Start pulling.
Okay. You'll probably shoot us in the back when we're halfway there. I think maybe we'll just wait and smoke you out.
It's too bad you said that, fat boy. Too bad for those horses of yours.
Hey, I don't mind you shooting at us, but horses can't fight back.
Yeah, what do I care? The next shot won't be close. It'll be plumb center. Hey, what's that noise?
That's just us moving around. We're going, Daniel. You can have all the start you want.
And now you're making sense. How about you, Hickok? Hickok, where are you?
Stick your head out and see for yourself where he is.
You're not catching me with that trick. What's going on out there? Hickok!
Here I am, Duke.
Oh, my hand!
There goes your gun.
I'll get you for that.
I don't see how without that Colt in your hand. But if you want to try it, here goes my gun into the haystack.
Okay, Marshal. I'd like nothing better than to beat you down with my bare hands.
Here's your chance.
You don't have it coming up.
Here's one for Jim Jackson.
Here's one for Button In.
And here's one for the mayor.
Here's one for...
And here's 2 for Buckshot and Jumper.
Bill, you dropped him.
Yeah. He'll wake up, Jingles. You can take him on into town.
Well, it'll be a pleasure to haul that varmint off to jail. Anybody who's mean to old men and horses about as low as he can get.
Don't let him escape on the way, Jingles.
Don't worry, Bill. If he should slip away from me, I'll just tell Joker that this is the skunk that was shooting at him. That horse of mine will run him down if he tries to hide in a prairie dog hole.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
Thanks for being with us, folks. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you again on Monday.
Right, Guy. And we've got a pip of a story for you called Blind Trail. You won't want to miss it, really.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Rice Krispies.
It's the world's only talking cereal.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Kellogg's Rice Krispies are great. So long.
See you Monday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Nancy Shields, Fred Howard, Joe Duvall, and Tom Holland. Our story was written and directed by Paul Pierce. Music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Monday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok rides a blind trail. Now, this is Charles Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal. Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal. And Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Case for tonight, conspiracy.
It is 2 p.m., the afternoon of October 17th, 1926. Captain Clint Stinson of Texas Ranger Company B is seated in his office. Across the desk from him sits a woman sobbing bitterly.
They killed him, I tell you. They shot him down in cold blood the way they'd shoot a dog.
Now get a grip on yourself, Mrs. Wendell.
Oh, help me. Please help me. Ed was a good man. Our baby's only 7 months old. Now Ed is dead, and the man who killed him is walking the streets of Crescent as though nothing happened.
Crescenta?
Yes, in Ames County. That's where I came from.
I see. Some pretty funny things have been happening in Ames County. Who was the man who killed your husband?
A man named Ray Thorpe. It happened 4 days ago. But he wasn't even arrested. The grand jury said that according to the evidence, he killed Ed in self-defense.
Any witnesses testify to that?
Yes, 3 of them. But they were lying. They were lying. My Ed never carried a gun in his life.
Are you sure of that? A wife doesn't always know.
I knew. Why can't you help me? What kind of a world am I living in? What kind of a world am I bringing my baby up in when his father could be killed without anybody even lifting a hand?
Now, just take it easy, Mrs. Wendell, please.
Yes, Captain.
Get me a Sheriff Porch at Crescenta in Ames County.
Yes.
What are you calling him for?
I want to help you, Mrs. Wendell, if there's anything that calls for help.
You won't get the truth from Sheriff Porch. You said yourself that funny things are happening in Ames County.
Funny things are liable to happen in any county where there's a big oil strike. Drifters and floaters crowd in. You can't always condemn a sheriff for what happens.
You mean it's just too bad if a man gets murdered?
I didn't say that, ma'am. Yes.
Sheriff Porch, Captain. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hello, Captain Stinson. How are you?
Fine, Sheriff. I'd like a little information.
Sure thing. What about?
Man named Ed Wendell, shot and killed in Crescenta by a man called Ray Thorpe.
Well, there ain't much I can tell you, Captain. Thorpe killed Wendell in self-defense. Wendell's always been, well, sort of a hothead, troublemaker. Started to fight with Thorpe and pulled a gun on him. Thorpe had to kill him to save his own hide.
I understand there were witnesses.
There sure were, 3 of them. And one of the 3 was my deputy. Open and shut case.
I see. Well, thanks, Sheriff. Just checking.
What brought the case to your mind? You have some sort of a complaint?
Wendell's wife thinks he was murdered in cold blood.
Well, Captain, you know women. Can't believe anything wrong about the men folks.
That happens. Thanks, Sheriff.
Anytime. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You don't have to say anything. I know what he told you.
Mrs. Wendell, I'm sorry, but there's nothing much I can do.
He left the house smiling, waving to the baby. And he never came back. And they wouldn't even let me see him again after he was killed.
What's that? Mrs. Wendell, are you telling me that you never saw your husband's body after he was dead?
No, they wouldn't let me. They said it was a law because of the way he got killed.
There's no law like that. Are you sure you're telling me the truth?
Why would I lie to you?
You never saw the body.
No, I tell you, they buried him in the county cemetery. the day after he was killed.
Do you know if an autopsy was performed?
I don't know.
I see. Mrs. Wendell, if I can get an order to have your husband's body exhumed, will you give your permission?
Oh, yes, but... Oh, they won't let you do it.
They're not going to know it's being done.
Yes, Captain.
Put out a call for Jace Pearson. Tell him to report to me immediately. And bring Steve Clark in, too. Then get me headquarters at Austin.
By late afternoon, Captain Stinson had a magistrate's authorization to exhume the body of Ed Wendell. Later the same night, Texas Rangers Jace Pearson and Steve Clark, accompanied by a medical examiner and Mrs. Wendell, were at the Ames County Cemetery, 3 miles from the county seat at Crescenta.
Box lid is almost clear, Jace.
All right, Steve, hold it. See if we can get the top off now. Want to flash that light down here, Doc?
Oh, yeah, sure, Jace.
Mrs. Wendell,
Yes?
maybe you better go wait in the car, ma'am.
No, I'm all right.
She'll have to identify the body anyhow, Jace.
I guess you're right. All right, Steve, let's get the cover off.
Right. Yeah, that's got it.
Just lift it up over the edge of the hole.
Yeah.
Body's completely covered with a sheet.
Yeah. We'll lift it out to you.
I got this end.
All right, lift.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get a hold now. Yeah, I'll help you. All right, that does it.
Boost me, Jace, and I'll pull you up.
Right.
All right, now grab my wrist. Got it. Hey, we'll have to replace the cover and shovel the grave in again.
We can do that as soon as Mrs. Wendell identifies the body. I hate to ask you like this, ma'am.
It's all right. I know he's dead, so what can it matter?
Jace, you got a pocket knife. Have to slit this sheet.
Yeah, here, Doc.
Yeah. Well, Mrs. Wendell?
Yes.
Don't look anymore, ma'am. Better take her to the car, Steve. Come on, ma'am. There's nothing more you can do. Just a sheet on him. Didn't even bury him with his clothes.
Yeah, it wasn't even embalmed. There's something strange here, Jace. Here, help me roll the body over. Pull that sheet down further.
Sure.
No marks on the head and the chest. Here. Here's what we're looking for.
Yeah. This man was shot, all right. Shot in the back. The medical examiner took the body into the funeral parlor, and Steve Clark took Mrs. Wendell home. It was after 2 a.m., but what I had to do couldn't wait. I located the home of the county attorney, Lou Morrison, a ranch about 10 miles out of Crescenta. I got him out of bed.
Oh, what's on your mind this time of night, Ranger?
Official business.
Seems to me you could have waited and come to the courthouse in town in the morning.
A few men I'm after might be disappearing from town by morning. I had to wake you up. I need some warrants.
Warrants? For somebody in Crescenta?
Yeah. The first one for a man named Ray Thorpe.
On what charge?
The murder of Ed Wendell.
Thorpe killed Wendell in self-defense. He's already been exonerated by the grand jury.
Look, Mr. Morrison, I've just come from the cemetery. We exhumed Wendell's body.
A body can't be exhumed without an order?
We had an order from a magistrate at the other end of the county. And Wendell's body proves Thorpe couldn't have killed him in self-defense because Wendell was shot in the back.
That's impossible.
Did you see the body before he was buried?
Well, no, I didn't. But there were witnesses.
The witnesses lied. Mr. Morrison, I want a murder warrant for Ray Thorpe.
All right, Ranger. You seem to have some evidence. I'll go into my office and write them up. We can get Judge Paget to sign them.
Thanks.
I'll have to dress. You, said that you wanted several warrants.
That's right. 3 more beside Thorpe's.
For who?
For the witnesses who claimed that Thorpe shot in self-defense.
On what charge?
That's a funny question from a county attorney. A charge of perjury before the grand jury. I got the warrants, but Morrison's attitude told me they weren't going to be easy to serve. I'd arranged to meet Steve Clark at an all-night cafe in Crescenta. He was waiting there.
Get the warrants?
Yeah.
Jace, there's something funny about this town. It smells to high heaven.
You can say that again. There's more to this than just a murder. The county attorney didn't want to cooperate, and one of Thorpe's witnesses is a deputy sheriff.
Yeah, it looks like the law is trying to cover Wendell's death, and I think I found out why.
Yeah?
Mrs. Wendell spilled it when I was taking her home. Said that her husband was planning on having some kind of a meeting at his house on the night of the day that he was killed.
She say what kind of a meeting?
Yeah, it's about the county elections coming up next month.
What about him?
Sheriff Porch and County Attorney Morrison are both running for re-election, but nobody's running against them.
Both unopposed candidates?
Yeah, that's why Wendell called a meeting. He didn't like it. He was fixing to stir the town up for a write-in vote.
How come Mrs. Wendell didn't mention that before?
I guess it didn't seem to have any connection with her husband getting killed by Thorpe.
You finished with your coffee?
Yeah.
Let's get those warrants served. This town's going to get awful hot. Thorpe works on a ranch out beyond the oil fields. I'll go out there and pick him up while you...
Hit the ground, Steve. Where'd it come from?
Caught a flash from the corner across the street.
There's something moving in the shadows there.
Let him have it.
He's mounted, Jace.
He cut through the alley. The field's behind town.
Can't get a shot at him now.
Come on, let's get our horses out of the trailer.
Right.
Keep back, everybody. Keep back. Come on, Sharky. Come on.
Come on, Longhorn. Come on. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. There he is, Jace, topping the rise.
He's not going to go far. His horse is breaking stride. Looks like he's gone lame.
Yeah, must have picked up a stone.
You'll have to leave him soon. He's out of sight now. Be careful after we cross the rim. He may run on foot and keep going, or he may drop into cover and try and pick us off.
Any way he wants to play is all right with me. Here's the top of the rise.
Hunch low in your saddle.
There's his horse, Jace, no rider.
Yeah, he's dismounted. Pull up fast and drop. Whoa, Charlie.
Whoa, Longhorn. He's in that clump of mesquite.
Yeah, I know it. Keep flat. The moon touches the top of that brush beside you. Reach over and nudge it. Draw fire.
Right. You get him?
I don't know. The skeet seems bent over like there's some weight on part of it. Crawl toward it. Keep your gun ready.
Better stay a few feet apart.
Yeah.
No sign of movement.
We'll know in a minute.
I can see a boot sticking out of the mesquite. Must be laying out flat.
He's hit all right. We can get up.
No more trouble with him, Jason. Right between the eyes. Some shot for hitting a man you couldn't see.
I knew he was firing a rifle. He had to be drawing a sight, so I just fired a little above and to the right of the flash.
Wonder who he is.
We'll find that out later. Better get his horse. We'll have to lead him back.
Yeah. Easy, boy. Easy now. Come on, we'll fix where it hurts.
Turn him a little, Steve. Let the moon hit this side of his saddle.
Yeah, around, boy. What do you see?
A couple of letters burned into the leather.
Yeah, look like initials. A-R-T.
Yeah, R.T. I guess we can tear up that warrant for Ray Thorpe.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Conspiracy, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
It was sunup when we got back to the main street of Crescenta. The town was waking up for the day, and shopkeepers and morning crews headed for work in the oil fields followed us to the funeral home. I was unstrapping Thorpe's body from my saddle when Sheriff Porch came through the crowd.
Let me through here, let me through. Well, howdy, Rangers.
Howdy.
Hello, Sheriff.
See you got Thorpe, all right.
About time somebody got him.
Yeah, I know. County attorney told me what you found out. Could have knocked me over with a feather.
I'll bet. All right, Steve, grab his feet. Let's carry him in.
Right. I'll get the door for you.
And put him down there.
All right. Sure is heavy. You tried to fight it out, huh?
Tried to ambush us, you mean? And somebody better explain how he knew we were after him.
Reckon you can blame me for that, Ranger.
What do you mean by that?
County attorney called me right after Judge Paget signed your warrants for you. I knew where Thorpe was hanging out, one of the hot spots outside the town. Thought I'd go out and pick him up for you. When I told him you was after him, he sort of caught me off balance and bolted.
Kind of convenient, Sheriff, especially since you let him out once before, after he'd shot a man in the back.
I didn't know that. I never looked at Wendell's body. I was home sick. My deputy handled the case.
Same deputy that said Thorpe shot in self-defense?
Yeah, same one, Joe Slade.
I got a warrant for him, too.
I know. That's why I got him locked up in a jail right now.
You're getting mighty cooperative, Sheriff.
Well, Slade was right with me when I heard you wanted him. I know my job. I'm trying to help you.
How about the other two witnesses Thorpe had? Rollo Kane and Arthur Sampson. I still got warrants for them.
You'll find them out in the oil field, I reckon. They got 2 operating wells, and they're drilling a 3rd, just past the old stockade north of town. You'll need horses. The road's too muddy for a car. I'll ride out with you.
Thanks, but we can handle it. You need a rest. You've been working too hard.
They're not drilling, Jace. They're just pulling the drill stem out of the hole.
Yeah, probably jumped a pin on the bit.
Funny thing, Kane and Sampson being mixed up in this Wendell killing. You think a couple of oil men with producing wells would be on the side of the law.
Something behind this we haven't hit yet, Steve. Man by the tool shed's watching us.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't seem to be doing much work. Maybe he's one of our boys.
Won't take long to find out. Be able to ask him in a second.
Yeah.
Oh,
boy.
Howdy, Rangers.
Howdy.
Hello. Like to talk to you for a minute. Mind telling your crew to knock off?
Sure thing. Hold it, boys. Cut fire. Ah, what's on your mind?
What's your name?
Kane. Rollo Kane.
Arthur Sampson around?
That's him. Up on top of the derrick, greasing the crown shift.
What's the matter down there, Rollo?
Tell him to come on down.
All right. Rangers want you to come down.
Send a hook up for me.
Just a second. Look, what's this all about?
I got warrants for you and your partner.
Oh? What for?
Perjury before the county grand jury.
You must have the wrong names, Range. I never testified for a grand jury.
Who are you trying to kid, mister?
Records will show whether you did or not, so if you didn't, you got nothing to worry about. Now get your partner down here.
All right. All right, boys, send a hook up. Look, you mind if I get my coat? It's right there in the tool shed.
Go ahead. I can watch you.
All right, thanks.
Look out, Jake! Cut that power!
Hey, drive clamps fell from the top of the derrick.
Yeah, hit right where we were standing. Thanks for the push.
Yeah.
Hey, you heard, Rangers? That come close to being a nasty accident.
It came close to being nasty, but I don't think it was close to being an accident.
What do you mean?
You know what I mean, Kane. Pretty convenient time for you to step into that tool shed.
Well, I'm just lucky, Ranger.
Starting right now, your luck's running out. All right, Sampson. You can climb down.
Sorry that happened, Ranger. I just knocked it off reaching for that hook.
If anything else falls from that derrick, you're going to come with it.
Oh, come on now, climb down.
All right, climb down.
No, man can't be too careful if he wants to live, Ranger. These oil fields can be dangerous.
There's something else can be dangerous, too, Kane. Something you're going to find out about.
Yeah? What's that?
Breaking the law in the state of Texas. We herded Kane and Sampson back to Crescenta and marched them into the jail.
All right, boys, step in.
Go ahead. I'll see you right to the cell.
You know the law, Ranger. Got to check your guns here in the office if you come inside the cell block gate. Unbuckle them and hang them in the cabinet.
All right. I want to talk to your deputy, Joe Slade, anyhow. Steve, you better take care of the horses.
Right, where'll I meet you?
We can eat at the cafe in about an hour.
Okay, Jace, I'll see you later.
All right, Sheriff. Go on, Kane. Move. You too, Sampson.
All right, we'll move.
You know you're not going to keep us here long, Ranger.
We'll see.
Your charge won't stand up.
Into the tank with Slade.
Was wondering when I was going to get company, Sheriff. I knew you wouldn't let your star deputy die lonesome.
Shut up, Joe.
Get out of the gateway and let these men in, Slade.
Sure, Ranger, sure. Come in, fella.
I want to talk to you, Slade.
Why, sure. You're Jace Pearson, ain't you? You got a reputation for being pretty good with the gun.
I'm still alive. Why did you lie to the grand jury?
Me? Well, you got the wrong boy, Ranger.
Oh, it's my office phone.
You going to give me the same story I got from your two pals?
That's right, Ranger. Same stuff.
Sure. Slade never appeared before the grand jury either. It's all your imagination, Ranger.
If the three of you have one brain to go around, you'll tell the truth. You're not in here without evidence. The grand jury records are being subpoenaed.
Listen to the man, fellas. He knows all about the law. You're in for a few surprises, Ranger. A few big surprises.
Seeing the three of you sent to Huntsville isn't going to be a surprise to me.
Ranger.
Yes, Sheriff. What? I see you got a gun, Sheriff. You're not supposed to bring a gun past the cell block gate either.
It won't do no harm. You don't make me use it.
You see, Ranger? Surprises, like I said.
Back away from that cell gate, Ranger. All right. Now you get in there with him.
What's the idea?
You're under arrest by order of the county attorney.
For what?
For the murder of Ray Thorpe.
The sheriff was showing his colors openly now. He was part and parcel of all that was crooked in Ames County. I was dumped into a cell with three men who would gladly kill me if I gave them the chance.
Don't stay off in the corner by yourself, Ranger.
That's far enough, Slade. I'm keeping this side of the cell for myself. Don't come past the middle, any of you.
Who's going to stop us? Sheriff is gone for the day.
Yeah, and since I'm in here, thanks to you, there ain't nobody on guard.
I didn't come to this town alone, you know.
If you're counting on help from that other ranger, don't get too happy about it. Probably somebody breathing down his neck right now, just like we're breathing down yours. Be too bad if you got to brooding about the way you killed Thorpe. Sheriff forgot to take your belt away, you might hang yourself. You got real broken up.
Sure. I might even stab myself with this.
Hey, he's got a knife. Lousy pocket knife. You think you're going to scare three of us with that?
No, not three of you. But I'm figuring it's good enough to scare one of you. The one who comes at me first. You better get together and figure out which one of you it's going to be. Because he's the one who's going to get killed before I do. I didn't dare sleep. I had to watch every move they made. There was no sign of Steve Clark. In the morning, the sheriff came in. He took Kane, Sampson, and Slade out for the arraignment before the judge. When he came back, he didn't bring them back with him.
Here's some food for you.
Stop playing, Sheriff. You know I'm not going to eat anything you give me.
Suit yourself. You may be here a long time.
Longer than most of your prisoners stay. What happened to him?
If it's any of your business, Judge Paget released him. No evidence.
You call grand jury records no evidence?
Seems like the grand jury records have been misplaced.
I suppose the county attorney took care of that. This town's going to come down around your ears, Sheriff. You can't...
What's that?
Maybe what I've been expecting. What happened to Steve Clark?
Well, how should I know?
You mean you don't know whether your men got him or not?
Well, you couldn't have gotten away.
What's your hurry, Sheriff?
All right, now keep your hands away from that gun cabinet, Sheriff.
Captain Stinson.
Jace!
I'm all right, Steve.
Have you out in a minute, Jace. Take the keys, Steve.
You can't let him out. He's my prisoner.
We've got a writ for him, and to keep the record straight, Sheriff, you're mine.
Howdy, boy.
Glad to see you, Steve. I was afraid you caught one in the back.
No, not quite. They tried to take me after I left here, but I got away on Longhorn and outrun them. Had to ride cross country most of the night to get to a phone.
Let's go. We got a lot to clean up.
Yeah. Captain's got a lot of information on what there is to clean up.
Yeah, I sure have. Things that Porch could have told you, Jace. Porch is a rich man, aren't you, Porch?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about bank accounts all over the state. Big, fat accounts belonging to you and to County Attorney Morrison and Judge Paget. I've been checking on you for 2 days.
You can't prove nothing wrong about that.
Yes, we can, Sheriff. We've just come from the courthouse. Your friends didn't have time to burn all the records.
You're getting a little pale, Sheriff.
It was just business, that's all.
Nice business. You and others like you forming a combine to rob the people of this county. We can convict you on 50 conspiracy counts, along with complicity in Wendell's murder.
But killing Wendell wasn't my idea. Morrison ordered it when Wendell started to raise a fuss about the administration.
That's all I wanted to hear. Jace, you and Steve go after Morrison. He's not in town. Must be at his ranch.
What about the others?
We had a shooting match with Sampson and Kane as we left the courthouse. They were making a run in the car. Some of our boys took them to the hospital for patching up.
How about Joe Slade?
No trace of him, but I got a hunch we'll find him with Morrison. Morrison's accounts show Slade's on his payroll. Probably burning more papers out at the ranch.
Let's go. On the ride to County Attorney Morrison's ranch, Steve Clark gave me the inside on the gigantic racket that had been working in Ames County.
Yeah, Jace, Captain dug it all up. When the oil strike came, Morrison's crowd bought up county land at auction, but no auctions were actually held. Of course, Morrison and his pals didn't take the land in their own names. They turned it over to men like Kane and Sampson. Strong-arm boys who'd give them a kickback.
But there must have been some of the townsmen known what was going on.
Sure they did, but they were scared stiff. Didn't always take force to do it either. How can you fight a crook when he's in control of the law you had to fight him with? A couple of men who wanted to run for office were beaten out of the idea. That's why Morrison and Porch had no opposition.
There's Morrison's ranch up ahead.
Yeah, I see it. Hey, Jace, look, there's a car coming down the ranch road.
Really raising dust, too.
Step on it. Block them off the intersection before they get on this highway.
We'll beat them to it, all right.
Hey, they spotted us. Car's turning.
And we're almost the ranch road.
Keep low. You get cut, Jace?
No, get their tires when I turn in after them.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Hey, they turned turtle.
Come on. Out. Look out, Steve. That Slade breaking for the trees. I'll get him. You dig Morrison out of the wreck.
Right.
You miss, Slade.
I won't miss again.
You're going to have to step out and take better aim than that.
I got Morrison, Jace.
You up, Slade. We'll lick.
You better listen to him, Slade.
All right, Ranger. Guess it'd be crazy to shoot it out. I'm coming. I'm dropping my gun.
Both hands up. Get that arm from behind your back.
I can. I hurt my arm and my back when the car turned.
Watch him, Jace! Oh! Come on, Morrison. Still had one rattlesnake trick left, didn't he?
Yeah. His last one. We'll send somebody out for his body. All right, Morrison, let's get back to town. My company should have all your friends rounded up by now, including that phony grand jury you stacked.
You won't keep us long.
I wouldn't bet on that, Morrison. You won't be handling the prosecution this time, and the judge won't be one of your partners. Get moving, mister. You got a long way to go.
The Ames County conspiracy was smashed, and 12 key men were convicted and sentenced to jail terms ranging from 10 to 50 years. Since then, Ames County has become a model American community.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
Texans are mighty proud of their state, and the story that best illustrates that pride has made the rounds for many years. It was started by an old Texas Ranger whose son was going off to war. In parting, the Ranger gave him this advice. Son, you're going to be with fellas from all over the world. There's one thing you must never do. Never ask a man where he's from. If he's from Texas, he'll tell you. And if he isn't, don't embarrass him by asking. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Lillian Vyeth, Herb Ellis, Ken Christie, Byron Kane, Tom McKee, Lamont Johnson, and Herb Vigran. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow evening, Gordon MacRae sings for you as the Railroad Hour presents a melodic adaptation of One Touch of Venus. Gordon's guest for tomorrow's Railroad Hour production is Ginny Sims. The Telephone Hour tomorrow brings you celebrated contralto Marian Anderson as featured artist. Miss Anderson will offer a group of spirituals and operatic selections accompanied by Donald Voorhees and the orchestra. Phil Baker asks the $64 question next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, first cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A nightclub manager has been robbed and killed. The killers made good their escape. Their identity is unknown. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, April 7th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from R&I, and it was 1:46 p.m. when I got to the interrogation room. Find anything? No, they're checking it now. Mr. Seaton?
Yes, Sergeant?
I wonder if you'd mind going over all that happened just once more. You might have forgotten something, some little thing that might help us here.
All right. Where do you want me to start? Where I came in this morning?
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Well, I came into work about 8:30.
Is that the time you usually get there?
Yes, sir. It depends what time I catch my bus. Usually it's about then, though.
Was Mr. Kelby there then?
Yeah, he usually gets in around 8 or so, comes in, looks the place over. You know, checks the register, liquor supply in the bar, stuff like that. And then he goes to his office to count the money for the night before, get the deposit slip ready for the bank. That's what he was doing this morning when they came in.
You see him come in?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen when those two men came in. First, I thought they were salesmen. Both of them were dressed kind of nice. A lot of salesmen come in to see Kelby that time in the morning. I didn't figure anything was wrong.
They say anything to you, these men?
Well, no, not at first. They just stood there looking the place over. I went on peeling my potatoes. And then I heard one of them say that he guessed they might as well get it over with, and that's when they pulled the guns and told me it was a stick-up.
Go ahead.
Well, first, I didn't know quite what to do. I asked them if they was kidding, not to pull jokes like that, and I told them if it was a joke, it wasn't very funny. And then the big one come over and told me to keep my mouth shut, told me it wasn't any joke, and if I made a sound, they'd just soon blow my head off and look at me. Well, you just know I wasn't about to cause any trouble.
Did Mr. Kelby know they were in the place?
No, not then. You see, he keeps the door to his office closed when he's counting the money, and I thought about yelling to him, but then when I looked at those two guys, I thought about what they'd said about killing me. I decided not to.
What'd these men do then?
The tall one walked over to the door of Mr. Kelby's office and knocked on the door, and Mr. Kelby said for him to come in. And they opened the door and walked in. He saw the guns, asked them what they wanted. Told them they better get out of there with those guns, not to cause any trouble. The little one laughed at him and said they wanted the money and that Kelby was the one who shouldn't cause any trouble.
I see. Go ahead.
Well, the little one started to pick up the money and stuff it in his pockets, and Mr. Kelby told him they better leave it alone, that he had friends to take care of him. And the two of them said something I couldn't hear. The little one told Kelby that his friends wouldn't do him any good. That's when they shot him.
Which one actually shot him?
Oh, the little one. He's the one who said that thing about the friends.
Well, did you try to do anything to help Kelby while all this was going on?
Well, what could I do? I told you what those guys said. Kelby wanted to be a hero, save the money, fine. I wasn't his money, it belonged to the owners. Look, I tell you, Sergeant, money isn't worth that much. They nail you into that box, and they don't throw a bank book in. Those guys told me to stay put, I stayed put.
What did these two fellas do after they shot Kelby?
Well, the big one was real surprised, like he didn't know the little one was going to do it. Yelled at him he was a fool, said he was a stupid fool. Those were his exact words. The little guy finished getting all the money, and then they ran out. Well, I'll tell you, I was scared to death they were going to kill me, too. It looked like it for a minute, too.
How do you mean?
Well, when they ran through the kitchen of the back door, a little one stopped and asked what they was going to do about me. I thought, sure, my number was up. Big one said not to make it any worse, to leave me alone. Then they ran out of the place. And boy, that's when I called the cops and those other guys, out there in the car. And then you came. And the rest you know.
Now, you're sure that you've never seen any one of these men before?
No, sir, I'm pretty sure I haven't.
I wonder if you can give us some kind of a description on these two men.
Yeah, the big one was about 6 feet 2, maybe 3. Weighed about 180, 200. Dark, black curly hair.
Anything special about him, the way he talked, any scars, anything like that?
No, nothing.
How was he dressed, can you remember?
Yeah, he had on a gray suit. Glen plaid, had kind of red in it, The suit looked expensive. He had black shoes, a maroon tie.
Now, how about the smaller one? What did he look like?
Oh, he was a little one, 5, 6, or 7, 130, 35 pounds. He was dark, too, black hair, cut real short.
Uh-huh. How about his clothes?
Had on a blue suit. Looked like a gabardine. Single-breasted, light blue. Had on a yellow shirt and dark blue tie.
Would you know if there were any marks or scars on him?
Oh, yeah, he had a little tiny scar right here. On the edge of his mouth.
Uh-huh.
Made him look like he was smiling all the time.
Well, these are very good descriptions, Mr. Seaton. They're going to help us a lot here.
Yeah, well, like I said, I wasn't about to be a hero and try to stop these two, but I knew that you'd want to know what they looked like, so I tried to get all the dope I could.
We understand. Now, during the holdup, did either of these men use any names? One of them call the other by a name, anything like that?
Oh, let me think about that. Yeah, there was something. While they were in the office, while the little guy was picking up the money, the big one said, "Hurry up, Deuce." Yeah, he called him Deuce.
That was a smaller one?
Uh-huh, that's right, Deuce.
Joe? Yeah. I'll ask the stats office to make a run on the descriptions and MO for us. Check the oddity and the moniker file in the R&I office and see if they can come up with a deuce or anything on the scar. That'll be fine, Frank. Thanks a lot.
Hey, you got cigarettes, Sergeant?
Yeah. There you go.
Thanks. Yeah, how about a match?
Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Yeah, it's a terrible thing, you know, Kelby being shot. I'll probably lose my job.
How's that?
I'll probably lose my job. The owners will figure, sure, I should have tried to stop those guys. Well, those are the breaks.
You said that when these men came in, the door to the manager's office was closed. Is that right?
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. Kelby always kept it closed when he counted the money, just like I said.
Uh-huh. Well, then it looks like the men knew that Kelby would be checking the money at that time, doesn't it? That they knew the layout of the place when they came in.
Yeah, you know, I never thought of that. By gosh, that's what must have happened. They sure seemed to know what was going on.
Anybody else that was usually around at that time, would you know? Anybody that might have known that the manager worked the accounts at that particular time?
No, there's nobody else around. But I don't think that Mr. Kelby kept it a secret about the money.
Was Kelby conscious at all after he was shot? Do you remember that?
Not more than a minute. I ran over to him right after the men left. I wanted to see if I could help, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, he was shot pretty bad. They'd hit him in the stomach. He was all doubled up. Terrible. He looked up at me and said, "I know." And his voice kind of trailed off. That's all. Just, I know.
Stats office is making the run, Joe. I got out the local and the APB on the suspects. Nothing that matches the name Deuce and nothing on the scar. Anything from the crime lab yet? No. Checked by the office. While I was there, Murphy called from Georgia Street. Anything? Yeah, not good. What? Kelby died, never regained consciousness. With the death of the victim, any information he might have given us about his killers was gone. The one witness to the murder was shown the mug books, but was unable to identify the suspects. Sergeants Gillen Cenas and Danny Galindo canvassed the neighborhood and came up with the driver of a bakery truck who thought he'd seen the killers leave the club. He told them that two men answering the description given us had walked out of the club and gotten into a late model Mercury sedan. He'd not been able to get the license number of the car, however. He was brought into the office and shown the mug books, but he was unable to point out the killers for us. In checking the neighborhood, Encinas and Galindo had come up with a waitress who had seen two men answering the description of the killers loitering around the area. She also described the Mercury sedan, but said that she hadn't paid much attention to it. Because of the smoothness with which the hold-up men had operated, indications led us to believe that they had been tipped off by somebody working for the club. Proceeding with this theory, we checked with the club owner, a Mr. John Watson. We found him in the kitchen of his home.
Hope you don't mind if I finish up here, officer.
No, not at all, Mr. Watson.
Guess it seems a little silly to you for a man to be in the kitchen. Kind of a hobby of mine, cooking.
Yes, sir?
Making a cheesecake. Got some friends coming over tonight. Figured a cheesecake might taste good later in the evening.
Yes, sir. You go right ahead. We just have a few questions we'd like to ask you.
About the robbery? Terrible thing. I don't understand why Kelby just didn't give him the money. Not give him any reason to shoot.
Do you have any idea who might have known that the money would be in the office at the time?
And almost everyone that worked in the place, not making mention of the salesman that came in. Would you hand me that rolling pin over there?
Yeah. Here you are.
Thanks. Crust to a cheesecake's important. That's one of the reasons I make it myself. Can't stand a soggy crust.
Yes. Are there any of your employees that you think might do a thing like this?
Well, that'd be hard to say. I didn't get around the club much. Once in a while, I'd drop by, chat with Kelby. He did the hiring and firing. As long as the place made money, I didn't interfere.
Well, the way it looks, it could be very likely that one of the employees did it. The men who pulled the job seem to know just what they were doing.
That right?
Yes, sir. I wonder if we could look through your employment records.
Sure, of course. Anything I can do to help out in this thing. Would you hand me that pan over there?
Where? This one?
Yeah. Thanks. Get this crust into it, and the cheesecake's about ready. Yeah, sure, you can look at the record. Don't see what that's going to show, but you're welcome to them.
What kind of a car do you drive, Mr. Watson?
New Lincoln. Just got it a couple of weeks ago.
Any of your employees drive a late model Mercury that you might know of?
No. Oh, like I said, I don't really have a lot to do with the actual operation of the club. Kelby took care of that. Good manager. Did a fine job.
Can you tell us how much money they took, sir?
No, near as we can tell, it came to a little over $1,100. Some of that was in checks, that we cashed for our customers. Well, that finishes that. Get this together. Now, get it in the oven. Looks good, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
You should taste it. Set it for 350 for 25 minutes, and that does it. Yeah. Now then, can I get you officers anything? Cup of coffee, something like that?
No, sir. If you just arrange for us to check your employment records.
Certainly. I'll call the club right away.
We'd appreciate that.
My brother-in-law's down there looking after things now. He's an idiot. Never could get a job on his own. I only hired him because my wife insisted on it. Yeah, he'd probably botch up the whole thing. Usually does.
Well, if you'd call him, sir.
How's Kelby's condition? Going to be laid up long?
Well, Mr. Kelby's dead, sir. We thought you knew.
No, I hadn't heard. Oh, I can hardly believe it. Such a ruthless thing, just terrible. Kelby was such a good man. Everybody that worked for him liked him. Didn't have an enemy in the world.
He had two. We went back 5 years into the employment records of the club. There were over 200 names. Each of them had to be checked out. Frank and I spent 2 months running them down. In all instances, the people interviewed had alibis, or else they could explain their action at the time of the robbery and killing. In each instance, if the person owned an automobile, it was checked. A broadcast and an APB had been gotten out on the late model Mercury seen at the club, but there had been no answers. No replies had come in on the descriptions of the two suspects. June 17th, we were checking out the last 3 names on the list. One of the 3, a David Adams, listed a rooming house on West 34th Street as his home address. We checked with the landlady, a Mrs. Elvia Collins.
Adams? Sure, he lives here, second floor front.
Wonder if we could talk to him, ma'am.
Sure, got no reason to say you can't. Come in.
Thank you, ma'am.
He isn't in right now. Went out about an hour ago. Said he had a lead on a job, and I sure hope he gets it. He's a couple of months behind in his rent.
That's right.
Sit down. Just take any chair.
Thank you, Miss Collins.
You officers like anything? Mint on the table there. Help yourself.
No, thank you. Adams give you any idea when he might be back?
No, he didn't say right out. I expect he'll be here by 6.
How's that, ma'am?
That's when we serve dinner. Mr. Adams hasn't missed more than 4 meals since he's been living here.
What's this Adams look like?
Oh, little man. Sort of like my first husband, little dried-up man.
How old would you say he is?
Well, I know exactly. Baked his birthday cake last Wednesday. 46 candles and 1 for luck.
About how tall would you say, ma'am?
5'6" or so.
How about his weight?
Maybe 120, and that'd have to be soaking wet. He's a real little man.
Is he dark or light?
I beg pardon?
His hair, is it dark or light?
Oh, light. A real silky hair, what little there is left of it. Funny the way he combs it. Never could figure it out why a man would comb his hair that way.
What's that, ma'am?
Well, you see, he's only got a little bit of hair on one side. He lets it grow real long, and then he combs it all the way over the top of his head, so it'll look like he's got a lot of hair. He really doesn't, though. It's silly. He's pretty vain about other things, too.
Does he have any friends in the building, Miss Collins?
Well, there's his 2 cousins. They've moved, though.
How long ago did they move?
Well, let's see. Must have been about 2-3 months ago. Yes, that much, anyway.
Well, what did these 2 cousins look like, Miss Collins? Can you describe them?
Well, you just bet I can. I had a lot of trouble with them 2, always drinking. First one, he was a big one. 6 feet, anyway. Had dark hair. Weighed maybe 200 pounds.
Miss Collins, how about his complexion?
Dark.
Anything outstanding about him?
Well, now, what do you mean outstanding?
Well, I mean anything about him that struck you as being different, maybe? Anything that attracted your attention, something like that?
No.
Well, what about the number 2 man? How old was he?
Well, he was a little younger. 35, or maybe 37, around there.
How tall would you say he was, Miss Collins?
Well, he was a little man. 5'6" or 7.
How much do you figure he weighed, would you know?
130 pounds or so.
How about his complexion?
Dark, just like the other one.
Anything outstanding about him? Scars, tattoos, maybe anything like that?
Yes, he had a scar. Right on the corner of his mouth. Made him look like he was smirking all the time. It was a real dirty look.
What are these men's names, Miss Collins?
Well, now, the big one was called Al Evans. The little one's name was Bill Evans. They was brothers.
Did they have a car?
Oh, yes, a late one. It was real pretty.
You know what make it was?
No. No, I'm sorry, but I can't tell one kind from another. Sure was a nice-looking one, though. A lot of chrome all over it.
Do you have any idea where they might be now, where they moved to?
No, I haven't. Well, Mr. Adams can probably tell you, though.
I see.
Oh, that might be him now. I'll see.
We'll go with you, ma'am, all right?
Are you expecting any trouble? What's this all about, anyway? Mr. Adams done something wrong? Oh, I do hope not. He's a little man, but he's awfully nice.
We'd just like to talk to him.
Oh, I sure hope there won't be any trouble. Oh, Mr. Adams.
Yes, Miss Collins?
These gentlemen would like to talk to you.
Oh? Something I can do for you?
Are you David Adams?
Yes, sir, that's right.
We're police officers, Mr. Adams. My name's Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
How do you do?
Adams.
What is it you wanted?
Well, it might be better if we talked in your room.
All right, but I still don't see what it is you want.
Did you get the job?
No, Mrs. Collins, but I've got another lead. Don't worry, I'll be able to take care of that matter by the first next week.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Adams. I understand.
This is it. It's not much. Just sit down anywhere.
Thank you.
You want to tell me what this is all about now? What it is that you want with me?
Well, we'd like to talk to you about the robbery of the Pink Rat Cafe last April. Manager was killed.
The Pink Rat, yes. I worked there a couple of years ago, but I don't think I've been in the place since then. I lost the job. Kelby fired me for dropping a load of dishes.
Did you have an argument at the time?
Well, a little one, yeah. I was sore. He was, too. Wanted me to pay for the dishes. I didn't feel it was my fault. I told him so. He had a few words. Nothing serious, so why?
Mr. Kelby was killed in the holdup at the bar.
Yes, I know. That's too bad. But you surely don't think I had anything to do with that, do you?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out.
Well, why do you think I'd have anything to do with it? I haven't been near the place for a couple of years.
Well, the way the thing was pulled, the whole M.O. makes it look like it's an inside job. Somebody had to give the layout, tell him that Kelby would be in his office with the money at that time. It all points to somebody that either works there now or who did work there.
Yes, but why me?
Well, your name was on the list. It had to be checked out.
Adams, you got any relatives in town?
Not now. I had a couple of cousins. They were out here for a while.
What are their names?
Al and Bill Evans.
Mind if we look around your room?
No, I got nothing to hide. Go ahead and look around. You won't find anything.
Thanks.
What is it about my cousins? You figure they had something to do with the thing?
Well, we think they might have. Their descriptions match the ones we got from the witnesses.
You've been talking to old Mrs. Collins. She's the one who told you about Al and Bill, isn't she?
Well, who told us isn't important, Adam?
You don't have to admit it, I know. You're a busybody, always getting your nose into somebody else's business. Oh, Harpy.
Joe.
Yeah.
Look at here.
What's this gun for, Adams?
You never know when somebody's going to try to break into the house. It's protection, that's all.
You never had it out of the house, huh?
Not since I bought it. It's a 32, though. What are you so interested for? Kelby was killed with a 38. Well, he was, wasn't he? Seems to me I heard it on the radio or read it in one of the papers.
No, you didn't. The caliber of the gun that killed him wasn't released. How'd you know?
I must have read it in the paper, like I said.
No, this won't work, mister. I think maybe we better talk to you downtown, huh?
You going to arrest me?
Just like to talk to you downtown. Let's go.
Well, sure, but I got nothing to hide.
Well, you still got to come up with an explanation for knowing about that gun.
Description we got matches your cousin's. You know about the gun. You got a lot to explain.
I don't want to go to jail.
Too bad, Adam. You should have thought about that before you got involved in this.
Well, if I help you get the guys that did it, will you give me a break?
Well, we can't make any deals.
Well, I don't want to go to jail. You can't do anything for me, huh?
All we can do is see that the district attorney's office knows that you've helped.
But you'll tell him, huh? If I give you a hand?
He'll know about it.
Okay. I got claustrophobia putting me in a cell and drive me nuts. I tell you who did the job. More than that.
Yeah.
I can show you the gun they used.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
Listen to what the nation's press has had to say about Chesterfields.
Atlantic City Evening Union. Wholesalers and retailers report an extraordinary demand for Chesterfields in both sizes, with sellouts in many instances.
Cleveland Press. Dealers everywhere report the big pack sale phenomenal. Last week in Cleveland, some areas reported the long-size Chesterfield outsold all other brands.
And from all over the country, we're getting reports from dealers telling us no product they ever handled has grown so fast in so short a time as king-size Chesterfields.
Yes, with the buying public today, high quality for the money is a must. And that's why so many smokers are changing to Chesterfield. First cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. King size Chesterfield is exactly the same as regular Chesterfield, except it's larger. Contains so much more of the same tobacco, it gives you a 21% longer smoke, yet costs very little more.
And the tobacco in king-size Chesterfield is of better quality and higher price than the tobacco in any other king-size cigarette.
Try Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, they're much milder. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
We took David Adams back to the office and checked the gun with pawn shop records. It was clean. We printed him and checked him through R&I. We took him over to Westlake Park, and he showed us the approximate place in the lake where the gun had been thrown. He explained that his two cousins had talked him into helping them with the robbery of the club. He also said that as soon as he found out that there'd been a shooting, he'd washed his hands of the entire affair and told them that he'd have nothing more to do with it. The loot from the robbery had been divided between the two cousins, Adams taking no part of it. It took us 2 hours of searching before we were able to find the gun. It was turned over to Russ Camp in ballistics. He fired test shots from the gun, and comparison with the death bullet showed that it was the murder weapon. Markings on the shell casing found at the scene of the crime were the same as those left on the test casing. Adams told us that Bill Evans owned a late model Mercury sedan and that the two brothers had left for St. Louis in the car. He also was able to give us the license number. We checked with DMV, and they told us that the legal owner was a finance company on Crenshaw. The manager there told us that their payments were up to date. They were able to give us a St. Louis address used as a reference by Bill Evans. We called the St. Louis Police Department, gave them a rundown, and asked them to pick up the Evans brothers for us. The witness to the killing was unable to identify David Adams as one of the holdup men. He was taken to the main jail and booked on suspicion of 287 PC. Frank and I waited for word from the St. Louis Police Department.
They're all the same, aren't they, Joe?
What do you mean?
I'll put any of them in a tight spot, and they'll spill all they know to save their skins.
Well, it seems that way, doesn't it?
Adams seems pretty sincere, though. Seems like he does really want to help.
Well, we'll know more when we hear from St. Louis.
You figure that Adams is telling the truth?
I don't know. The story seems to check out about how he laid the thing out for him, showing us where the gun was. Being that far back in his room, it'd make that part about him not taking any of the money fit. I'll get it. Homicide, Friday. Yeah, I'll take it. Mello. Yeah. Yeah, we've been waiting to hear from you. Did you pick up the Evans brothers? Uh-huh. Yeah, wait a minute. Toss me that pad, will you, Frank?
Yeah, here.
Thanks. Yeah, all right, go ahead. Uh-huh. What was that again? I didn't... Yeah, I got it. Okay, thanks. Anything we can do for you, give us a call. Yeah, sure, we sure appreciate it. Right, bye. Well, that does it.
What do you mean?
St. Louis checked the address. They'd been there all right, but they left this morning.
Any idea where they went?
Yeah, the Evans boys told us.
Huh?
They left a forwarding address. Motel out on Ventura Boulevard. Frank and I notified Captain Lorman of the new developments. We talked to the manager of the motel, and she told us that she did have a reservation for June 24th under the name Evans. She told us that they'd be in Cottage 12. In view of the fact that the suspects had not been alarmed, we decided not to put out an APB on the car. We felt reasonably sure that having made the reservations, they'd keep them. But in the event the suspects arrived earlier than expected, a surveillance was placed on the motel 24 hours a day. Sergeants Howard Hudson and Bill Cummings took the period from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Frank and I covered the other 12 hours. Directly across from the motel was a used car lot. We talked to the manager, and he gave us permission to sit in any one of his cars while keeping the place under surveillance. As we relieved each other, the police car was taken back to the city hall so there would be no indication that the place was staked out. 4 days passed. No sign of the suspects. June 23rd, 4:32 a.m.
Joe.
Yeah, Mercury sedan. License checks. 2 men.
Stopping at the manager's cottage. They're ringing the bell.
Yeah, looks like they're signing the register.
It must be. There. She's giving him the key.
All right, let's let him get to the cottage. We told her we would.
All right.
There's the landlady's signal. Let's go.
Right.
Cover me.
Yeah.
Who is it?
This is the manager. Gonna have to move your car.
Huh?
You gotta move your car. Put it in the back.
What do you want? Stand still.
Hey, Joe, get the other one.
Yeah.
Get away from me, cop. Leave me alone.
All right, give it up, mister.
I'm getting out. If you got any brains, you ain't gonna try to stop me.
You're going no place, mister. You can't get over that wall. Throw that gun out here. You haven't got a chance.
You're off your rocker. You'll never take me.
All right, hold it up, Evans.
All right. No gun. I dropped the AC. I got no gun. Get a doctor for me, huh? Gonna hurt.
Yeah, we'll call one.
You didn't have to shoot, did you? Lousy deal. You didn't have to shoot.
You didn't give me much choice, mister.
I wasn't trying to hit you, just trying to scare you, that's all. I didn't want to hit you. I'm a good shot. I knew what I was doing.
Yeah, you proved you're a good shot.
What do you mean?
When you killed Kelby.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 4th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial. Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields. First such report ever published about any cigarette.
Yes, and it applies only to Chesterfield. A responsible consulting organization has reported the results of a continuing study by a competent medical specialist and his staff on the effects of smoking Chesterfield cigarettes. A group of people from various walks of life was organized to smoke only Chesterfields. For 6 months, this group of men and women smoked their normal amount of Chesterfields, 10 to 40 a day. 45% of the group smoked Chesterfields continually from 1 to 30 years, for an average of 10 years each. At the beginning and at the end of the 6 months period, each smoker was given a thorough examination, including X-ray pictures, by the medical specialist and his assistants. The examination covered the sinuses as well as the nose, ears, and throat. The medical specialist, after a thorough examination of every member of the group, stated, quote, "It is my opinion that the ears, nose, throat, and accessory organs of all participating subjects examined by me were not adversely affected in the 6 months period by smoking the cigarettes provided," unquote. Now remember this Chesterfield report. It's the first such report ever published about any cigarette.
Nose, throat, and accessory organs not adversely affected by smoking Chesterfields.
Buy Chesterfield either way you like 'em, regular or king size. Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
William M. Evans and Alfred T. Evans were tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. They received life sentences in the state penitentiary. Because David R. Adams had turned state's evidence, and since he was not actually involved in the crime, in the interest of justice, the charges against him were dismissed and he was released from custody. This program is dedicated to the 59th Annual Conference of the International Association of Chiefs of Police held in Los Angeles this week. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Virginia Gregg, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
These great programs sound off for Chesterfield. Radio, Dragnet, The Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show, and every weekday, Arthur Godfrey Time. On television, Dragnet, Gangbusters, Arthur Godfrey and his friends, and The Perry Como Show.
Tomorrow, you'll want to sound off for Chesterfields, because either way you like 'em, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling all cars. The copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company. The
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. Broadcast 147. A murder in the Viduga Hills outside Glendale. That's all. Rosenquist.
All you people who listen to Calling All Cars would suddenly decide to try Rio Grande cracked gasoline, every Rio Grande service station tank would be dry in a few hours. Every week we appeal to all of you to drive into a Rio Grande station. And after every broadcast, hundreds accept our invitation. You look for the big Rio Grande sign. You see the slogan, Calling All Cars cracks gasoline, and you drive in. If you followed our broadcasts carefully, you ask for a free copy of the Calling All Cars news and look for the illustrations of the 14 free gifts Rio Grande offers to boys and girls. Then you say, skeptically, to the attendant, well, fill her up with Rio Grande cracked. I've heard so much about it, I want to see how it's true. So, you get a tank full, and you get a handful of police money with your change, police money that youngsters are eagerly saving to exchange for Rio Grande's free gifts. And you start down the street expecting great things to happen. But nothing does. Well, remember, you've got at least a gallon or so of some other gasoline to use up. Perhaps you won't notice the difference until next morning when you step on the starter and find your engine roaring before you can get your foot off the button. You never had starts like that with any other gasoline. Get into second gear, speed up, and you can't help but notice how much peppier your car acts. How easily you pass other cars in traffic and speed ahead after traffic stops. Look for a hill. Go up it in high gear. You'll agree then that Rio Grande cracked makes all the difference in the world in your car, and you'll realize then what we mean when we offer you police car performance in your car. And now it is our pleasure to present Sheriff Eugene Biscaluse of Los Angeles County. Sheriff Biscaluse.
Good evening, friends. If an individual contemplating a crime, no matter for what motive, greed or revenge or whatever, could know what is common knowledge to every law enforcement officer, we would have no crime problem. The lawbreaker in his ego thinks he can pit his intelligence against the combined criminal experience of a host of officers. Such a man hasn't enough intelligence. If he had, he wouldn't try to get away with it. Even the most daring gambler would hesitate to play against the odds which confront the lawbreaker. It is my hope, and I am sure the hope of other participating officers, that this radio broadcast has in some measure, during the nearly 3 years it has been on the air, served to convince the public of the futility of crime. You can't continue to get away with it.
It is June 21st, 1913. Spring has come late, and the wildflowers are still blooming in the green Verduga Hills above Glendale. Along a deserted path which branches up into the hills from the end of the car line walk a carpenter and a woman companion seeking the late blooming poppies in Larkspur.
Oh, Don, it's so lovely up here.
Sure is, Birdie.
Look at that patch of poppies down there by that pool.
Gosh, just like a golden carpet.
Let's go down there.
All right. Only, Sarah, will you kiss me first?
Now, Don, don't be silly.
Sarah.
Listen, what's that?
Sounds like somebody moaning.
It came from in those bushes there.
I'll take a look. The woman, all covered with blood. Here, Sarah, help me pull her out of here.
She's trying to say something.
Oh, her tongue's too swollen. Her throat's cut.
How horrible.
Listen, Sarah, we got to get her to a doctor quick.
Oh, we can't carry her.
No, but I have it. I'll get down the trail to the nearest phone. You stay here with her.
What will I do? I'm frightened.
Now, don't go to pieces. Get her some water. See if she'll drink.
Oh, Don, don't leave me.
I've got to. You take care of her. I'll be back just as soon as I can.
Deputy sheriffs arrive at the scene almost as quickly as the doctor, who has grave news for them.
Well, Doctor, what is it?
Yeah, it's bad, Sweezy. He was dead when I got here.
But she was alive when you found her.
Yes, sir. She was moaning, trying to tell us something.
She died a few minutes after you left, John. At least she didn't moan anymore. It was terrible. Worse even than a moaning. Oh.
Perhaps you can take the young lady out of this. That is, if you're through questioning us, Weezy. Sure, go ahead. Take her home. She's all upset.
Thank you. Come along, Sarah.
Now, what have you found, Doctor? Well, her skull has been fractured by a blunt object. Her throat's been cut. Either injury could have caused death. Another strange thing, her hair smells of beer.
Smells of beer, huh?
Hmm?
Well, here's the answer to this one. Looks, Sweezy, the broken half of a beer bottle and some bloody stained bits.
Looks as though he broke the bottle over her head and then cut her throat with a jagged end. Nice fellow.
Yeah.
Anything else, Moody?
Well, a man's footprints lead from the place where the body was found to that pool down there. Toe prints are dug in there as though he'd stooped to wash his hands. Then the tracks disappear in the brush.
That fellow who found the body said something about meeting a man as he came up the trail, didn't he?
Yeah. Described him as middle-aged, stockily built, and in a hurry.
Mm-hmm. Well, you boys spread around the neighborhood at the foot of the trail and see if you can find anybody down there who saw this man. And, Doctor, you better get the body into the morgue so we can go over the clothes for identification.
A squad of deputies comb the neighborhood at the end of Brand Avenue car line. Finally succeed in discovering a woman who says...
Why, yes. I saw a couple go up at the trail about 2 o'clock. I was sitting outside on my porch.
And what did they look like, ma'am?
Well, the man was short, sort of stocky and middle-aged. The woman was a little younger, fat, and her hair was going gray. They were arguing.
Did you see them when they came back down the trail?
No. Well, that is not the woman. Just saw the man coming back.
When was that?
Oh, about an hour later.
Armed with this meager information, Deputy Moody reports to Deputy Sweezy at headquarters.
Not much to go on, that's a fact, but it will help.
What did you discover?
Nothing much more. No identification on the clothing, excepting that the underwear was bought at a Los Angeles department store. There was a hole in the shirtwaist that might indicate a pin or something been torn off it. And there's a white line on the ring finger of the left hand that might indicate the victim had worn a wedding ring recently.
Well, that department store label in the underwear bears out a hunch of mine.
What's that?
That the victim and the murderer are from Los Angeles.
How do you figure that?
Glendale and Pasadena are both dry. They had beer with them. They must have bought it in L.A.
Well, I think you're right about that, but Los Angeles is a pretty big town. We've got a devil of a job to identify her.
We'll have to get a lot of publicity from the papers. And then when people start coming in to try to identify her, we'll have a department store dummy dressed in her clothes and see if they can identify her.
A good idea. We'll get the papers to spread the thing tomorrow morning.
For 3 days, a throng of people flock through the morgue, view the mysterious body, investigate the ghoulish display of the model dressed in the dead woman's clothes, are unable to identify her. Then, on the Wednesday following the murder, the city editor of the Los Angeles Herald summons a young reporter, Jimmy Pope, now Judge Pope of the municipal court, to his desk. Tells him to go out with the deputies investigating the crime and stick with them till they get the story. Young Pope, thrilled with the prospect of a big story, rushes out to the murder hill, joins the officers. It is a hot day, and after several hours of fruitless attempts to find something to write about, Jimmy decides to sprawl out in some tall grass and take it easy. But just as he sits down, he sees a young boy stoop over, pick up something from the ground, examine it intently. His curiosity aroused, he calls to him.
Hey, young fellow, what you got there?
Piece of paper?
Come on over and let me look, will you?
What for?
Oh, I don't know. Just want to look at it, that's all.
What do you want to look at it for, huh?
Say, you're certainly full of questions for a young one, aren't you? Come on, let's see what you've got. I won't hurt it.
How much will you give me if I do?
How much will I give you? Say, what is this, a racket?
Will you give me a nickel?
I should say not. A nickel for a piece of paper? Come on now, be a good sport and let me see it.
Sure. For a nickel?
No. Hey, where are you going?
Home?
All right, Jesse James. Come here. Here. Here's a nickel for your precious piece of paper.
Oh, boy. Hey, it's a brand new one, too, ain't it, huh?
Sure, nothing but the best. Now give me the paper.
Sure, here you are.
A bit of black paper from a Kodak film.
Say, mister, what'd you want that piece of paper so bad for, huh?
Oh, you got me there, young fella. I couldn't tell you. But there's one thing certain. Now that I've paid a nickel for it, I'm sure going to hang on to it.
During the rest of the long afternoon, young Pope occupies himself with one thing and another. Picks up some scraps of white paper from under a bush. sticks them in his pocket for luck, and at last, just at sundown, the deputy sheriffs give him a ride back to town. Weary from the long day, he finds sleep impossible when he arrives home. So to keep his mind occupied, he mulls over the black Kodak paper, examines the scraps of white paper minutely. And the next morning, he presents himself to the city editor with no story, but a meager lead to one.
What'd you get out there yesterday, Jim? Well, I don't know if it's worth anything, boss, but here it is. A piece of black paper off a roll of film and some scraps of white paper. I fitted the scraps together and pasted them on a piece of cardboard last night, and here's the result. Seems to be a receipt.
Received of Mr. Larson, $50 deposit. Signed S. Hickson. Have you followed up on this, Hickson?
Yes, sir. I've checked with the city directory. There's an S. Hickson that runs a saloon at 112 East 1st Street.
Better go right down there and see what he knows about this. And I'll send Fitzgerald over to the morgue to ask everyone who views that body whether they know a Mr. or Mrs. Larson.
While Fitzgerald races off to the morgue on the city editor's hunch, Jim Polk heads for the saloon on 1st Street.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
What'll you have?
Are you Mr. Hickson, the proprietor?
Yes.
I've got a receipt here I found. I wonder if you could tell me who this Mr. Larson is.
I don't know.
You signed this receipt, didn't you?
Nope.
That's not your signature?
Nope. You must be mistaken, young man. I don't know any Mr. Larson, and I didn't sign that slip.
While Polk, crushed, reports his failure to the editor, Fitzgerald and the deputy sheriffs interview nearly 40 people who call at the morgue to view the body of the murder victim. Finally, a woman who stands looking at the clothed dummy in the outer office volunteers the first important bit of information.
Some of those clothes look familiar.
You happen to know a Mrs. Larson?
Yes. What makes you ask?
It might have a bearing on this case. Do you know where Mrs. Larson is now?
Why, she went to San Francisco on Sunday.
On Sunday?
Yes, she left suddenly.
Will you step in here, please? Pull the sheet off this one, will you, Steve?
Okay.
Recognize that body, ma'am?
Yes, that's Mrs. Larson.
Sure?
Yes, of course. I'm positive it's her.
Okay, Steve, thanks. Come this way, ma'am. Now, sit down right here, will you, please? I want to ask you some questions.
All right. What could have happened to her? Who did it? That's what I want to know.
That's just what we're trying to find out, ma'am. Now, what's your name?
Mrs. Mary Goshweiler,
Address?
1129 South Olive Street.
And how long have you known Mrs. Larson?
For years.
Where did she live?
Over on West Pico. Number 12, 2 3/4.
Did she live alone?
No. She lived with her husband and her daughter.
I see. Well, thanks, Mrs. Goshweiler. We'll get in touch with you when we need you.
Acting upon the new bit of information, Deputy Sweezy and reporter Fitzgerald rushed to the Larson home on Pico Street. Not knowing exactly what to expect, the two men approached the house cautiously, ready for any surprise move the suspected Larson might make. But in response to Sweezy's knock, the door swings open. A young girl peers at them a brief instant, then slams the door shut again.
Huh. That's a fine reception committee. What do you suppose made her do that?
We'll find out soon enough.
Maybe she thinks we're bill collectors.
Then again, maybe she's been told not to open the door to strangers.
What do you want?
Are you Miss Larson?
Yes.
Is your daddy here?
Well, what do you want?
Just want to talk to him, that's all.
Well, he's not here, and I'm sorry, but I'll have to shut the door.
Are you here all alone?
Well, I don't see why you want to know.
Better tell her who we are, Swizzy. The kid's scared of something.
Seems that way, all right. Now, look, miss, I'm Deputy Sheriff Sweezy, and this gentleman's a reporter. We're not going to hurt you. Just want to ask your father a few questions.
Well, I thought maybe we were going to rob the house. Mommy told me not to talk to any strangers since he was away.
Well, you don't have to be afraid of us, young lady. We're not here to harm anybody.
You say your mother's away?
Yes, sir. Daddy said she'd gone to San Francisco.
Where is your daddy? Working?
Yes, sir.
I hate to have to do this, Fitz, but we need a positive identification.
You mean take this kid down?
Exactly. If it's her mother, she's got to know sooner or later anyway.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
You're talking about my mother. Something's happened to
Now,
Mommy.
wait a minute, young lady. We didn't say that anything had happened to her. We just...
You did. You said I'd have to know about something anyway. Where is she? Where is
This
he?
is going to be even worse than I'd figured, but it's got to be done.
Taken to the morgue, the sob-racked child stands clutching Deputy Sweety's hand, looks for one instant at the body, then runs screaming out of the dismal place. Identification of the murdered woman is complete. A short time later, the grief-stricken child tells the two men a tearful story.
Daddy and Mother left home together last Sunday about noon. They said they were going house hunting. Late that night, Daddy came back alone. He said Mother suddenly made up her mind to go to San Francisco. He said we'd follow her in a few weeks as soon as she found a house up there.
And where is your daddy now?
He's at work. He works at a barber shop.
Well, where is the barber shop?
At 110 East First Street.
110 East First. Next door to Hickson's Saloon.
Having completed their investigation and gotten a scoop onto the press, reporters Fitzgerald and Pope accompanied Deputy Sweezy to the barber shop on First Street.
Just have a seat, gentlemen. Just be 1 minute.
We're looking for a man named Larson. Does he work here?
Sure, that's him. Back in the last chair, he's shaving that policeman.
Thanks.
Murderer shaves policeman as sheriff's clothes in. What a headline, eh, Fitz?
Don't be so bloodthirsty. They haven't proven a case against him yet.
But they will.
Your name Larson? Yes. Sorry to have to bring you bad news, Larson. But your wife's been murdered.
What?
Yeah. Just got an identification on that Verduga Hills murder. The victim is your wife.
Well, there must be some mistake. My wife's in San Francisco. I put her on the 1 o'clock train myself. Well, there must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. Your daughter's already identified the body. You better come along with us to headquarters. We want to ask you some questions.
While Barber Larson is slipping out of his white coat, reporter Pope ducks into the saloon next door and tells bartender Hickson the developments.
Now, what I want to know is, what's the big idea of the runaround? Larson is a barber next door, and it stands to reason you know him. And that receipt I showed you is signed by him. Chances are he's guilty of the murder of his wife and will be hung for it. Now, why hold out on me?
Well, I tell you, son, it's my business. I make it a policy never to know too much about the other fellow's affair. And never to talk about what I do know.
Well, that's a very worthy policy, but when you're handling murder, it pays to tell all you know.
I haven't got anything to hide. I signed that receipt all right. You see, Larson's foreman of the shop next door, and on Saturday nights, he's always left in charge. He brings the cash in here when he closes up to keep in my safe over Sunday, and I give him a receipt for it. Then on Monday, he returns the receipt and I give him the money, which he deposits in the bank. One night he was in a hurry. He didn't wait for the receipt. I made it out anyway, and I put it with the money. He found it when he took the cash to the bank on Monday, and he intended to give it back to me, but he forgot about it. Later he told me he destroyed it.
So what do you think? Did he kill his wife?
I don't know. He was awfully stuck on some girl that wasn't his wife, I know that.
That's motive enough. Thanks for coming clean, Mr. Hickson. I'll come back someday and buy you a drink.
Pope joins the officers in the barber shop and tells them for the first time about the receipt and the story he had just learned from Hickson about the other woman. The officers immediately begin to search Larson's locker.
Well, here's one thing that may check. A wedding ring.
Yeah, and what's that? It's one of those, what do you call it, watches? Chatelaine. Yeah, that's it, chatelaine. The kind that pins to a shirtwaist. You must have ripped that off her. Remember, the doctor said the shirtwaist looked as though a pin had been torn out?
Yeah. I'll bet this is what she was wearing. Yeah, and looky here. A picture of a girl in a nurse's uniform. With her name written across the bottom. Lulu Maud Carpenter. Not bad looking, is she, sweetie?
Hey, wait a minute.
What's up?
Look, this roll of film here.
Well, what about it?
If I'm not mistaken, it fits this roll of black paper I got from the kid on the hill.
My boy, you ought to be a detective.
Why, I'm ashamed enough of myself as it is, being a newspaper man.
While officers are searching for the mysterious Lulu Maud Carpenter, Moody and Squeezy question Larson.
We found some things in your locker down at the barber shop we'd like to ask you about, Mr. Larson.
All right. Go ahead.
This watch. Where did you get it?
I bought it years ago in San Francisco.
How about this ring?
Well, I bought that from a peddler on Main Street.
Where's your wife, Mr. Larson?
I told you I put her on the 1 o'clock train to San Francisco on Sunday.
You viewed the corpse in the morgue?
Yes?
And you deny it's the body of your wife?
Well, I can't be sure. I don't think it is.
Mr. Larson, you know very well it is. Now, why don't you stop lying to us and make it easy on yourself?
I'm not lying. I'm trying to help you.
Listen, Larson. You say you put your wife on the 1 o'clock train to San Francisco Sunday.
That's right.
There is no 1 o'clock train that leaves for San Francisco on Sunday or any other day.
You claim you bought this watch years ago. This watch belonged to your wife. Your daughter's identified it. You tore it off your wife's body after you murdered her with a beer bottle.
You say you bought this wedding ring from a peddler on Main Street. Your daughter identifies it as belonging to your wife. It fits your wife's finger perfectly.
You killed your wife, didn't you?
You killed your wife because you were in love with Lula Maud Carpenter, didn't you? Well?
I have nothing to say.
In the face of Larson's bland refusal to talk, the investigation grinds on. Little bit by little bit, the evidence piles against Larson. A conductor on the Glendale line of the Pacific Electric says...
Yes, I saw this man on Sunday. He got on my car about 1 o'clock down at 6th and Main and rode to the end of the line. He carried a bundle that might have contained bottles of beer.
And from a bartender across the street, from the barber shop on 1st Street...
Yes, I know, Larson. I sold him 2 bottles of beer on Saturday night.
And then the word comes that the officers have located Miss Carpenter and are bringing her in. While Moody and Sweezy are waiting for her, the developed roll of film is delivered to them.
Well, let's see what Mr. Larson's been photographing.
Pictures of our friend, Miss Carpenter.
Would you look here, Moody? These pictures were taken by that pool up in the hill.
Sure, that's where young Polk got that black paper.
Yeah. But can you imagine a fella like that? Takes his girl up in the hills one weekend and comes back the next weekend and murders his wife on the same spot?
He likes the place. Maybe he'll buy a lot up there.
Boys, we've got Miss Carpenter outside, sir.
Send her in.
Yes, sir. Will you come in, miss?
Thank you.
Sit down, please, Miss Carpenter.
Thank you.
I'm Deputy Sheriff Sweezy. This is Deputy Sheriff Moody.
How do you do?
Miss Carpenter, are you acquainted with Mr. Larson?
Why, yes. The officers told me what you suspect him of. I just can't believe it. He was always so kind and good to me.
Mm-hmm. Do you mind telling us, ma'am, all you know about him?
Well, I first met him last December when he came to my aunt's house to inquire about some real estate she was selling. He posed as a wealthy investor. Said he was single and lived at a downtown hotel. We became good friends after a while. He was very religious. Every Sunday, we went to church together.
Do you recognize these pictures, Miss Carpenter?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. They were taken by Mr. Larson when we went to pick wildflowers.
When was that?
2 weeks ago, last Sunday.
And last Sunday, he took his wife to the same place where these pictures were taken and beat her over the head with a beer bottle.
Oh, please don't.
Did you notice Mr. Larson throw anything away while you were up there with him? Any piece of paper, that is?
Why, yes, I did. He put his hand in his pocket for something or other and took out a piece of paper instead. He didn't seem to want me to see it, so he crumpled it up and threw it away.
I shouldn't think he'd want you to see it. Here it is. A receipt for Saturday's take at the barber shop. He wouldn't want to admit that to you when he was posing as a rich real estate operator.
No. No, I can see that now.
When did you see him last?
On Sunday evening.
Just after he murdered his wife.
Yes, I guess so.
What did you do that night?
I met him about 6 o'clock at the P.E. station at 6th and Main. We had dinner at a cafeteria, and then we went to church. After services, we had a dish of ice cream, and then he took me to the hospital where I was due on duty at 10 o'clock.
Did he act nervous or upset?
Yes, he did. He was very strange. He kissed me good night, but not in the way he usually did. I said I was afraid he didn't love me anymore, and he made a strange remark. I guess I'm just beginning to understand it.
What did he say?
He said, I think enough of you to make it possible for you to be my wife.
This damning statement the evidence assembled by the officers and the two newspaper reporters need only a second and even more damning statement to convict Lawson of the murder of his wife. That statement is made by Lawson's daughter on the witness stand.
My mother told me once that if anything ever happened that she was hurt or killed, I mustn't let my father go free.
Larson could bring no defense to sway a jury away from the evidence of his guilt, furnished by Deputy Sheriffs Moody and Sweezy and reporters Jimmy Pope and Fitzgerald. He was found guilty of murder in the first degree and in due time was hanged in San Quentin Penitentiary.
Thank you, Sheriff Biscaluz. Sheriffs and police chiefs of California, Arizona, and Nevada unanimously agree that calling all cars helps prevent crime, and that Rio Grande cracked gasoline helps catch criminals. Sheriffs of many western counties specify Rio Grande cracked, as do the police chiefs of Los Angeles, Oakland, and other leading western cities. These men give gasoline its supreme test, and they know that Rio Grande cracked starts quicker, goes faster, and further. As a result of the recommendation, Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers more police and emergency cars than any other brand everywhere it is sold. You can get this same gasoline in your neighborhood Rio Grande station. But if you are going to enjoy police car performance in your own car, first protect your engine with Sinclair motor oil. Many oils break down at high speed. Many oils fail to lubricate fast-starting engines. But we guarantee that Sinclair motor oil will never fail to give your engine perfect lubrication. The impurities have been extracted, the wax, the petroleum jelly that weakens motor oils, leaving only pure, concentrated oil. Every Rio Grande dealer recommends and guarantees Sinclair motor oil.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. A cancellation broadcast 147 regarding a murder. Suspect in this case now in custody. That's all. Those in question.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against our fighting men. War fraud.
In every war, there are two battlefields. One where guns are fired and one where guns are made. We have been victorious on this second battlefield. We have been winning in our factories, our plants, in all our arsenals of supply. But there have been a few men who have fought the war of supply, not for us, but for the enemy. Because to these men, war has meant only one thing, a chance to make money. They have been caught. Sooner or later, these men are caught by the FBI. Because the workers in their plants are also working for this country. In one case, a war profiteer was caught because of a worker who was only a cleaning woman. A middle-aged woman who swept the floors in a plant which manufactured hand grenades for the government.
Say, hold on there.
What?
Well, where are you dumping that stuff?
In the trash barrel.
Oh, that doesn't go in the trash barrel.
But it's just the sweepings from the floor.
I know, but...
It's trash. Trash goes in the trash barrel.
What's your name?
Anna Waco. What's yours?
Rockland.
Oh, Mr. Rockland. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, Mrs. Waco. How long have you been working here?
3 months, sir.
Surely you know by now that any sweepings with powder in them go in that box over there.
But this powder isn't good for anything, Mr. Rockland. It's all mixed with dirt and shavings.
Mrs. Waco, this is my plant. I'm manufacturing hand grenades for our government. One of the duties to anyone working for the government is to conserve material.
But this powder...
will you let us worry about it? We have ways of sifting the powder from the dirt. We must conserve.
Well, I've got 2 sons over there, and I'd hate for them to get a hand grenade with powder like...
Mrs. Waco, any sweepings from the floor which have powder in them are to be dumped in that box.
Yes, sir.
After all, there's a war on, you know.
The war that is being fought on the second battlefield, the war fought in the factory, is a vitally important one. And industry and labor have been fighting it triumphantly. Soon after Pearl Harbor, however, the Attorney General of this country realized that there would be a few dollar patriots to blot the record. A greedy few who would try to make huge profits at the expense of the government. And so a war frauds unit of the Department of Justice was created. And to the FBI went the job of tracking down the criminals involved. That's why when Mrs. Anna Waco became suspicious of the Rockland Powder Company, she went to the offices of the FBI.
Maybe he has got a way of getting the dirt out of the powder, but there are other funny things, too.
Like what, Mrs. Waco?
Well,
Don't be afraid, please. Anything you say is just between us. The FBI will never do anything to endanger your position.
Oh, I'm not afraid, Mr. Daly. Not for myself, anyway.
Who, then?
My daughter-in-law. She works in the plant, on the assembly line, putting in the powder charges. But they don't care how much powder goes in.
Who doesn't care?
Mr. Rockland or one of his sons.
How many sons does he have?
4. And they're all nasty boys. One of them's Ruth's foreman, and he just keeps saying, hurry up, speed it up. He doesn't care if the grenades are any good. He just cares if they're getting out a lot of them.
Mrs. Waco, you must know the government has inspectors checking those grenades before they leave the plant.
Sure, I know.
Well, if the grenades don't come up to specifications, they're not any good. Those inspectors are going to reject them.
I know.
Well,
what happens to them after the inspectors turn them down?
What do you mean?
Mr. Daly, those Rocklands are just out to make all the money they can. They wouldn't be in such a hurry to turn out bad grenades unless they had some way of using them.
Well, what way?
I don't know, sir. But they're always talking and talking about conserving material.
Yes.
Well, good or bad material, I'll bet they've got some way of getting those rejected grenades out of that plant.
Special agents were sent out to check the Rockland Powder Company, to delve into the past of Andrew Rockland and his 4 sons, to interview the government inspectors who examined the hand grenades made at the Rockland plant. From the inspectors, FBI agents found that each day, a large number of grenades did not come up to government specifications and had to be rejected. These faulty grenades were supposed to be sent back and fixed. But whether they were or not, the inspectors didn't know. They had no way of knowing. But the FBI had a way of finding out. The inspectors were asked to mark a small red X on each rejected grenade. And then, after a few days, a case of hand grenades made by the Rockland Company was given microscopic examination.
Hello, Bill.
Oh, hello, Mr. Daly.
What's new?
You mean, have we heard anything from your hand grenades yet? The answer's yes.
Fine.
Not so fine.
What do you mean?
How much do you know about specifications for hand grenades, Mr. Daly?
I've learned a lot in the last few days.
Well, it seems that each of these grenades is supposed to have 4 individual powder charges.
Otherwise, it won't go off correctly.
That's right. Now, here. Look at a cross-section drawing of this one grenade.
All right.
You see?
Yes. That's only got 1 charge.
If a soldier tried to use that grenade to save his life, well...
No.
We found 22 like this one, Mr. Daly.
How many were examined altogether?
136. Here.
54 with only 2 charges. 37 with only 3 charges.
And out of the whole lot, exactly 25 that met with specifications.
Wow.
That's not all.
Not all?
No. To be really efficient, the powder charges have to be compressed into the grenade under a pressure of from 5,000 to 6,000 pounds.
That means using a machine press.
Yes. Some of these were made with a hand press. You know something?
What?
The powder in every one of these grenades made with a hand press is full of dirt and shavings. Almost as if...
The powder had been swept up from the floor.
Yes.
Bill, let me see one of those grenades.
Here. What are you looking for?
A little red X.
Oh, you won't find any on those, Mr. Daly.
What?
The faulty ones made with a machine press, they all have the red X on them. The others, the ones with the dirty powder and made with a hand press, they don't have any mark on them at all.
A special agent of the FBI can get into a war plant by showing his credentials. Entrance, however, is not assurance that he'll be able to see what he's looking for. That he'll be able to see how faulty grenades are packed and shipped out anyway. How other faulty grenades can be made with hand presses and dirty powder. And can be packed and shipped without ever being inspected, without ever being seen. The special agent who visited the Rockland Powder Company had no trouble getting in. He showed his credentials, he waited a few minutes, and then a young man appeared.
Mr. Daly?
Yes?
I'm Fred Rockland.
Oh, how do you do?
Hiya. My father's waiting inside for you.
Oh, that's fine.
Just a few steps down this hall.
What's that?
Oh, just testing the burglar alarm, I guess.
Oh.
This way.
Thanks.
Oh, Dad.
Yes?
He'll take care of you, Mr. Rockland.
Thanks.
So long.
So long. Hello, Mr. Rockland.
How do you do, sir? You're from the FBI?
That's right.
Well, glad to be of any help I can to a representative of our government.
That's nice of you.
Anything in particular that you want to see, Mr. Daly?
No. No, I don't believe so.
Just want a general look around, huh?
Yes.
Well, this building you're in now is just one of the places where we assemble the grenades.
How many buildings do you have in all, Mr. Rockland?
We have 5. Do you want to go through all of them?
If it's not too much trouble.
Oh, no trouble at all. Glad to do it.
It's nice of you.
I just wondered if there was anything particular you were looking for.
No. No, nothing.
I realize you boys have to be a little close-mouthed about your business.
Just a routine look around, Mr. Rockland.
I see. Well, if you...
Are those people over there government inspectors?
Yes. That's a pretty routine job in our plant, I am glad to say. This way, Mr. Daly.
5 buildings made up the Rockland Powder Company. The owner himself took the special agent of the FBI on a tour of all 5. The agent could neither see nor hear nor find anything to indicate that Andrew Rockland was deliberately trying to perpetrate a war fraud against the government of the United States. On the surface, everything was in order. Everything was up to standard. Except that every time the agent approached a new building, an alarm bell rang.
I suppose this is the last building?
Yes. You've seen them all now.
Well, I must say it seems to be a fine place.
Thank you. We think it is. We're all pretty proud of our little contribution to the war.
I'm sure you are. Tell me something. If 1 or 2 of the grenades happen to be faulty, what happens to them?
Oh, they're set aside and remade.
I see. I noticed that you have special boxes set aside for the rejects.
Naturally. We don't want them to get mixed up with the others.
Naturally. I was just...
We can get out this way.
Thanks.
After you, sir.
Yep. And very nice of you to show me around, Mr. Rockland.
Oh, not at all. I'm always glad to be of service to my government or any... What's the matter?
Didn't you say you had 5 buildings?
Yes.
Well, isn't that small one over there...
Oh, that one isn't used.
I see.
That's where I originally started my plant. But it's too old to be good for anything now.
You suppose I could see it?
Certainly. Some other time.
Oh, as long as I'm here now,
I'm afraid
well...
not, Mr. Daly. I do have a business to run, you know. I can't spare any more time.
Well, perhaps someone else could take me around.
I don't think so. We all work very hard here. There's a war on, you know.
Yes. Of course, I couldn't go through it myself?
No. No, I think you'd have a little difficulty in doing that. Good day, sir.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on war frauds. We'll return to this case in just a moment. At the end of tonight's broadcast, let's suppose that you open your evening paper and turn to the stock market quotations. The name Equitable is fresh in your mind, so you decide to find out what the Equitable stock is selling for. You look under the E's, but the name Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States is not there. Why? Well, it's not there for a very good reason. There is no such thing as equitable stock. You can't buy it because it doesn't exist. This society is owned entirely by its policyholders, not by stockholders. And therefore, in the very truest sense of the word, the Equitable is a society in which all the funds are put to work for the benefit of all the members. Furthermore, the dollars entrusted to the society are employed in ways that benefit the entire nation. They're invested in war bonds and American industry. They promote the business of farming, and they encourage home ownership. By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on Andrew Rockland, war profiteer.
Agents of the FBI don't force their way into private property. Neither into a house, nor into a building, nor even into a war plant where they are fairly certain criminals are working, and working overtime. In the Rockland case, special agents attempted to get into the plant by working there as employees. The plant, however, suddenly announced that even though it was speeding up production, it was not hiring any more workers. That was also an announcement that Andrew Rockland was on guard. The FBI had no actual proof, no conclusive evidence that Rockland and his 4 sons were deliberately defrauding the government. They needed proof, and they knew it must be within that plant. They knew that somehow they had to get into that single unused building. But how?
Yes?
I'm Harvey Berkeley.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
Hello, the boys over at the American Legion said you wanted to see me tonight.
Yes, have a chair.
Thanks. Always glad to sit after all the walking I do. And
Mr. Berkeley, I wanted to see you because, frankly, we need your help.
You need my help? The FBI needs my help?
Yes.
What'll I tell my wife?
We'd rather you didn't say anything to anybody.
Oh, sure, but why me?
We want to get into the Rockland powder plant.
Oh.
We need an employee to help us. Someone who's patriotic and can be trusted to keep quiet. We checked with the Legion and got your name.
Did you check on me?
We're satisfied.
Well, name it, and if I can do it, no questions asked.
Thanks. You're the safety engineer at the plant.
That's my title.
Just what do you do?
Oh, pretty much what I think has to be done to keep the plant safe.
You can get into all parts of it at any time.
Sure.
Can you get me in?
Without anyone knowing who you are?
Yes.
Sure.
What about the guards at the gate?
Well, if you wear old working clothes, I can take you in with me.
How?
Well, I'm allowed to take on an extra man if I think I need one for special precautions.
Mr. Berkeley.
Yeah?
Would too much snow on the roofs of the plant buildings be considered a reason for special precautions?
Why, sure. If it gets too heavy, there might be damage. Why?
I was thinking. You might say you needed me to help shovel snow from the roofs. There's a lot of it now.
Well, I could figure out an easier way. Less work for you.
I'd rather do it that way. I'd like to shovel snow off the roof of that unused old building.
Oh.
You see, I want to get into that building. And I think the roof's probably the best way.
At 11:30 the next morning, Harvey Berkeley and a rather dirty-looking helper climbed a ladder to the snow-covered roof of the old unused building on the grounds of the Rockland Powder Company. The guards saw them, watched them shovel snow for a few minutes, and then forgot about them. At noon, Harvey Berkeley and his helper quit for lunch and left the roof of the building. Not by the ladder, however, but by a trapdoor that took them inside.
Sure is dirty in here.
Yeah, this is just an old loft, Mr. Daly. Hasn't been used for years, as far as I know.
No. Nothing around but cobwebs. What's downstairs?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Let's take a look.
I don't know how we're going to get down there. The door's all boarded up.
Oh, I don't want to get down there.
What?
I just want to be able to see down there. Got your hammer?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks.
What are you going to do? Pry up those boards?
Yes, they'll loosen up.
I don't know what you're up to, Mr. Daly, but you sure seem to pick the hard way of doing it.
Oh, no, this isn't easy way. There.
Get a good view of the place, all right.
What are all those crates?
Oh, I don't know, but the Rocklands have sort of used this as a general junk storehouse ever since the new buildings were put up. You see that machinery right below us?
Yes.
Well, they're the old hand presses they used to use in the beginning. They're no good now, so they just store them here.
I don't think they're just stored.
What do you mean?
Take a good look around this loft. Then look down there.
Okay.
See any difference?
Well, it looks cleaner down there.
A lot cleaner. No cobwebs, no dust, no boards over the door. That's not a storehouse down there, Berkeley. That's a little factory.
But who uses it?
I don't know, but I'm going to wait here till I find out.
Well, what happens when you do?
Wait and see.
For almost 10 hours, Special Agent Daly sat quietly and alone in the dusty loft of the unused building. For almost 10 hours, he waited. For almost 10 hours, he crouched by the loosened floorboards, waiting for someone to enter the room below. Waiting to see if his suspicions were right. Waiting for proof that men worked in that room below to defraud the government of the United...
Berkeley? Is that you, Berkeley? Yeah. Sure is dark in here.
Hurt yourself?
Nah.
Anybody see you come up?
No, but I had to wait till the guards got out of the way. Here.
What's this?
Some sandwiches.
Oh, thanks. You pick up that box for me?
Yeah. What's in it? Who's down there?
Wait till they turn on the...
It's old man Rockland.
Those his sons?
Yeah. What have they got in that big box?
Haven't you ever seen it before?
It looks... Say, that's the box they use for powder sweepings from the floor. What the devil are
Look.
They're making grenades with that lousy powder in the old hand presses. Why those...
Do you know what's in the other crate they're bringing in now?
Look like grenades from here. But what for?
Those are the rejected grenades, Berkeley. Let me have that box you picked up for me.
Here.
Thank you.
What are they going to do with rejected grenades? Hey, is that a camera you got?
Yes. 16-millimeter movie camera.
You're not going to take...
Yes, I'm going to photograph Mr. Rockland and his 4 sons at work cheating the government.
We've got plenty to take pictures of down there.
I'm glad the hand presses are right underneath, with Mr. Andrew Rockland working them and giving me a knock.
What's the matter?
Rockland's looking right up here.
Probably heard the camera. Turn it off.
No. He probably isn't sure what the sound is. If I turn it off, he'll know it's coming from up here. We've got to leave it on and take a chance.
Sounds so loud. He's calling one of his sons over. Mr. Daly, if they...
Shh. Too late now.
Mr. Daly, there.
Gosh. I'm back on the hand presses again.
I thought for sure he spotted us.
The son probably told the old man he was hearing things.
That's a break.
It sure is. Now we're really in business.
Say, these are pretty darn fine pictures, Daly.
Thanks. There's a shot coming up. There. 2 of the patriotic Rockland family packing rejected hand grenades for shipment.
Look at the old man telling him to work faster.
Oh, he cracks a whip over them.
How long do they keep it up?
Till 3 in the morning. My film ran out before then.
Well, it doesn't matter. You've got enough proof here for any jury.
That's all.
That's plenty. Those Rocklands are a fine bunch of loyal citizens, aren't they?
What gets me is that a few men like that can hurt the reputations of other patriotic businessmen.
Yeah.
Just as one strike gives all labor a black eye. They've both been doing an A1 job in this war. Well, I'll leave the film with you.
Where are you going?
Wind up the case. I've got orders to pick up Mr. Andrew Rockland personally.
Like many criminals, Andrew Rockland posed as an ardent patriot. And part of that bogus patriotism was not driving a car to work, even though he could afford one. In the evenings, Andrew Rockland drove a car to parties and to the movies. But during the day, when he was a loyal, hard-working businessman, he took the interurban train from his house to his factory and from his factory to his house. At 5:35 one afternoon, Andrew Rockland stood on the interurban railway station platform, waiting, as usual, for the train that would take him home after his day's work had ended, and before his night's work began.
Dad.
Freddie, I thought I told
I'm
you to
glad
stay.
I found you.
What's the matter?
I was afraid you'd left.
For heaven's sake. What's got into you?
Dad, they're after us.
Who?
The FBI.
What?
They're at the plant now.
Oh, nonsense. They can't get in if I let
They don't want to get in. I'm trying to tell you, Dad, they don't have to get in.
Freddie, will you make some sense?
They've got warrants for all of us. They've arrested Pete and Tom and Joe.
Calm down.
I ducked out the back. And they're looking for you, too.
Well, let them find me.
Dad, don't you understand?
Yes, I understand. But so what? There isn't anything they can prove. Not one single solitary thing. And until they get in the old building...
They've been in the old building.
What do you mean?
Last night, one of them was up in the loft watching us while we worked.
Oh, let him try to prove it.
But he wasn't alone.
I don't care how many witnesses...
Dad, will you listen? He had a camera with him, a movie camera. They've got pictures of us working.
Freddie.
It's true. I heard them telling Pete.
Camera.
Yeah, a movie camera. Dad, what are we going to do?
A camera.
Where can we go? They've got us dead to rights. Dad, where are you running? Dad!
In every war, there are two battlefields. One where guns are fired, and one where guns are made. We have been victorious on this second battlefront. Industry and labor have been winning the battle in our factories and in our plants. There have been a few men, a few greedy men, a few criminal men who have tried to defraud the government in order to make enormous profits. These men have been caught by the FBI. And if there are any others, they too will be caught by the FBI. Because none of them can run a factory single-handed. They need to have people working for them and with them. People who know that working in a factory today is fighting a war. People who are fighting the war not because they want to make money, but because they want to win a new world for themselves and all those who will come after them.
You'll hear about the file on next week's case in just a moment. Since VE Day, the members of the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, along with their fellow citizens, have been filled with conflicting emotions. We're tempted to rejoice because complete success has at last crowned our military efforts in Europe. But our deep satisfaction in this victory is tempered when we remember the gold stars in the windows of so many American homes. When we remember the boys who still face death in the far Pacific. We honor the fighting men whose courage and steadfastness have made possible one of the greatest military achievements in American history. But our hearts go out to the parents of those American boys who will not return to the homes they died to defend. So we believe that this is a time for prayer. It's a time to stay on the job, to resolve that we will not relax our efforts until final victory in the Pacific is ours. To that ardently desired end, the Equitable Society, speaking for its management, its employees, and its 3,200,000 members, pledges its unswerving and untiring support. Next week, a crime against society, grand larceny. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's case, Andrew Rockland was played by Jack McBride. The music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time, for this is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. In the county of Suffolk, the willow grows green, and there was once a smithy. His name was Edmund Thrower. He was a powerful man who could make the anvil shudder and spring sparks into shadows cast by the willow. He made horseshoes. He mended scullery ware. He made hammers to drive nails, to mend shoes, to bludgeon people to death. And tonight, my report to you on the dread event surrounding Mr. Thrower's hammer.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land, from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
I should like to pose a conundrum. Of course, I already know its answer, but it took history 11 years to solve it. But was this puzzle solved? Well, perhaps. It has some interesting ingredients. A man hung for stealing a heifer, a gypsy, a chap who cut ling for a living, a young woman dead across a gooseberry bush, and the mending of a shoe on a wet day. Now, was ever a puzzle so tweaking? It happened in 1793, and there are two versions as to how it started. Version 1. Scene, Shotford Heath in Weybread, Suffolk, and a man is driving sheep to town.
Oh, no. Enough of cud, beastie. On to town with us, come on.
Oh!
Oh!
Rest your flock a while, shepherd. We've some ruby red wine.
Aye, wine would be clever.
Tilt the skin for him, gypsy. Give the shepherd a drink.
Aye. Very clever. And ruby red. To whom be I beholden?
I be Gypsy Dick.
I am John Head.
Thank ye, thank ye. I be Edmund Thrower.
They call me friend here Gypsy because he does things gypsy-like. He touches the winds and says who will die in the next town. He looks at the hand of a man and tells whatever.
Truth?
Gypsy Dick will show you.
Oh, I have no money.
No silver from the palm of a shepherd. Give me your hand. Willow, willow, shining dim, hang down your little cattykin.
Well?
John Head, do you see what I see in the shepherd's palm? Look here. 10 pounds in golden coins for the future.
Then it shall be. There, shepherd thrower. 10 pounds in your palm, like the gypsy said.
Well, thank ye, thank ye.
Gypsy.
Aye.
What else do you see?
Before you covered his palm with gold, I saw the shepherd waiting here while we went into yon house.
For 10 pounds? That be all you want me to do?
Aye, and give the alarm if you see anyone coming.
You be thieves.
Especially if you see a constable coming, give the alarm.
And the 10 pound be mine?
Indeed.
Oh, I will scream my lungs out if anyone approaches.
I could see it in your palm. Come, John Head.
Aye.
The lass there, leaning over the gooseberry bush. The hammer, John Head.
Aye.
Quietly, quietly.
Aye. Our dear old daddy would grieve if he found his daughter so.
Look, through the window, her father sleeps in a chair. Quietly, quietly.
Aye.
A father and his daughter were just bludgeoned to death. Their names? Thomas and Elizabeth Carter. They owned a small house on the outskirts of the village of Cratfield in Suffolk, and they kept a small shop of tasties and oddments. In the evenings, they had often been seen walking in the garden, now stopping to sniff a rose, now pausing to pluck marigold, now lifting their cheeks to the setting sun. That they were murdered, there is no doubt. As to the manner in which they were murdered, you have just looked in on version 1. Now for version 2. Scene? A rainy day in the town of Swaffham. A ling cutter, that is, one devoted to hewing common heather, sits at his stall and mends his shoe.
Oh, watch it be wet outside. And foul.
The ling likes the damp. It keeps its colour.
And fine-looking ling it be, John Head.
I'll fill your arms with it, Thrower, if you'll give me a moment to fix this shoe. A pox on this hammer.
Listen, John Head. Fix the sole of your shoe, but do not sell me ling. I look for lodgings.
For the night or for the while? Oh, ruddy hammer.
Yeah, you'll be using broken hammer to mend shoe.
'Tis the only hammer I have.
I will make you a trade, John Head.
How?
I have a hammer here in my kit. This hammer.
Oh, 'tis a hammer indeed.
A trade. The hammer for the lodging.
A trade?
And it be a special hammer. You know it?
Special?
Aye. With this same hammer, I beat in the head of one Mr. Carter. And his daughter, too.
Oh, and that would make it a special hammer indeed.
They were poke noses.
What?
Mr. Carter and his daughter, they poked their long noses into what did not concern them.
Aye, and for that you hammered them, eh?
For that, indeed. You will notice I am not with my wife. The Mr. Carter and his daughter spoke to my wife and told her to go off with someone else, and my wife did.
'Tis a real cruelty. Will you want the same room, Mr. Thrower?
The two versions of how the Carters, father and daughter, met their respective ends. Version 1, Gypsy Dick and John Head did it. Version 2, Edmund Thrower did it. In any event, the Carters were discovered the next morning lifeless. And, as we well know in these times, the things that were raised were hues and cries. Also, there was much scurrying and running about and clamor. But all this fell upon the stillness of the Suffolk heath. There were seasons and rainy days and days of sunshine and heather, and the ling cutters came and went, and the sheep became coats and mutton, and a certain gooseberry bush bloomed lovely, and berries died unpicked. And somewhere far away, a gypsy with the unlikely name of Dick held a palm and said this:
Willow, willow, shining dim, hang down your little catechin.
And picked a pocket. There were seasons and there were years. 11 years. Mr. Thrower was now a blacksmith among the willows. Mr. John Head was now a convict among the vermin and the lice of Ipswich jail. Mr. Head had committed a felony. He had robbed a sailor. His sentence hadn't been passed yet, but his cellmates had.
John Head.
What is it, Saunders?
I can't sleep.
You'll sleep for long, in a few hours.
They say that on the gallows sleep is slow to come, that it's painful. Unless you have a friend to hold down your legs, then death is quick.
If they will let me, I will do it for you, Saunders.
Oh, thank you.
Seems to me...
What?
Cruel. Death.
What I did was cruel. To steal a heifer is cruel and deserves death. I knew it when I stole it. And you'll die, too.
You stole a heifer. I but robbed a sailor.
My brother robbed a sailor. He was hung and he was given to the surgeons. You'll die. 'Tis odd.
What?
Once before there was a time like this. Once before they would hang me.
Why?
Long ago, 10 years or so, we lived in. They took me from a public house where I'd laid drunk and told me I'd killed a man and his daughter, that I'd knocked their heads in with a hammer.
About 11 years ago?
Aye. But then I was let free. They decided I didn't do it.
And where was this?
In Cratfield in Suffolk.
And the name of the man? And the name of the daughter?
Oh, I can't remember.
Nor I. Carter.
Carter? 'Twas the name. How did you know?
Carter. Saunders, lad.
What?
If they will let me do it, I will hold down your legs and pull hard on them, and you will die quick.
Oh, thank you.
And something else, Saunders, lad. The gibbet here at Ipswich will not get me for a long time yet. I don't die, not soon, Saunders, lad.
Straw is a useful commodity. Under various conditions, it is used for sleeping upon, for making bricks, for making hats, handbags, baskets, and in single units, it is excellent for breaking a camel's back. Straw is also used to clutch. It was this latter proclivity that John Head utilized. A straw, a chance to get out of there. So, this is what he did.
Jailer! Jailer!
He yelled. He banged on bars.
Jailer! Jailer!
He yelled some more. He got the jailer's attention.
I know a murder that's being committed, and I'll tell you all about it. Their names were Thomas and Elizabeth Carter.
And he was led to the warden.
And they was father and daughter, Your Honor, Warden. And their heads was bashed in.
And John Head was then led to Mr. Oldershaw, a magistrate.
It was 11 years ago, sir, in Cratfield in Suffolk.
Why have you waited this long to say anything of it?
I was just reminded of it.
By whom?
By a laddie whom you will hang this evening. His name is Saunders. I shared his cell.
And his gibbet, too, if this be a story for cocks and bulls.
Struth, I tell you, I know the murderer. The true murderer.
Who is he?
A man named Edmund Thrower. He himself told me of the killings. He even wished to give me the hammer with which he killed. I thought the story was a joke, but now I know it was not. And I remembered.
Very well. Tell me about this Edmund Thrower and the murder of a father and a daughter.
It was like this, Your Worship. It was a rainy day, and I had me a little shop.
What kind of a shop?
Ling. And I was sitting there mending a shoe with a broken hammer.
And John Head proceeded to tell the magistrate version 2 of the double murder. You remember the one where Thrower offered Head a hammer, the very one he confessed with which he had committed the crime? The result of John Head's story, he was not hanged, and a search was begun for Edmund Thrower. Now that's really making the most out of straws, isn't it?
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. I guess we can all relax now. Since Arthur Godfrey told the nation he was going away for some surgery, the phone operators have been busy trying to answer the questions about when he'll be back. Things are normal now, though. It's August, and Arthur's back on his Monday through Friday daytime show and on the Talent Scouts Monday evenings. Most of these same CBS radio stations bring you Godfrey, so be listening for him next time round. And now, once again, Thomas Hyland in the second act of Crime Classics and his report to you on Mr. Thrower's hammer.
England in 1804. It was a peaceful time for England. They didn't have the colonies to worry about anymore. And on the boards of the theaters, a play called Heels Up was all the rage. Also, the towns were getting accustomed to the sight of red Indians from America walking the streets. And it was the year when Lady Gwen Fitzmorue rode to hounds one day and showed up a week later in Paris, thereby rocking the world from the Bay of Bundy to the Mediterranean. Two, it was during the reign of King George. And for the most part, except for losing the colonies, George's reign was acceptable. Generally speaking, a pleasant time in England. In Suffolk now, however, there was a stir. Something about a double murder committed 11 years before. Memories and records were tapped, and sure enough, on a spring day in the year of 1793, Mr. Thomas Carter and his daughter Elizabeth had been hammered to death. One in his chair, the other over a gooseberry bush. The most fruitful tapping of memory was John Head's, who remembered that it was Edmund Thrower who did it. But Mr. Thrower was nowhere to be found. Observe now a coincidence of history.
Another tankard of ale, Mr. Fox.
Oh, thank you, Oldershaw. No. Just this pipe and to relax. Drink away if you like it, though. Don't mind me.
No, enough for me, too. Pass me the taper.
Aye, here.
It's good tobacco you brought from London town. What kind is it?
Virginia. Equally fine in the pipe or the nose. I'll send you a packet.
Aye, and thanks to you. Your business accomplished in Ipswich, Mr. Fox?
Aye. A matter of a legacy.
Some lucky people have legacies. Would that you would deliver me one.
And what would you do, Oldershaw?
Take a frigate to America. You've been to America, have you not, Mr. Fox?
Aye.
Is it true about Kentucky, Mr. Fox?
I would not know. I never got out of Virginia. As a matter of fact, though, the woman to whom I delivered the legacy plans to go to America, too. A Mrs. Thrower.
Thrower, did you say?
Aye, Mrs. Edmund Thrower.
And where in Ipswich did you find her?
In a cardboard house on Pretty Prentice Lane. She is a gatherer and a seller of kindling wood. It took me a year to find her.
And I've been looking for her husband for 6 months now.
Her husband? Why?
For 2 murders.
I am quite sure that Mrs. Thrower knows where her husband is.
Oh?
This legacy I brought to her, the papers had to be signed by both her and her husband. She took the papers from me and brought them back a few days later and signed by Edmund Thrower.
Pretty Prentice Lane?
A cardboard house, and on the door it says, kindling for sale. Well, shall we enjoy one more tankard, Mr. Oldershaw? Oh, surely you're not going to Pretty Prentice Lane at this hour. Good night, Oldershaw.
Hello, mister.
I'm of the police.
What you want?
Are you Mrs. Edmund Thrower?
I be.
Where's your husband?
What you want to know for?
There's a crime I was told he did.
Cool.
A terrible crime.
Of what manner?
Murder.
To whom?
A Mr. Thomas Carter and...
Elizabeth?
That's right.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, such a sweet family. The man and his daughter. Ah, well, I remember them. And Edmund it was who killed him?
With a hammer, 'tis said.
Ah, a brutal way. For such gentle people, that is.
You knew them well?
Oft Elizabeth would fill me apron with gooseberries. And oft she'd tell me of me husband.
Oh?
What a terrible man he was. How I should leave him.
Why?
He was a tweaker and a scoundrel.
With other women, you mean?
Aye.
With Elizabeth?
Under her own dad's nose.
Did you believe her?
I saw with me own eyes. Mr. Carter and myself, we hid and we watched. And one day Edmund drove his sheep by and stopped into the house of the Carters. Oh, he was a tweaker. I left him.
Did he try to find you to bring you back?
He told all of Suffolk how he wanted me back. How he missed me. And me tripe pudding. And the sweetness I was. And he found me. But I likes me freedom. I said...
What?
Edmund, tweaker, I likes me freedom. And it's plain to see you know what to do with yours, so let's keep it that way. Mister, you know what he did?
What?
He blew into his fist and slammed it down onto the table and swore he'd get even.
Where can I find him?
He's a smithy now, you know.
No, I did not.
Over in Carbrook. There's a line of willows. You'll find Edmund there, smithying. You know what? He didn't tell me nothing about putting the hammer to them nice people.
Edmund Thrower?
Yes?
I am a magistrate of the law. You will come with me. Thrower?
Yes, Your Honor, Magistrate.
How do you fare in your cell?
Tolerably, sir.
I'll listen to your story now, Thrower.
Yes, sir. I am a smithy, and I have been a smithy for the past year now. And before...
No, of the murder of the Carters, of why I have explained to you that you are here.
Very happy to. I can remember everything.
Good.
In March 1792, I was discharged from the Navy and went to work for Mr. Potter at Stradbrook and helping him to fetch and carry sheep about.
Till when?
Oh, till Michaelmas 1793. Sometime after March 1793, as I was going over Shotford Heath in Weybert, Suffolk, I was overtaken by a man called John Head and one called Gypsy Dick. One of them had a skin ruby red wine.
And so it was that Edmund Thrower told version number 1. This is the version wherein John Head and Gypsy Dick were supposed to have committed that double murder. And so we come now to the final playing out of the conundrum I posed for you a while ago, and whose elements have been displayed for you. Jurisprudence now and the English law. Edmund Thrower was brought to trial. I have a copy here of the original indictment, and I'd like to read it to you. Edmund Thrower, 58 years of age, not having the fear of God before his eyes, but instigated by the devil, feloniously, willfully, maliciously, and with malice aforethought, made an assault on Elizabeth Carter at Cratfield in the county of Suffolk on the 16th day of October in the 33rd year of the present reign, in and upon the body of the said Elizabeth Carter, and with a certain hammer, then and therewith, did strike the said Elizabeth divers mortal wounds upon the head, of which she died, against the statute and against the king's peace. At this trial, Magistrate Oldershaw presided.
Edmund Thrower, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Then a second indictment was read concerning the murder of Thomas, father of Elizabeth Carter.
Edmund Thrower, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
Then, from almost nowhere, a man who went by the name of Gypsy Dick was sworn and took the stand and made a statement. He told where he lived.
At Cratfield.
And did he recollect the murder?
Oh, yes. I was walking in Shotford Heath on the morning of the murder. It was about 9 o'clock when my attention was excited. I heard a sharp woman's shriek, and I said to myself, I have heard a woman shriek, and it was enough to stun anybody.
And more?
I saw a man running, or walking quick, when I got to the 4 crossways from Cotter's house, and I made a kind of halt when he was before me. He went over a stile on the left hand of Cratfield Green, and it was a very bright morning, and I could see the man well. And it was that man sitting over there who is called Edmund Thrower.
So the case was given to the jury, who deliberated 35 minutes. Guilty. And sentence was passed.
Edmund Thrower, you have been tried and convicted by an impartial jury of your country of a most foul and cruel murder. A murder on an inoffensive poor girl who gave you no provocation, and of her aged father, too, in the moments of quietude. The motives which led to that murder are best known to God and your own conscience. Therefore, it behooves you to make your peace with him, before whose awful tribunal you must appear. You will be removed from hence to the place from whence you came, and from thence to a place of execution on Monday next, where you will be hanged by the neck until you are dead, and your body afterwards will be delivered to the surgeons, and the Lord Almighty receive your soul.
It took history 11 years to solve the puzzle, but was it solved? As a student of crime, I'm not sure, nor should you be. But one thing is certain. In the county of Suffolk, the willow grows green, and from one of them, there hung a smithy.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Mr. Thrower's Hammer, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Johnstone was heard as Mr. Thrower. Featured in the cast were Eric Snowden, Jay Novello, Joseph Kearns, Paula Winslow, Tudor Owen, and Alastair Duncan. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, a certain house in the Heidelberg Township in Pennsylvania. Since 1795, the tenants of that house have been unable to remove the blood from the floorboards. My report to you will be on the Axe and the Drute family, how they fared. Thank you. Good night.
In the wide open spaces east of Hollywood, some people forget that there's a university where men actually study in Hollywood. Later this evening on CBS Radio, you'll meet screen star Joseph Cotton as one of them, a professor who meets an intriguing young woman on a bus and begins to learn from her. It's a charming tale entitled Romance to a Degree, so be listening for it when, on most of these same stations later this evening, the Lux Summer Theater stars Joseph Cotton. Stay tuned now for Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, Bill Cullen's Walk a Mile show is heard Monday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Sloan's Liniment presents Gangbusters. At war, marching against the underworld. From coast to coast, gangbusters, police, the G-men, our government agents, marching against the underworld.
Tonight, the case of a ghostly prisoner roaming the countryside unrecognized. A mountaineer farmer with a mysterious complex about burglary. A murder in a trailer camp. That's tonight's Gangbusters.
Now picture our setting as the special office turned over to gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police for a proxy interview between Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, United States Army, and Edgar Sims, Chief of Police, Alexandria, Virginia. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Chief Sims, in these times of hidden enemies within our nation, tonight's case is very timely.
It is, Colonel Schwarzkopf, and tonight's case is a very exciting one.
You make it sound very unusual, Colonel.
It is, Frank. About an unusually vicious criminal.
Well, Colonel, I don't want to seem to step over into your department, but I know a criminal who, in his way, is just as undesirable. I'm talking about muscular distress, and anyone who has felt that insidious sudden ache or pain knows just what I mean. Still, I'm happy to report this particular felon has met his match. For the past 50 years, Sloane's liniment has been busy driving the soreness and stiffness out of aching, painful muscles, bringing quick and comforting relief to millions all over the world. Sloane's is the pat-on liniment that works like a heat treatment. All you do is pat on Sloane's. That's all. Just pat it on the sore place. And then, like a heat treatment, that gentle warmth seems to get right at that knot of trouble in your stiff neck or sore back. If you happen a bottle of Sloane's on your medicine shelf right now, be sure to ask your druggist for Sloane's liniment when you're doing your shopping tomorrow. All right, Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Well, Chief Sims, at what point do you intend to start tonight's case?
August 21st, 1938, at 7:15 that morning, in an outlying section of McCreary County in the Kentucky hills, Mrs. Godfrey was struggling with a dog in a farmyard.
Hold still. Open your mouth, Tiger, like a good dog. Lie still there now. Here, Tiger. Open your mouth.
Howdy, Mrs. Godfrey.
Oh.
What's the trouble?
Plenty's the trouble, Mr. Buchanan. Help me with my dog here, will you?
What's the matter?
He's been poisoned. Hold his jaws open while I pour this vinegar down his throat. Now, look out, he don't bite you.
Yeah, I got him. But just vinegar won't help him. I don't reckon.
Why, vinegar's always good for poison, so I've heard. Quiet. Hold him, Mr. Buchanan. Knocked the vinegar bottle right out of my hand.
Look out. I've got to let him go. He's trying to bite me.
I never thought you had it in you to shoot even a dog, Mr. Buchanan.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Godfrey, but he was in such pain he'd have bitten both of us.
Poor Tiger. I guess we should have shot him ourselves when we first found him like this.
How long ago was that?
Half an hour ago, just before Mr. Godfrey left.
Where'd Mr. Godfrey go?
Sheriff. Somebody poisoned Tiger and then robbed the house while we was asleep.
That's right funny.
What?
I got my trailer parked over at the tourist camp in Pulaski County.
Well, what about it?
Well, just before I left the trailer camp, I heard 3 farmhouses over there were robbed last night. And in every case, the dogs were poisoned.
Well, we'll see what the sheriff has to say. Oh, I suppose, Mr. Buchanan, you brought the wicker seat and willow basket I ordered last spring.
Yeah. I've got those things already woven for you, Mrs. Godfrey. They're right in the car, and I'll get them for you.
Attention, all Southeast Kentucky sheriffs and police. 8 houses burglarized last night while occupants were asleep. Watchdogs poisoned before each robbery.
So there you are, Mrs. Godfrey. Looking the cars yourself tonight, huh?
Why, Mr. Buchanan, you're quite a stranger. You didn't stop by on your way north this spring.
No, I didn't, Mrs. Godfrey. This year I got some wonderful new baskets to sell.
Oh?
I wove every one of them myself. Mr. Godfrey home?
No. Seems like Mr. Godfrey's never home when you call, Mr. Buchanan.
Matter. I'm worried.
Well, Mr. Godfrey does go away from home a heap more than he used to. He ain't been the same since that time we got robbed last year.
How do you mean, ma'am?
Well, he swears he's going to catch the burglar who robbed us and kill him. He's left standing word with the sheriff to call him up any hour, night or day, when there's another burglary hereabouts.
You mean there's been more robberies since last year?
Oh, mercy me. One last night over in Wilton and another one night before last in 4 Acre. Mr. Godfrey says there'll be another one tonight, too.
Another tonight? How does your husband get all this advanced information?
Seems like he just feels it in his bones. Like last night. Why, Mr. Godfrey was off for the sheriff's on a hunch almost 3/4 of an hour before the sheriff called him up about the Wilton robbery.
These robberies are going on regular in these parts, Mrs. Godfrey.
Yeah, they sure have. They come and go by spasms. Well, if you'll come up to the house, I'll look over your basket.
Yeah, let me carry those milk pails.
Oh, thank you.
But you're a little frightened, Mrs. Godfrey, staying alone so many nights when Mr. Godfrey's away?
No, Mr. Godfrey's going to fix up the farm with burglar alarms. We won't depend on a watchdog anymore.
Oh.
Attention. 3rd burglary in Southeast Kentucky on 3rd night in succession. Godfrey Farmhouse, pillaged 2nd time in 2 years. Watchdog poison. Warning. New outbreak of robberies in Greene County, Tennessee. Same localities burglarized as were looted mysteriously last year at same time
Colonel Schwarzkopf, the Cumberland Mountain region was up in arms by this time, but the wave of burglary subsided as quickly as it had arisen, just as it did the year before. Then another year passed.
And another epidemic of robberies broke out, Chief Sims?
Yes, but not in the same territory, Colonel Schwarzkopf. From July to November 1940, dwellings were burglarized through northern Virginia. In the office of Fairfax County, Virginia, Detective Henry McGarity and Detective Lieutenant A.R. Stanley of the Alexandria City Police questioned one of the recent robbery victims.
Mr. Wilkins, just before your house was burglarized, there were a couple of strangers seen around your place.
Yes, Detective Stanley. The day before my house was robbed, a fellow came around. He tried to sell me some baskets and seat covers he'd woven.
Came around to sell you woven baskets and seat covers, eh?
Yes, Detective McGarity. And the next day, he came back again.
Returned the day after the robbery, huh?
Yes, sir. He said he thought that I'd told him I might think over buying some of his goods.
Did you ever see this man before, Mr. Wilkins?
No, but he sold one of my neighbors a willow bark basket. And he mentioned having a trailer over at the tourist camp by Alexandria.
What about the other man who came to see you, Mr. Wilkins?
Well, he acted kind of like a nut. He said his name was Godfrey, and he came from down in Kentucky. Said his own house had been robbed twice, and 2 of his watchdogs killed. And it got him so mad that he's been chasing around the country ever since, trying to catch the burglar who did it. He's supposed to be the best shot in Kentucky, too.
Didn't you tell me this Godfrey showed up at your house a few hours after the robbery?
Yes, sir.
Must have driven like a wind to get here from the Cumberland Mountains. It's over a 600-mile trip. The report on the robbery didn't go out on a teletype until nearly dawn. Did it, Lieutenant Stanley?
5:25 to be exact.
A basket weaver at a trailer camp in Alexandria, and a mountain farmer from Kentucky, both showing up the day after Wilkins' house was burglarized. Something very strange here.
Chief Sims, I know this case is approaching its climax.
And the most stirring and spectacular one, too, Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Yes, but before you tell us about it, Frank Gallup would like to make a few predictions.
Well, predicting the future isn't as difficult as it sounds, Colonel Schwarzkopf. For instance, I can predict right now that hundreds of thousands of people are going to be plagued by muscular aches and pains during the next 6 or 7 months. How do I know? Because that time of year is known as liniment time, when folks everywhere count on Sloan's to avoid needless discomfort caused by simple muscular distress. Most of them are already prepared, with a full bottle of Sloan's liniment ready and waiting on the medicine shelf for the first twinge of pain. Now, for those of you who are not ready, I have this friendly tip. Get a bottle of Sloan's at your favorite drugstore as soon as possible. Muscular aches and pains, as you know only too well, strike suddenly, without warning. Overexertion on your job, a slight accident, or overexposure to blustery wind and rain often results in stiff, sore muscles that make your life miserable. When you have a bottle of dependable Sloan's liniment handy, though, you can expect quick and comforting relief in just about a jiffy. Sloan's, you know, is the pat-on liniment. That's all you do, just pat it on the sore place. And like a heat treatment, Sloan's goes right to work, helping to loosen and relax those tight muscles. So make sure you have a bottle of Sloan's liniment on your medicine shelf at all times. Well, Colonel Schwarzkopf, I've finished with my predictions. What did Lieutenant Stanley find in that trailer camp?
I was just going to ask that question of Chief Sims myself, Frank. Chief Sims, did Lieutenant Stanley and Detective McGarity go to the trailer camp at Alexandria, Virginia?
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf. But the basket weaver, Buchanan, whom they were looking for, had left. The other campers told the investigators Buchanan had set off with his sailor for the Cumberland Gap. The Virginia police thereupon got in touch with Middlesboro's captain of police, Barton.
Wallace, Deputy Kane.
Yes, Captain Barton?
Pardon me, Captain Barton. Yes, here's a flash from the Virginia police. They want us to pick up Clyde Buchanan for questioning. The trailer's parked at the trailer camp just outside of Middlesboro here.
Well, I've known Clyde Buchanan all my life, Captain Barton. Why do you suppose the Virginia police want Buchanan for questioning?
Yeah, I'm puzzled. Clyde Buchanan's a fine man. But we'd better go out to the trailer camp and see him. Yeah, that's Buchanan's trailer right at the end of this lane.
Look, Captain Barton. Buchanan's coming out to meet us.
Hello, Sheriff Wallace. Captain Barton.
Lieutenant.
What brings you gents out here?
Well, Clyde, to tell you the truth, we've come to see you.
Me? What for?
Well, the Virginia police seem to think you've had something to do with some robberies.
You don't mean you're arresting me? There's some kind of mistake here. All right, I'll go with you and straighten it out. Just wait till I get a hat and coat.
Just a minute, Clyde. You got a gun on you?
I always carry a gun. You know that. Driving nights and stopping in lonely places sometimes like I do.
Well, you'd better give us the gun, Buchanan.
Sure.
I'll give you the gun. All right. You shot the sheriff. Stop! Halt, Buchanan!
You stop, Captain. Where you are. I'm shooting you too, Deputy.
Not if I get you first.
Tracy trying to shoot it out with me, Deputy. I shot the gun right out of your hand. Now I'm finishing the job.
Oh, no. Your gun's empty.
The sheriff's ain't.
Hold him! Get Buchanan! There he goes! Into those cowboys! Hey, fire him out! The sheriff, hold him! Come back here!
Who's in charge here?
I am. I'm County Attorney Fred Miller.
Well, I'm Detective McGarity from Fairfax County, Virginia. We're the ones who sent you the call that we want Buchanan for questioning.
I know. Now we want him for murder.
Yeah, so I've heard.
If it's burglary evidence you're looking for, you'll find plenty in Buchanan's trailer over there. Chloroform, several different kinds of poison, and more money than a man could honestly make weaving baskets.
What about this fellow Godfrey? His actions struck us as suspicious, too.
Godfrey?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean Farmer Godfrey?
That's right.
Well, he's innocent, but I don't know how long he's going to be.
So, what do you mean by that?
They tell me Godfrey set off without authority as a one-man posse to track Buchanan down by himself. Now, if Godfrey does catch him, he'll kill him. He's cracked on us up.
When are you starting after Buchanan?
Right away. We're giving the bloodhounds a scent now. Come on along, it's like.
Oh, thanks.
Here you are, boy. Take a good smell of this.
What's that?
That's part of one of Buchanan's shirts. Now, you take another sniff, boy. That's it.
Say, this dog don't look big enough to travel with a pack.
He's still a pup. Never been out before, but this case will give him training.
Hey, come, little thing.
Here you are, puppy. Come on now, sniff again. That's a good little puppy. All ready, men? All right, let the hounds off the leashes.
That's funny, Miller. The hounds led us right up this mountain trail. Now they're running around in circles again.
They've lost the scent, McGarity. Buchanan knows his mountains and his dogs. He's crossed his high and dry railroad bed so the wind would carry off his scent.
Well, Abby. Say, where's the little fella?
Little fella?
Yeah, the puppy.
Now, George, you're right. Where is he? Here, pup. Here, Tiny. Come on, Tiny. Go get him, boys. Go find your little pal. Here, Tiny. Come on, pup.
Look, there goes one of the hounds down that ravine.
After him, boys. Go get him.
They picked up Buchanan's trail, I guess.
They picked up something fresh, but they don't act as though they were on Buchanan's trail. Come on.
Right.
Hey, men, follow us.
Well, here's the bottom of the valley. Now, where are the hounds?
Listen. See, they found something over there in that thicket.
What's that?
Come on. There's somebody in there. Hello? Posse! Surround that thicket! Let's go, McGarry.
Right.
Pull your dogs off, mister.
All right, down, boys. Down, quiet. All right, youngster, climb down out of that tree.
Hey, this young fella's hurt. He's got a big gash on his head.
No, I'm all right now.
What happened, young fella?
I don't know. I was hunting squirrels, and all of a sudden something hit me on the head. When I came to, my rifle and squirrels were gone. There was a little dog sniffing a piece of raw meat, and then the whole pack came
A little
along.
dog? Where?
Well, right over there where the big hounds are.
All right, go away, boys. Go away. Get away from that meat.
Dead. A poor little pup.
Yes. Buchanan must have had a vial of poison on him and poisoned this piece of squirrel meat to throw the hounds off again.
That dirty yellow skunk.
He was a good hound. He'd been killed on his first hunt. But he set us back on that killer's trail. Buchanan can't be very far away.
Say, if you fellas are a posse, I'd like to go along with you. I'd like my rifle back.
Great Scott, I'd forgotten that. Buchanan has this boy's rifle now.
Son, you better stay behind. We'll bring the rifle back for you.
And Buchanan, dead or alive. Come on, hound, sniff. Take another smell of this shirt. Good smell. That's it. Now, don't lose the scent again. All right. Listen up. Now, go find him. Go find the rat who killed your little pal. That's where Buchanan went, all right, McGarity. Dogs lost the trail again at the foot of this cliff. That means that Buchanan must have climbed up the cliff.
But he never could reach the top, Miller.
No, he's most likely in that cave halfway up with a crevice above it. We'll just wait till the rest of the posse have taken that position.
Down out of there, Buchanan. You know, and I'll go up and get you.
Who's that? That wasn't one of our posse. It's Farmer Godfrey back of that rock.
Godfrey?
Yes. You got to stop him from committing murder. Hey, Godfrey, keep out of this.
I'll keep out of nothing. I'm going to get that killer, Buchanan.
Have to go over there and stop it. Yeah, but you'll expose yourself to Buchanan if you do. Buchanan's held his fire so far, that's a chance I'll have to take. You stay here and keep that cave covered. Right. You're a fool, Attorney Miller. Buchanan might pick you off crawling over here like that. You look here, Guthrie. Buchanan's saving his fire till it means something. It's more than you've been doing. I'll shoot it out Buchanan any day. I'll stand in the open and let him stay in that cave and still knock the finger off his trigger when I see his gun flash. He's robbed my home twice, and he's a killer. You'll have to have mighty good eyesight, Godfrey, to see a gun flash up in that dark cave. I ain't fixing to stay here. I'm going up after Buchanan right now. You move 1 foot beyond this rock, and I'll shoot you. Why, that snake in the grass Buchanan robbed my house twice, poisoned 2 of my dogs. And you'll shoot me if I go after him. What kind of law is that? It's law and order, Godfrey. You can't take the law into your own hands. That's my duty. Well, what are you planning to do? I'll make a dash for that boulder up ahead. I'm going up after Buchanan myself. Well, all right. I'll hold my fire. But if Buchanan gets you, I won't hold off any longer. All right, that's a promise, Godfrey. Wish me luck. Garrity, well, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to stay back. I made a dash for this rock just the same as you did, Miller. We'll be mighty lucky if he doesn't get one of us. Buchanan, we know you're up in that cave. You'd better surrender, Buchanan. Buchanan isn't biting. I'll try once more. Come down, Buchanan, or we're coming up for you. That got a response all right. That bullet came within a split inch of my ear. Well, that was a warning that Buchanan doesn't intend to be taken alive. Look, there he goes, peeping out of the cave. Making for the crevice above, we'll have a better cover. Well, it's now or never. You got him, Miller.
Yes,
you got him. Yes, he's falling, and he'll land right here at our feet. Well, there he is. Don't look much like a killer now. That's the end of Buchanan. And the end of the mystery of poisoned dogs and burglaries in Kentucky. Colonel Schwarzkopf, the final revelation that widely respected Clyde Buchanan had been the secret scourge of 3 states was a shock to the countryside.
I can understand that, Chief Sims. He was a man who really led a double life. Colonel Schwarzkopf, this may surprise you, but Sloan's liniment leads a double life, too. Men and women with tough jobs now keep a bottle of Sloan's in their lockers at plants and factories, as well as on the medicine shelves at home. You see, Sloan's is so easy to use that all you need are a few minutes at lunchtime or during a rest period. With Sloan's, there's no need for hard, painful massaging. All you have to do is tap Sloan's liniment on, and then relax for a while. And as you do, Sloan's penetrating warmth goes to work like a heat treatment. In almost no time at all, Sloan's helps you find quick and comforting relief. Don't let the suffering caused by simple muscular aches and pain slow you down. Let Sloan's help you maintain the top speed all America is aiming for. The top speed America needs in every job. Your job. Protect yourself from the stiffness and soreness that so frequently follows accident, overexertion, or overexposure to bad weather. Pick up a bottle of Sloan's liniment tomorrow on the way down to work, and keep it in your locker always. And now, Gangbuster Clues. Wanted, most dangerous and ruthless criminals at large today. Number 1.
Basil Hugh Bangard, alias the Owl, 42, 5 feet 8 inches, 156 pounds, graying chestnut hair, blue-gray eyes. Distinguishing marks: hair comes to arrow point, bald left and right front. Hair comes to arrow point, bald left and right front. May wear toupee to cover it. Wrinkles across forehead. Wrinkles across forehead. Raised scar upper right chin. Raised scar upper right chin. Mole left cheek. Mole on left cheek. Eyes have owl-like appearance. Eyes have owl-like appearance. May wear glasses to cover owl-like eyes. May wear hat or toupee to cover bald spots front of head. May wear glasses to cover owl-like eyes.
Urgently wanted criminals, number 2.
Roger Toohey, 44, 5 feet 5 3/4 inches, 139 pounds, strange chestnut hair, blue eyes, distinguishing marks, hawk-like nose turns to left, hawk-like nose turns to left, mole below right side of nose, Mole below right side of nose. Prominent lump left side of neck. Prominent lump left side of neck. Lower lip turns under. Lower lip turns under. Amputated right thumb tip. Right thumb tip amputated. May wear gloves to cover this defect.
Urgently wanted criminal number 3.
Matthew Nelson, 40, 5 feet 10 3/4 inches, 149 pounds, chestnut hair, scar right forehead, deep set grayish blue eyes, protruding chin, repeating, scar right forehead, deep set grayish blue eyes, protruding chin.
Urgently wanted criminal number 4.
James O'Connor, 36, 5 feet 5 3/4 inches, 157 pounds, dark wavy hair, yellow-gray eyes, gunshot wound just above left elbow, left arm stiffened, repeating, left arm stiffened from effects of gunshot wound above elbow.
Urgently wanted criminal number 5.
William Stewart, 45, 6 feet 1/2 inch, 179 pounds, dark graying hair, long straight nose, greenish gray eyes, round receding chin, has upper plate of false teeth, lower bridge of false teeth, mole, upper left part of head, scar, tip left index finger, repeating, upper plate of false teeth, lower bridge of false teeth, mole, upper left part of head, scar, tip left index finger.
Urgently wanted criminal number 6.
Sinclair McInerney, 31, 5 feet 9 1/2 inches, 159 pounds, wavy brown hair, short nose, yellow slate eyes, heavy blouse, scar base of left thumb, scar base of left thumb.
The subject wanted for recent escape, Statesville Penitentiary, Joliet, Illinois. Governor, State of Illinois, has offered reward $1,000 for information leading to apprehension or delivery each these men to Statesville Penitentiary. Warning, these men reported armed and extremely dangerous. These men armed and extremely dangerous.
If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. And now, here's what Philip H. Lord has planned for next week.
Gangbusters friends, next week for Sloan's Liniment, the startling case of the Wolverine, the slinking terror of the Northland who stole out of the giant forest to strike with snarling savagery, midnight vigil in a deserted railroad station, and the eerie voice that came over the telephone, the paper napkin that led to the lonely snowbound cabin, then the race between the thundering express train and the police on a handcar in a desperate attempt to capture the Wolverine.
That's next week's Sloan's Liniment presentation of Gangbusters.
Gangbusters is a Philip H. Lord production which has originated in New York.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Murder on the Trail. Some folks always seem to be right in the center of excitement. And that may be because some folks look for it. Of course, you'd never get Hopalong Cassidy to admit that, but his pal California strongly suspects it. And especially now that they interrupted a peaceful ride back to the Bar 20 to hitch over to Rapid River for the night.
Now, there's the Rapid River Hotel up ahead on the right. Let's see if they have a couple of empty sacks.
I'd sooner be out under the stars, and so would you, Hoppy. You can't fool me why we come here. You decided awful sudden after you heard there was a little trouble.
Me? Walk into trouble? Why, California, you hurt my feelings.
Well, you're going to hurt my stomach if we don't get some grub pretty soon.
Soon as we get a room lined up. Folks there in the lobby seem pretty excited.
Yeah, I guess they're talking about the killing. Who was it?
Mr. Mills. He owned the stagecoach line.
Robbery, I suppose?
No, he was...
You're Hopalong Cassidy, ain't you?
That's right.
You're wanted at the museum.
Really? Well, I hadn't figured on being put under glass quite so early in life.
You tell him, Hoppy.
Go on over, pal. You'll enjoy yourself in a museum.
What makes you think so?
Well, you seem to like keeping an old relic around.
Huh? What do you say? Why, if that ain't they did... I ought to... Of all the doggone you out.
Come in, Mr. Cassidy.
I had a message for somebody here at the museum.
Yes, I sent the message. I saw you ride into town a little while ago, and I thought perhaps you could help me.
Well, this is my partner, California Carlson.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name is Muncie.
Howdy. I judge you're upset because of the murder, Mr. Muncie.
Oh, yes, indeed. I'm responsible for it.
You're what?
Well, just what I said. Mr. Mills would be alive now if it weren't for me. I deciphered a map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon, and I showed it to Mr. Mills. He had always been so interested in the canyon. He started for there at sunup, and by noon a rider found him dead.
Well, that doesn't make you responsible.
No, but I knew it would happen to anyone who tried to go up into the canyon. I knew it when I showed him that map.
This is getting kind of complicated. Now, why is an old Lost Canyon so dangerous?
Ah, there's a legend about that canyon, California.
A true legend, Mr. Cassidy, of the vow taken by the Jepson followers never to let anyone invade their canyon. It has been sealed up for 20 years. Disaster will overtake anyone who tries to enter Lost Canyon.
But it doesn't seem like religious folks would take the murder.
Don't you understand, Mr. Cassidy? They're fanatics. They will stop at nothing. Look here in this cabinet. Now, these are dumb bullets. They have a hollow nose. Rip a man to pieces when they strike. The British developed them. And do you know why? To stop fanatics who couldn't be downed by an ordinary bullet.
But you're speaking of savage frontiersmen, Mr. Muncie.
Then you aren't afraid of these people in Lost Canyon?
You don't know Hopalong Cassidy very well, or you know he ain't afraid of nothing.
Then will you take the map?
What?
The map to Lost Canyon. I'm not a brave man, Mr. Cassidy, and now I'm terrified. I just want to live here among my treasures. I don't want any violence to befall me.
I don't suppose any of us really wants violence.
But you can cope with it. Please, will you take the map?
Well...
Go ahead, Hoppy. You're just itching to get into more adventure.
Good. I have it hidden in this room. I'll be right back.
I know something like this would happen, Hoppy. You head for danger like Topper does to a field of wild oats.
Oh, there's no danger in this. Mr. Muncie is just an excitable little man.
What in blazes?
Mr. Muncie.
Hoppy, look. This axe, this split his skull. It's out from the wall, or maybe...
I know what you mean. Go get a doctor, quick.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Duffy rode into Rapid River because he was curious about one murder, and now he's mixed up in another. The town is in a nasty mood. They want somebody to pay for the killing, all of which puts Hoppy and California in a pretty tough spot. The dark little museum is now bristling with outraged townsfolk, and the sheriff is not having much success keeping order.
Get the two men who did it. Enough of this killing. Yeah, string them up before somebody else gets it. They were the only ones in the museum.
Men, get back. I'm the law around here. This is my business.
When our friends go getting killed, it's pretty much our business, I figure. So do I. Bring them two men out of the other room and let us tend to them. That's what we want. We'll give them justice.
Now, quiet, all of you. I'm drawing my gun, and the first man that interferes with me is going to get it, you understand?
What do we say?
It's mobs like you that hang innocent men, and there'll be none of that in Rapid River.
Then stop this murder.
I will stop it. I will. In the right way. All right, Deputy. Bring them two men out. Yeah.
There's the whole
Shut up! This gun's cocked, and I mean business. Stay back if you want to keep your head on straight.
Thanks, Sheriff. They don't seem very friendly.
I'm here to keep the law, and if you're guilty, you'll hang just as they want.
Now, look here, Sheriff. You don't know who you're talking to.
Oh, am I supposed to bow when I meet you?
No, but by golly, you'll take off in your hat when you meet my partner here. This is Hopalong Cassidy.
Uh-huh.
How do you do, Sheriff?
You're Hopalong?
Don't let him trick you, Sheriff.
Shut up! Nobody tricks Sheriff Richards. So you're supposed to be Hopalong Cassidy, huh?
No, Sheriff, I'm not supposed to be. I am.
Ain't you never seen his picture?
The only pictures I ever see are the ones with wanted on them.
He ain't Hopalong.
Ain't nobody here ever seen Hopalong? Huh? Oh, shut up, Jake. A lot of good you'll do us.
Well, if the fella knows me, bring him out, Sheriff.
Nah, that's old Jake Peters, blind as a bat.
I don't need eyes to know Hopalong Cassidy. Let me through here.
How in tarnation you gonna tell, Jake?
I got ways. Where is this fella?
Here I am. You must be the Jake Peters that used to ride range in Cheyenne.
Now don't confuse me with talk. There's one sure way I can tell Hopalong. Don't matter now if I don't have eyes to see him. I'll still know him if I can just hear him walk.
Huh? Doggone if this ain't something.
Go ahead, you walk.
Like this, Jake?
Yeah. A little more. It's him, Sheriff. That's Hopalong. I'd know the ring of his spurs anywhere.
You sure, Jake?
Of course I am.
Well, that's good enough for me.
You're welcome to Rapid River, Hoppy.
Thanks, Jake. Your friends were hard to convince.
Well, I'm right sorry, Mr. Cassidy. But you know, a feller can't be too careful, especially when he's the law.
Hoppy ain't used to treatment like this.
I understand, Sheriff, and I'll be obliged now if I can help in any way to clean up this murder.
Oh, thanks, but we don't need no help. We're used to handling our own affairs in Rapid River. Come on, men. Way out of this museum. We ain't getting nothing done hanging around here.
Oh, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Do you mind if my friends and I stayed here for a while and looked over the displays? Seems to be quite a fine collection.
Well, I don't know.
We rode quite a ways to see this museum. We'd be grateful if we could stay and look it over.
Well, just because you're Hopalong Cassidy don't think you're privileged character around here. I'd do the same for any citizen. You can stay for 10 minutes.
Thanks, Sheriff. That'll be fine.
Why, that insulting tin-horn sheriff. The idea, him talking to you the way he did.
Oh, forget it. He was just trying to impress us.
I don't know why you went to all that trouble to stay in this here museum anyway.
Don't you know California? Really?
Oh, all right. Of course I know. You think you can find something that the sheriff didn't in his investigation?
I'm sure of it. Mr. Muncie was a nice little fellow, and I'm pretty put out that somebody would go to the trouble to murder him.
But there ain't nothing to prove it was a killing. There's X's all over the room he was in. It could have been an accident.
Do you think it was?
Well, I don't know.
Come on in here. I noticed something that may help you decide.
Oh, this blood all over the floor is giving me indigestion.
That's impossible, California. You haven't eaten anything.
Doggone, that's right. That's what I'm feeling. No supper.
Now, look here. See these axes? Go on, take one off the wall.
I'd rather just as well look at them from here.
Don't you see something pretty obvious? Look at this one. And this row over here. See?
I don't see nothing except a bunch of axes.
But don't you realize that there's not one of them in here that is like the one that fell and killed Mr. Muncie?
Well, sure there is. It was just like these red-handled ones.
I don't mean the handle. I mean the other end.
The blade.
That's right. Every axe in here is so dull you couldn't cut summer butter with it. but the one that fell was sharp enough to slash a human skull.
Oh, you're right, Hoppy. Gee willikins, what do you think of that?
Shh, quiet.
Huh?
Howdy, boys. Howdy. Mind if I go along on this little tour? My education has been kind of neglected.
Come on in, mister, but don't hide behind doors. You might get into trouble.
Oh, I never get in trouble. But you might. Especially if I was to tell the sheriff that about an hour ago I delivered a message to you from Mr. Muncie.
And how is that going to cause trouble?
Well, it depends on what the message was. If I was to say that Mr. Muncie wanted you to please leave him alone, and he couldn't possibly make the payoff that you demanded.
Why, you
California,
dirty...
stop that.
Fighting ain't the answer, cowpoke.
No, I can see that. California, how much do you have with you?
What?
Get out your pouch, California.
Hoppy? Well,
we understand each other, eh, Mr. Cassidy?
Yeah, we certainly do. I don't believe I know your name, though.
Oh, the folks just call me Brick.
Gold Brick, maybe?
Now, listen, you old goat.
Yeah,
Brick.
Brick.
A crack like...
Yeah, something to make you feel better. And don't go causing any trouble, will you? We just want to stay out of this.
That's better. You know, I was watching through the window all the time.
Oh, you were?
Huh?
Well, don't say anything about our taking the map, will you? We're just collecting curios for our ranch.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, sucker. Thanks. Now I'm big fine.
Hoppy. Are you stark raving mad? What do you mean by paying off that little chiseler? And why did you tell him about finding the map?
But I didn't find it, California. I just thought it might be interesting to see what he would do if he thought I did. Come on now, let's have our dinner and see what we can figure out.
Now you're talking. I can just taste a big hunk of steak. Hoppy, I just thought of something.
What?
We can't buy no dinner. You gave that chiseler all the money we had.
Oh, what do you think of that? Well, the bank will be open in the morning, so let's go dream of a hearty breakfast.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to Hopalong Cassidy and our story, Murder on the Trail. One of the leading citizens of Rapid River has been murdered because he started up into Lost Canyon. Then Mr. Muncie, curator of the museum, was killed by a fallen axe as he was about to give Hopalong Cassidy the map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon. So now Hoppy and California are camped out on the edge of town, and they're trying to figure out two things. Who is doing the killings and why?
It doesn't add up, California. Just 2 men have been killed for no apparent reason.
But the little fellow at the museum told you the reason. They're religious groups.
No, California. I don't think that's the answer. It's very seldom that wars are fought or murders are committed because of religion. People generally kill for a very earthly possession.
You mean money?
Uh-huh. But in this instance, I can't figure out who will gain and who will lose because of this map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon.
Sure wish you hadn't told that brick fella that we have the map.
But that may bring the murderer out into the open. Why, we may even have visitors before the night's over.
You think so? Say, maybe we should have gotten a hotel room after all.
Why, California. You said you didn't want to ask for a room without having the money to pay in advance. You were afraid of being embarrassed.
Well, I'd rather be embarrassed than dead.
Do I detect a note of fear someplace?
I just don't want to die on an empty stomach, that's all. If I'd had supper, I wouldn't have mind laying out here to be shot.
But think how much you have to look forward to. As soon as the bank is open in the morning, I'll buy you the biggest breakfast in Rapid River.
You will, Harvey?
You bet. Buckwheat cakes stacked a foot high. You dream about that.
Mm-hmm. Swimming in syrup and gobs of butter.
That's right. And brown little sausages to spice them up.
Buckwheat cakes. Sausages.
And a pile of scrambled eggs.
Scrambled eggs. Sausages.
Sure. Sweet dreams, California. I'd better shut up and get to sleep myself. All this talk of food is killing me. California, wake up.
Yeah. Breakfast time already? Suffering snakes, what's that?
Let's find out. No time to saddle up. Come on.
I'm coming, Hoppy.
Come on, Topper. Over towards these bushes.
Hey, maybe it's a trap, Hop.
We'll have to risk it. Look over here.
Yeah, that's his horse.
Easy, boy. Who is it?
Is that you, Hopper?
Why, Jake. Jake Peters.
He's hurt bad, Hoppy.
Take it easy, Jake. We'll get you to a doctor.
It ain't no use. He rode up behind me and put these slugs into me.
Who did, Jake?
The murderer. He knowed I was riding out here to warn you. He's after you now, Hoppy. If I'd had eyes, I could have found you. The fella at the forge told me you camped out on this road.
Jake, who put the slugs in you? Who was it?
No use, Hoppy. He ain't hearing you now.
Poor old Jake. California, we're dealing with someone who will shoot a blind man in the back.
I'd sure like to get my hands on the varmint.
I've got a hunch Mrs. Mills may know something about these murders. You meet me there later.
Where are you going now?
To the bank as soon as it opens.
If it's for breakfast money, Hoppy, forget it. I ain't hungry now.
No, I'm going to try to find out who is the wealthiest man in this town.
Taking such an interest, Mr. Cassidy. You didn't know my husband.
No, Mrs. Mills, and I didn't know the man at the museum. And I'd only met Jake Peters, but it still winds me up inside to see cold-blooded murder.
The whole town knows that there are religious fanatics up in Lost Canyon.
The whole town may know that. But what about you? Do you know it? You don't believe that story any more than I do, Mrs. Mills. There's someone right here in this town that's doing the killing. I only want to know the route into Lost Canyon so that I might be able to bring the murderer out into the open.
Yes, I want that, too. I'll tell you what I'll do. I won't give you the route, but I will act as your guide and lead you up there.
Oh, but that's too dangerous.
There's no man in my family now, Mr. Cassidy. I've got to be father and mother both to my children, and their father would ride up and gain what Lost Canyon has to give us.
All right, Mrs. Mills, with spirit like that, come along with me, and we'll clean up this whole dirty mess. This is bad business. I'm sorry I agreed to let you come with me.
Living is bad business, Mr. Cassidy. You have to have courage to take chances.
You trust me, and we may both come out of this alive.
What's the matter? Did you hear something?
Yes. Someone's coming up the trail overtaking us.
Why, it's the sheriff. Hello, Mr. Richards.
Hello, Mrs. Mills, and it's you, Cassidy.
That's right, Sheriff. Who did you expect?
I expected you to have better sense, I'll tell you that.
Or maybe you mean I shouldn't have had such good sense.
You saw what I did with that mob back in the museum, Cassidy. I cocked my gun like this. And I threatened to use it on the first man that tried to take the law into his own hands.
Oh, but, Sheriff, you don't understand. Mr. Cassidy
If this is Mr. Cassidy, the only man in Rapid River that vouched for him was blind Jake Peters.
You mean dead Jake Peters.
If he's dead, you're the only one that knows about it, Cassidy. Well, there's been enough talk. My deputy's right down the trail waiting for my whistle. So now I'm sending you back to town for safekeeping.
And you?
Mrs. Mills and I are going right on up this trail.
Yes, Sheriff. I'm glad you came when you did, for we're approaching the passage now.
You ride on, Mrs. Mills. I'll catch up with you.
All right, Sheriff.
Howdy, Sheriff. Looks like I rode up just in time.
Brick, you take Cassidy back to town and watch him.
Okay, Sheriff.
Well, so Brick here is your newly appointed deputy. Seems like only last night that he was a cheap blackmailer.
Shut up, Cassidy. I got me a badge now. And if the sheriff don't get out of Lost Canyon alive, I'll be head man.
Don't say a thing like that. I'm coming back.
What's the matter, Sheriff? You kind of superstitious?
I'll tend to you later, Cassidy. Right now, I'm going with Mrs. Mills after the murderer. Of course, it's mighty dangerous for a woman to be riding up into the canyon. No telling what might happen.
You know, Sheriff, you sound just like a man who's trying to establish an alibi.
Huh?
Yeah, an alibi. In the event Mrs. Mills doesn't come back alive.
You know, Mrs. Mills, it was a sad day that your husband found that map showing the secret passage into Lost Canyon.
Oh, it was a horrible day. But how did he know it would cost him his life?
Yeah? No, I guess he didn't. But that Mr. Munsey at the museum knew the danger. He wanted to get rid of the map.
He wanted to give the map to Mr. Cassidy.
Yeah, but he never did. Because I killed him and took the map myself.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Mills, I killed Mr. Munsey and I killed your husband. I thought they was the only two that knew the passage.
Sheriff, what are you saying?
That I can't let anybody living know the passage, Mrs. Mills.
But I know it.
That's right. I don't like doing this. In fact, I never enjoy killing.
Jake Peters, you killed him, too.
Oh, he was a worthless old coot, but he was nosy and got to suspecting things. He was on his way to blab to Cassidy, so I had to get rid of him.
Sheriff, this is incredible. How can you go on killing and killing and...
You're the last. Then I'll be safe. Everything I've got will be saved.
What do you mean?
I'm a rich man, Mrs. Mills. I ain't just a tin-horn sheriff like folks think. I got a barrel full of money. But I'd lose it all if this here secret passage is found.
You're really going to kill me?
Get off your horse, Mrs. Mills.
No.
Come on, Lawson, that horse. Let's get this over quick.
No. Sheriff, I have children. You can't.
Maybe I'll adopt them, Mrs. Mills.
Oh, forget the passage. I'll leave Rapid River. Let me live.
Say your prayers, Mrs. Mills. This is it. What's that? Who's over there? Get up here, you.
Take your hands off me.
Well, stay right here. We got visitors out in the bushes.
Let me go.
You stay right in front of me.
I'll come back after you, Sheriff.
I thought it was you, Cassidy, hiding behind them bushes.
You're wasting your bullets, Sheriff. I got you covered. Your little game is up.
If you shoot me, Cassidy, you shoot Mrs. Mills first. Come on, behind these rocks.
Oh, be careful. You're too close to the edge.
I see you sneaking for the trail, Sheriff, but I'm sitting up here to see you don't make it. Why, you sniveling skunks think you can trap me, do you? Hey, you Mr. Miles.
Let me go. You're hurting me.
Why, I see your hat, Cassidy.
You're out on the ledge, Sheriff. We got you covered both ways. You might as well drop your gun.
You think I'll give up, do you? I'm used to living hard, and I'll die the same way. You're not going to take me alive, and I'll die laughing, because I'm taking Mrs. Mills with me.
Stop it, Sheriff. You're pulling her over the ledge. Stop it.
Oh, we're falling. Let me go.
to Hopalong Cassidy.
Doggone it, Hoppy. That was the fanciest roping I ever seen.
Did I hurt your arm, Mrs. Mills?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't know. I'm just so thankful to be alive.
It was a mighty close call. If it hadn't been for Hoppy's roping, you'd be at the bottom of the ravine with the sheriff there.
And if you hadn't ridden up the trail, California, and helped me disarm Brick.
Well,
it's so horrible. The sheriff must have been insane wanting to kill me for no reason.
Oh, he had a reason, all right.
But what? How could it matter to him that I knew the secret passage?
Well, didn't you want to use it to build up your stagecoach business, Mrs. Mills?
Well, yes, but no one knew that.
Don't see how that mattered to the sheriff, Hoppy.
He was a very wealthy man, California.
Yes, he told me that. But I just thought he was raving.
Oh, no. I managed to find that out at the bank. He owned controlling interest in a railroad that runs from Rapid River to Dodge City.
What?
That's right. The railroad had almost run your stage line out of business. Now, if you were to route your stages through Lost Canyon, you could beat train time and get the business back again.
Well, if that ain't the dag-bustedest, doggonest...
Why, it's incredible. He did all that killing to protect his railroad.
Yes, but now you're free to route your stages through the canyon.
Yes, I must do that. I've got to support the children. I guess the first thing is to find a good driver and try the canyon road.
Hoppy, do you suppose there really is a fanatical religious cult up here in this canyon? I get a feeling we're kind of being watched.
Well, I know one sure way of finding out.
How's that?
You drive Mrs. Mills' stage through this canyon. And if there are any religious folks up here, you'll probably scare them right up into the hills.
Well,
Hoppy and California are heading back Bar 20 way. Got a lot of things to take care of at the ranch. But it won't be long till Hoppy gets that feeling, and they'll be heading out again for more excitement and adventure. We'd like mighty well to have you along. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Murder on the Trail was written by John Barclay. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers, brought to you by Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel and understand.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Out of the West and into your home, riding the range of mystery and adventure, blazing the trail of Western story and song. Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, that teller of tall tales, Gaffy Hayes, the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, and in person, the King of the Cowboys himself, Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, folks. This is Roy Rogers. I hope you buckaroos side with me when I say there's nothing lower than a thief. Gabby, what happens to a fellow who steals out here in the West?
Well, now, son, I reckon the best way to answer that question is to tell the story of the horse thieves of Paradise Valley. So, sit around the campfires, buckaroos, and I'll relate an adventure so Rip Snorton it'd make a bronc jump right out of his galoshes. Well, about 10 days ago, us folks of Paradise Valley went over to Dale Evans' Circle E Ranch for a little shindig he was giving. Now, myself, I went with great reluctance. Because if there's one thing I don't enjoy, it's hobnobbing with women, dancing around and all such things. Just a plain waste of time as far as I'm concerned.
Well, Pappy, it's about time to head for home.
Head for home? Roy, I promised the next dance to Mrs. Lightbody.
Okay, we can wait that long.
And the one after that to Grace May Hobble. She's the plump little lady with the yellow hair. And Edna Steele's is just dying to have me under the new step.
No, you don't, Pappy. We're heading for home right now.
Oh, shucks.
Already, are you?
Just coming over to say goodnight, Dave.
You ain't got no vitality, the young whippersnapper.
I'd just stay longer, but something's been disturbing our horses lately. Want to check on us first thing in the morning.
Well, I'll walk outside with you.
Well.
Yes, when I find me a plump little lady with yellow hair. Shucks.
Roy.
Hello, Perry.
I've been trying to get you in a corner all evening.
That's so? I guess I just didn't notice.
And you too, Miss Dale. I wonder if you thought to ask Charlie Davidson to your party tonight.
Charlie Davidson got a special invitation, Perry, but he didn't even bother to answer.
I wouldn't be worrying if I were you, Perry. After the treatment you and the other riders got from Charlie.
Well, I'm afraid you that Dave got in from the east. Didn't matter how long he'd worked for his paw.
Sure, but those fine horses the old man was raising. And now, in 6 months, just since Charlie took over, they're mostly gone. Nobody knows where. Roy, do you suppose those riders he brought in could be stealing them?
It's possible, I suppose. Charlie was raised in the East by his grandma. He doesn't know anything about running a ranch.
Roy, maybe I shouldn't say this, but Charlie Davidson has been trying all over to borrow money. He's even offering to put up his land as security. I guess there isn't enough stock left to sell a mortgage.
Yeah, his riders must be stealing from him.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not going to lose any sleep over Charlie Davidson. He's shown plain enough he doesn't want anything to do with us folks. So, let him go on his way.
And a bit like his paw. Do you suppose he ain't the real Charlie Davidson? Do you suppose he's somebody else instead?
Excuse me, Perry. Steve, is that you?
Yeah. Howdy, everybody.
Oh, Steve, the party's almost over. I told you on the other...
one of those nighthawks in Dale. 10 of your horses are straight off. The Palomino.
What? Not the Palomino.
Yes, ma'am. They got out through a break in the fence. Something's been disturbing them the last couple of nights, so I was checking.
Come on, Dale. Gabby and I'll ride out with you and Steve. Help you round them up.
If I can do anything...
You enjoy the shindig, Perry. This won't take long.
I hope it won't, Roy.
What do you mean?
Well, that break in the fence leads out onto the Davidson ranch. I'm not saying anything against Davidson, but I think if we're going to get those Palominos back, we'll have to do it quick. And maybe with guns. There's funny things happening on the Davidson ranch lately.
This the break here, Steve?
Yeah, that's it.
I don't see why the fence should be broken. It's almost new.
Well, let's have a look. Post might be loose and laying over the wire. No, the wire's broke. Light a match here, will you, Gabby?
Sure thing.
That's it.
I followed the horses onto Davidson's ranch for a ways, but I lost the trail.
Dale, your Palominos didn't stray off at all. They were stolen.
Stolen?
How do you know?
The wire's been cut.
Cut ends are as shiny as can be.
Steve, you lead the way to where you lost the trail. I'll take over from there. Let's get them now before they have a chance to get the horses out of the country.
Right about here's where I lost the trail, Roy.
Too bad the moon don't come up till so late. Hard to see what we're doing.
I'll help you look, son. I got regular magnifying X-ray eyes.
The moon isn't due to rise for a couple of hours yet. And, well, that may be too late for it.
Whoever stole the horses will try to get them out of the valley before tomorrow, won't they, Roy?
They sure will. A man traveling through the valley with a string of 10 valuable Palominos is bound to attract attention.
Roy, somebody's out there.
Hey, we're out. Everybody head for Dale's fence. We can't fight him back in the dark. Come on, Sticky, let's go, boys. Well, we're over your boundary, Dale. Nobody will bother us here.
Some rattler is sure anxious to keep folks off Davidson's land.
Dale, maybe you'd better go back to the ranch house. The trouble isn't over, it's just starting.
Not on your life. This is my affair, Roy, and I'm staying to see it through.
But
if
Dale...
there's any trouble, I'm in on it.
Roy, listen. What? Yeah, I hear him coming this way. Only one rider, though.
You tackle him, son. If there's any others, I'll take care of all of them.
That you, Miss Dale?
It sure is.
I figured it was, or you might not have got this far. Mr. Davidson is dead set against people prowling around on his property.
You one of Mr. Davidson's riders?
Who's asking?
I'm asking. Roy Rogers.
Oh, yeah, the hombre from the Double R Bar. Sure, I'm a Davidson rider. Why?
Don't start anything more.
You're a little bit free with your guns, for one thing. But we can talk that over later. There's something here I'd like to show you. It might interest Mr. Davidson.
Yeah, I'm always glad to see anything that would interest Mr. Davidson.
This fence that separates Miss Evans' Circle E Ranch from Davidson's land has been cut. It didn't break, it was cut.
Thanks. That will interest Mr. Davidson. I'll tell him. Maybe he can figure out now what's happened to the horses he's been losing ever since he came here.
Just a minute, mister.
He suspected a lot of people, but the idea of Miss Evans being low enough to steal a neighbor's...
Get up on your feet.
Oh, that's the way you want it. All right, I'll give it to you.
Look out. You trigger have to help her. I'll make you wish you'd never seen a gun. If you got any more ideas about where Davidson has been losing his stock, I'd advise you to say them before you get up off of the ground.
You and I aren't finished yet, brother.
Anything you want to say?
Nothing right now.
Then listen to me. 10 Palominas from the Circle E got through this fence tonight. We're trailing them. And to do it, we're traveling across the Davidson Ranch. You got any objections?
Not me. I don't care.
No? Wait a minute. It's too easy to get shot in the back at night. And the man who did the shooting could claim he thought somebody was trespassing.
Especially if he was a sidewinding prairie dog, he could claim that.
Dale, Gabby and I'll ride to Mineral City and get the sheriff to come back with us.
Mm-hmm.
There'll be a lot less danger of our being shot if we have the law with us.
Doing everything up legal, ain't you, Rogers? Well, we'll see how much good the law does next time we meet.
Roy, before we can get back to the sheriff, them varmints will run Dale's horses clean out of the valley.
They sure will, Gabby. They'll probably start right away. As long as they know they got a few hours before nobody will be bothered.
Then what in blazes are we running to the sheriff for? Why, you were just pretending. You only wanted him to think we was going. Son, you're using your brains just the way I learned you.
Dale, Gabby and I will try to make the Davidson house without getting shot.
But, Roy, I don't want to.
You and Steve head for the sheriff's office. Get him back here as quick as you can. Davidson's going to find that friends can mean a lot before this night's over. All right, Pappy, let's ride.
Sure sounds as simple as parting your hair, don't it? Roy and me going to Davidson's house without getting shot, while Dale and Steve rode for the sheriff. Catching horse thieves ain't so simple. You'll see why as quick as we hear about something Roy's got an awful lot of faith in.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
You know, if you're a fellow or girl who has your eye on some goal ahead in the way of a job or athletics or school life, it makes a whale of a big difference what kind of breakfast you eat. Your best bet is a good Quaker Oats breakfast, because Quaker Oats help grow the stars of the future. Yes, doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. That's because a recent survey shows only one school child in 5 gets the kind of a breakfast he should have. There's more growth, more endurance for you ambitious youngsters in nourishing oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. There's more energy, more stamina for hard-working grown-ups in nourishing oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. Yet for all these benefits, Quaker Oats still costs less than a penny a serving. Order delicious Quaker Oats from your grocer tomorrow. A giant in nutrition, in value, in flavor.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
No, sir. I'd a whole lot rather be faced with the problem of teaching a cow to smile than go after a horse thief. But we had to go after these, so Dale and Steve rode for the sheriff, while my pal Roy and me went towards the Davidson ranch house. Got right up close without anything happening, and light burning in the house.
Yeah. Keep your gun ready, Gabby. Just in case a rider is stationed here to watch Davidson while the others do their double dealing. Uh-huh. If we get inside the house, I think we'll be all right. And if Davidson will string along with us, we ought to make short work of these horse thieves.
Son, I feel like I must have a rock horse running off in the shindig like I've done. I bet you poor Grace May is waiting for that dance yet.
Hey, what's this?
And her with yellow hair clean down to... Huh? Oh, them suitcases.
Yeah, and all packed, too. Davidson's initials on them.
Must be going on vacation.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Maybe to get away from the varmint riders.
Quiet, somebody's coming.
That you, Red? Let's come around to the back.
It's us, Mr. Davidson.
You?
Roy Rogers and Gabby Hayes from the Double R Bar.
Oh, you startled me.
Like to talk with you for a minute.
Well, I'm awfully busy.
Yeah, I see. Going away on a trip?
No, well, yes, just a short trip.
To see your Uncle Bill?
Yes, that's it. How did you know?
Fine fellow, your Uncle Bill. Davidson, I'll get right down to the point. We believe your riders are crooked.
Crooked? My riders? Why?
Until now, it's been strictly your own business. But now it's ours. Tim Palomina's disappeared from the Circle E Ranch tonight, and I think your riders stole him.
Impossible. It's impossible.
It's not impossible. We set a trap for him, and we'll nab him within the next 2 hours. But we want you to go along and show us where horses could be hidden on your ranch.
Well, Rogers, what you say is true. My riders are crooked. All but one, France McKee. I trust him. I'll send him with you. I can't go myself. Too busy. He knows the ranch better than I do anyhow. You wait outside. I'll call him.
You're too busy to protect your own ranch?
Only take a minute to call McKee. He'll be right there.
Son, he said he was going to visit his Uncle Bill. I didn't know there was a Bill in the Davidson family.
There isn't. We did the wrong thing in coming here, Gabby. Davidson knows his riders are crooked. More likely he's in cahoots with them and is trying to make a getaway right now. That may be the reason for these bags and the reason he's been trying to borrow money.
Well, what do you know?
We better watch this rider he's sending along, too. He'll probably give him orders to keep us away from the stolen horses instead of helping us.
Well, how about going out on our own?
We can't. They know we're here. They'd shoot us in the back before we'd taken 2 steps. Gabby, we may be in for a lot of trouble before this is finished.
Sure hit it right when you said the Davidson rider would keep us from finding the horses, son.
Yeah.
And I saw a fellow right in on our left.
Another came in on the right. And McKee is following about 15 feet behind. We're right in the pocket.
Sure are.
Daddy, next time McKee rides up alongside us, I'm going to trick him. Make a run for that hill just ahead.
You can't, son. McKee as much as said he'd use his guns if we tried.
I'll get Trigger to rear up and cut a few monkey shines when McKee gets here. With the excitement, I'll make a run for it. And if I get to the top of the hill, I'll have a view of the whole ranch.
Son, we'll have all 3 of Davidson's zombies shooting at us.
McKee's coming up. Gabby, I don't want you to go with me. Somebody's got to contact Dale and the sheriff. Go with McKee if you have to try to get away. I'll meet you at the break in the fence later.
Well, I reckon you fellas have seen about all there is to see.
Look out, McKee!
Stay away from the trigger. Take the bit in his teeth and run. Go, that's them.
All right, Trigger, let's go.
Hey, Rogers, boys, get him off. Good Rogers, men. Don't let him get to the top of that hill. He's on the top of the hill. Now he can see every spot on his ranch. Now we got to get him. Look out! Look out! Trigger throwed him. Rogers' horse throwed him. He's not here. He disappeared. When he got here at the top of the hill, his horse threw him. The horse kept on running, and Rogers disappeared. Hey, where's his partner? We lost his partner, too. Come on. Hightail it for the ranch house. We'll get Davidson. He's got to organize a search. They both got to be found.
Miguelito, Miguelito, on his little donkey he goes riding by. Miguelito, Miguelito, all the senoritas look at him and sigh. He is handsome, oh so handsome. He could break a heart with just a roguish smile. But he'll never, never, ever, 'cause his wife is right behind him all the while. Ay, 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 yes. Ay, 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 yahoo! Gabby.
Boy, sure.
Gavin, you don't know what a beautiful sight you are.
Rainbow up here, Jackrabbit. Worry a man almost to death. What do you mean disappearing this way?
Now, easy, Pappy.
Told me to wait at the break in the fence. I waited till I couldn't stand it no longer, and then I left a note saying I'd be up this hill looking for you.
That note probably saved my life, Pappy. One of the Davidson riders found it, came back and told the others. Then they all rode off to the break in the fence. That's where they are now, looking for me. I'd begun to worry about you, Pappy. As soon as they were out of hearing distance, I sang that song. I knew if you heard me, you'd come running.
Sure, son. It must be getting the cold or something. My eyes feel runny. Sure awful good to see you.
Oh, no, I reckon...
I began to worry for fear you was a goner or hurt bad after the way Trigger throwed you.
But, Pappy, I told you I was going to trick him. You should have known Trigger throwing me was part of it. I guess we better find a way of getting out of here so we can meet the sheriff.
Sure, I'll fetch Trigger. You got him staked down?
Trigger isn't here, Pappy.
Ain't here?
Look down there, at the foot of the hill. That's where the horse thieves are camped.
They ain't got him. Not your Trigger.
Yeah, I sent him there, Gabby. I took a long chance, but I think Trigger can help us if he's with the thieves.
Look, they're loading trucks. They're going to move the horses out in trucks right now.
We've got to move fast.
Somebody's coming, Roy.
It's Davidson. He must have heard me singing too, Gabby. Give me your horse and you hot-footed across that open space. I'll get Davidson and take his horse to you. Then we can both ride.
But that's horse stealing, son.
Quick, Gabby. Cross that open space. Make some noise and let him hear.
I'll do it. But I never have no respect for a man that treats his feet that way.
Steady, boy.
All right, Phil. I've got your hay.
Come on, boy. Let's take it.
Hey, get me, you limp-nosed varmint. That's your last chance, hey?
Up behind you, boy. Now.
Hey, I got him, Gabby. I roped him. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'll wrap you up in a rope and leave you here, Davidson.
All right, can you come up now, son?
Yeah, come on, Pappy. Davidson's going to stay right here till I find out why he's been helping steal his own stock.
Just, I was hoping I could give him a taste of my fire-driving fist.
We'll be back for you, Davidson. But not until after we round up those horse thieves and the horses they stole. Let's cut across the road, Gabby. Trucks will have to come along here, Gabby. They can't go anywhere else. We'll throw up a block feed. Let's take our horses and snake those logs over here. Those rocks, too. We'll build a pile big enough that the trucks will have to stop.
What if the sheriff doesn't get here in time, son? There's 6, 8 men in that gang of thieves.
We'll have to hold them till the sheriff does get here. Let's build the blockade fast. There isn't much time. Here they come, Gabby.
And the sheriff ain't in sight. I bet you Dale couldn't wake him up.
He'll be here. He has to come this way to get to the Davidson ranch.
Son, if we can't keep him here, you lose Trigger for good.
Let's stop him, Gabby. We've got to keep him here.
Here, Roy, take my fix, son. I'll call directions and you can aim.
All right. Put up your hands. We've got you covered.
Look out, son. They're going to shoot.
Trigger can help. Trigger, come on out here. Come out of that truck. Hit your way out. They won't have time for shooting now. They'll scatter all around.
Stampede, son. Trigger's pushing out of that truck and the other horses are stampeding to get out of his way.
Come on, Trigger. Here, boy.
You sure plan things right.
Dale horses are getting away, but we can round them up after we take care of the coyotes that stole them.
Here comes Dale, and the sheriff's with her. A couple of deputies, too.
Now
Look at them come.
Now we'll get them. We've been needing you, Dale. We've been needing you. You and the sheriff, too. Everything's all right now. Glad you're here, Dale. Howdy, Trigger boy. Glad you're here, too.
And this is the sheriff. Every last man out there. Reach for the skies and take the consequences.
We got him, Gabby. We rounded up all the thieves.
Say, folks, did you know this about Roy Rogers? He gets more fan mail than any other star in Hollywood. That sure proves he's a great star, a rootin' tootin' he-man with plenty of know-how and savvy to handle problems and get ahead. Now, here's a tip to you fellas and girls coming up the ladder of life. Here it is in Roy Rogers' own words. Roy says, "My folks brought me up on Quaker Oats." Yes, sir, that's straight from Roy Rogers to you. So you fellas and girls, let good, nourishing breakfasts of Quaker Oats help you become the stars of the future. Because doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. So you put a bee in Mom's bonnet to cook up a quick, nourishing breakfast of delicious Quaker oats tomorrow morning. Remember to buy Quaker oats, a giant in nutrition, value, and flavor.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
Well, we finally got them all. Davidson's in the sheriff's lockup, too. Now, Dale, maybe there's time for you to tell us some news. What did you find out?
He's not Davidson at all, Roy. He's an imposter.
I figured that when I asked if he was going to visit his Uncle Bill. There isn't any Bill in the Davidson family. What's the matter with you, Gabby?
What's the matter with me? My feet hurt.
Your feet?
Of course. The young whippersnapper made me run with my feet.
Now, Pappy.
Don't know no better. Think feet was made to carry a man, same as a horse.
What about Davidson, Dale? Or rather, the man who pretended to be Davidson?
Well, the sheriff has been getting wires and letters for the last few days from somebody trying to find Charlie Davidson. He began to investigate and found out the real Charlie Davidson has been overseas for the government.
Overseas?
Yes, sir. And this man who claimed to be Davidson is a fellow who roomed with Charlie at college and blamed Charlie when he got kicked out.
He was taking revenge then, selling all the stock on the ranch and trying to borrow money on the land. Boy, he was really getting all he could.
Yeah, and fast, too, because he knew when the real Charlie Davidson was getting home. He's due next week.
How do you like that? Seems funny he was able to get away with it as long as he did.
Well, none of us ever knew the real Charlie. And when somebody came in and took over after the old man died, we just accepted him without asking any questions.
Yeah, I guess that's the way it happened. Say, Dale, I hear there's a shindig over at Al Helms tomorrow night.
There is? Hey, I'm going to that.
How about your feet, Gabby?
Sure, you said your feet hurt.
Hey, now, just a second, you two. All this trying to put something over, ain't you? Well, by Christ.
There's a plump little lady with yellow, golden hair, Dale. I wonder if we can get Jerry Stuhler to dance with us.
Shucks, buckaroos. My pal Roy's all right. Even he does get rambunctious once in a while. Ain't anybody in the whole world except him could have got them horse thieves slick as he did. Well, now we're going to have some real Western singing. Roy, Coy, Willin, and the Riders of the Purple Sage, just everybody's going to join in and let go with...
Whoa! Pecos Bill was quite a cowboy down in Texas, and the Western Superman, to say the least. He was the roughest, toughest critter, never known to be a quitter, 'cause he never had no fear of man or beast. So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-o, for the toughest critter west of the Alamo. Once there was a drought that spread all over Texas. So to sunny California he did go. And though the gag is kind of corny, he brought rain from California. That's the way we got the Gulf of Mexico. So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-o, for the toughest critter west of the Alamo. So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-o, for the toughest critter west of the Alamo. Pecos lost his way while traveling on the desert. It was 90 miles across the burning sand. He knew he'd never reach the border if he didn't get some water, so he got a stick and dug the Rio Grande. So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-o, for the toughest critter west of the Alamo. One day Pecos found his favorite dogie missing, the dogie that was nearest to his heart. So then he lassoed all the cattle clean from Texas to Seattle. That's the way the Texas Roundup got its start. So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-o, for the toughest critter west of the Alamo. While a tribe was painted in and did a war dance, Pecos started shooting up their little game. He gave them Redskins such a shake-up that they jumped out of their makeup. That's the way the painted center got its name. So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-o,
for the toughest critter west of the Alamo.
While reclining on a cloud high over Texas, with his gun he made the stars evaporate. When Pecos saw the stars declining, he just left one brightly shining as the emblem of the Lone Star Texas state.
So yippee-yi-yi, yippee-yi-yi-o, for the toughest critter west of the Alamo.
Well, that's all for now, folks. This is Roy Rogers saying to all of you, from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. See you next week.
Don't forget how the made out of the sunshine and the frown from a rainy day.
Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals, presents the Roy Rogers Show each week at this same hour, with the writers of the Purple Sage, Dale Evans, Gabby Hayes, and the king of the cowboys himself, Republic Pictures' great star in person, Roy Rogers.
Mother, cooking gets you down on this day of rest. Then listen to Aunt Jemima.
Ladies, serve your family an easy, fixed, and happy eating Aunt Jemima pancake supper tonight. Just add milk or water to my Aunt Jemima pancake ready mix and pop 'em on the griddle.
Everybody loves an Aunt Jemima pancake supper.
Republic's latest Roy Rogers picture is Nighttime in Nevada. This is Art Ballinger speaking for Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
Exciting news for adventure seekers. Join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.